195 games in total so far up to this point, and that's only including from the round of 64 in the Open Qualifier. 67 games in the last 2 days alone. I feel like we've been spoiled. We've seen some amazing performances, some big surprises, a few upsets along the way. But we now stand with our final four. Who will be crowned the champion of the first ever Major Stormgate tournament? Will it be Kiwian, Parting, Vortex, or Alazer? That's what we're going to decide. By the end of the day, we'll know who is going to claim the lion's share of the $10,000 on offer here, courtesy of EGC. And I'm here for it all. But before we get into it, I actually think it's a perfect time to remind people. I know a lot of people have been asking, when can they get access? How can they get access again? I've just heard that Frost Giant are aiming to try and get access to late pledges for Kickstarter, opened again around Friday, February the 23rd. So if you guys are wondering when you're going to get hands-on with this again, that's a good opportunity. I know they're going to be heading through to early March before they close it off again. Perfect time to get involved. But let's fix out the action. I mentioned the 4 players we've got here, but it would be remiss not to show the brackets and show you how the journeys went. Because along the way, we did have to say farewell to 12 fierce competitors. And some of them, maybe a big shock for a lot of people. Probe, there were high hopes there, but of course, colliding with Parting in the quarterfinals felt like that was just inevitable pain coming his way. And despite the best efforts of the Vanguards to fight back, only 5 of them coming into that round of 16, 4 of them made it to the quarterfinals, but in the final day, all Vanguard hopes lie on one man, and that is Kiwian on his own. What I love to see as well is the fact that we've got great representation here from different RTSs, right? I know that Vortex, as an example, has a Warcraft, StarCraft, and Age of Empires background. A lot of StarCraft fans will notice a lot of faces there. All I know is there's some hype series here, best of 7s into a best of 9, and I'm here for it all. But you know what? I can't do it alone, which is why I need to introduce our opening casters for those semifinals. It's my pleasure to welcome Lidicor and Drongo. Whew.
Well.
Look at that. My goodness, Drongo, you did dress up. You're looking spandappy-dozy. I mean, sorry, Lida,
that's a first. You know? That's a first for him, okay?
Oh, it's rare that I wear a shirt, but look, I thought, you know what, semifinals and grand finals today. It's time to put one on. It is a pleasure to be here, Stormgate. Well, the final day, it's been incredible action so far, KP and Litter. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit of an infernal guy. I like our odds today. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, I think you guys kind of got it right. I'm going to intercept because I already know what Lidder's going to say. Lidder, I already see your background. Someone here's got to represent the Vanguard. There's a reason I'm wearing the blue jersey today, boys, okay? There's got to be hope. There's got to be a way. But Lidder, the Infernal's win rate and overall performances have me a bit concerned.
Yeah, especially when you look at a player like Parting, the win rates with the Infernals in his hands, just absolutely unimaginable. Even among the most elite players, he's just so dominant. But that's not the main storyline that we are starting the day with, KP, right?
No. We're going to be on the other side of the bracket. Something I think is a bit more balanced in people's eyes. I mean, we'll get to the Parting and Kiwian series in a second, but I want to open up, Drongo, talking about Vortex versus Alazer. 2 players that I think, from what we've been seeing actually so far out of the 2, I think perfectly embody SimCity on one side and nuclear catastrophe on the other, right? The attacker versus the defender.
I don't know who is who in which matchup, but if there's one thing that I've noticed from Vortex's play, it's really similar to what we know from him in Age of Empires 4. He's incredible in the late game, but in the early game, I think you said it best when you said it's well rehearsed. That is Vortex to a T. He is incredibly well rehearsed. Him and his brother Lucifron training non-stop with each other behind closed doors. They've worked out every little inch of what they're going to be doing for the first 5 minutes. The question is going to be whether Alazer can actually make it beyond those first 5 minutes, which are going to be so critical for him, and get to the late game where we saw him excel incredibly yesterday. So I'm excited for it. Look, obviously I need to be impartial here, but at the same time, Vortex, he's my homeboy, and I'm hoping that he's going to put on a show for us today.
I hope it does too. I mean, just to quickly highlight the second series of the day, because I think we are ready to get underway soon. I just need to glaze over it quickly, because it would be unfair to Kiwian to say that he hasn't got a shot at all, right? Lidicor, we've seen plenty of Vanguard players struggle with Parting, but I think one thing we can say about Kiwian is he's the only Vanguard player I've seen confidently want you to pick Jagged Maw.
Yeah, there is so many storylines when it comes to Kiwian versus Parting here, KP. Just to start off, to put their matchup into context, On the ladder, Barting has lost 15 games in total, alongside like 350 or so wins. Half of those losses came from Kivian's Vanguard. Now, I guess the problem for Kivian is that while doing so, he also lost 50 or so games against Barting. So we're going to have to see how this plays out today. But one thing is sure, Kivian is probably the most familiar player when it comes to matching up against Barting's playstyle.
Whew. I mean, it's a bold thought, right? Like a man who's going to come in and maybe outpost rush like that might even be able to shut down something like Parting before they're able to get off the ground. But, you know, drawing it back now to Vortex versus the Laser, because I think we are getting ready. Just to clarify for people, these are now best of 7s. Map draft format, we've got 3 maps to work with. The way this is going to work is that you can actually play the same map again and again as long as it's not back-to-back. So, for example, you can't do Secluded Grove and then Secluded Grove again, but across the series, you can do it several times. And then if we do get to a final deciding game, if there was a map that wasn't used, it will be used instead. I think that's why yesterday with Kiwian series, we saw it not be a Jagged Maw for the 3rd time. It ended up being Secluded Grove, as that was the only one not used. But boys, I think it's about time to get underway. This is what we've been waiting for. The first semi-final of the day. We've got Vortex versus a Laser. Let's kick off the map draft where it looks like we'll be kicking off with Broken Crown.
All right, Aussie. Broken Crown to kick things off with. Vortex versus a Laser, Infernal Mirrors here. To start off, I think one of the more interesting talking points for us here is going to be early game. We've had some behind-the-scenes discussions between the casting crew for today, and one of the more intriguing details about these two is that Vortex has his best performance in the first 5 minutes of the game. A Laser has his worst performance in the first 5 minutes of the game. So those first few minutes, they are going to be crucial for both of these players in this set.
Yeah, agreed 100%. We've seen some pretty wacky strategies out of Vortex before, so I'm curious to see what he brings here, because obviously this is going to be the ultimate test, almost the ultimate test, depending on how he does today. But it's time for us to jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 of your very first semi-finals here for EGCTV's Stormgate Open, spawning in the north side of the map in the color red, playing as the Infernals. We've got Elaser.
And on the other side, it is going to be Vortex, coming out of AoE4, having a great performance in the first Zero Space tournament as well. Now he's here in the top 4 of the EGC Stormgate Open. And right off the get-go, an Iron Vault opening right next to that speed camp Aussie for at least a Laser. On the other side, that's going to be an Iron Vault closer to this tree line on the left side for Vortex.
Yeah, so a little bit more defensive for Vortex, a little bit more aggressive for a Laser. Obviously going to have the reinforcements. A slight advantage there. Conclave now going to be coming up for a Laser as well. As we would expect, both of them going to be looking to take these speed camps early, look to start stacking up that infest on each of the goats, and then looking to try and snowball that further across the map. So the question will be, what do we see as the follow-up? Because I suspect it's probably going to be pretty mirrored when it comes to this early first minute or two.
Yeah, now one thing to touch on here is that we had a bit of a patch just before the playoffs of this event started. And one of the key changes when it comes to these creep camps was the reduction in the amount of Guardians it has. And this has an impact on the Infernals here. You're going to get way less Fiends than what you used to get from these camps before the patch hit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it used to be 5, now it's down to 3. So it means that overall there's slightly less Fiends for you to take, and then subsequently snowball those Fiends again. And now, speaking of snowball, immediately Vortex looks to begin making his way towards the Vision camp across on his opponent's side. I think the question from here is, where do they go from this position? Because there's a number of ways that it can be played. You can look to try and stick it out on one base and go a little bit all in, maybe bring up an Imp to see whether you can get a Shroud Stone down, or you can just simply fall back, play it safe, and look to expand by taking your natural.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be an aggressive opening here from Vortex, hitting those Imps. Fell Hogs running around as well, of course. You gotta be cautious with those Fell Hogs if you are a Laser. You start losing them and you start spawning Fiends for your opponent.
Yeah, but speaking of Laser, have a look at that. The Shroud Stone does come up. It was beautifully timed by a Laser. He knew exactly what the play Vortex was going to be looking to make was, and subsequently only loses, I think it was 1. Did I see 1 Imp go down? Maybe 2?
Yeah, but it's still something in a mirror matchup, Aussie, and this is a great start for Vortex. We talked about this in the pregame. his best moments in a game, historically, is the first 5 minutes. And that's the weakest period for a laser. So being able to pick off a couple of imps to start the game with, definitely beneficial here for Vortex.
Question's going to be about what Vortex does on the defense here, because the Laser's numbers are looking pretty decent, but keep in mind Vortex has got that defensive advantage. The reinforcement's going to come in a little bit thicker, and as a result, the Gaunt's now getting some great shots in on the back and getting plenty of Fiends now through. It looks like the defense for Vortex will be pretty successful here. Keep in mind he does have that expansion coming up behind this as well, which naturally means he's going to be in a great little spot here as we enter into the 3rd minute.
Yeah, one of the key pieces of micro here for Vortex was splitting those brutes just when they became low HP. In the previous patch, they automatically split into Fiends and you didn't get any benefit from manually splitting them, but now you do. When you split the brutes manually, you get those Fiends spawning with full white health, and that was a big difference maker for Vortex in this fight.
One of the other big differences as well with going for the manual split means that your opponent doesn't actually get the extra Fiend from Infest. But speaking of extra Fiends from Infest, have a look at this. As now a Laser coming out with the Gaunt numbers, really starting to swing this this momentum back and forth across the map. It's lovely to see the way that it happens, where you've got this defender's advantage that really starts to build up, and as the player pushes further away from their base, they suddenly get repelled by a larger force.
Laser could be on the attack over here. Both players on 2 bases for the time being, but this is going to be a big one here. Health camp will be claimed, and given that some of these troops are fairly heavily damaged, that's going to be very beneficial for a Laser. But I think the main reason why this is going to be very helpful is because he can aggress this natural here from Vortex, and then if he starts getting beaten up, he can still retreat to the health camp to heal up.
Yeah, we've seen this used time and time again over the last couple of days, and it just makes so much sense, pushing into that natural, taking a little bit of damage, and then moving back. It's unfortunate because as the Infernal, you do lose that white health when you are off your Shroud, but it obviously gets made up for in the fact that you've got that health coming through. Looks like a little scout sent out there from Vortex does get shut down, but the numbers are building here for a Laser. Might be looking to take his 3rd base, just judging by his position, but he is also moving up towards this health regen creep camp once again.
Yeah, Laser is playing a very different game from what we've seen from him in the early days of this tournament. In these early days, he has been one of the more defensive players, loving to build those Shroud Stones. He's actually willing to contest the map a lot more now, and in fact, he's the one with more map control, but as I'm saying that, bit of an aggression coming towards his natural has to pull the imps away, as a Doombringer is about to land inside his base.
It's that time of the game already. The Doombringer drops are well and truly online. Whole bunch of Gaunts in there. It looks like might be a couple of Brutes as well joining the party, but solid defense so far coming out from a Laser. Vortex is looming, looking for a way through. It's just back and forth, isn't it?
Yeah, I love how a Laser is shadowing the movement of this Doombringer with his own. It's like, yeah, you go drop your troops inside my base, and I'm just going to drop mine right next to you. Oh, he's sending his own Doombringer over, though.
Yeah, look at this. Okay, it looks like we've got ourselves... This is where it starts to get a little bit spicy, because you've got attention on 2 parts of the map that you've now got to start making. But naturally, he looks to try and throw down the Shroud Stone. It might be denied here. Plenty of damage coming out in the natural. Also looking for drops on that other side. Vortex trying his luck. Doesn't look like he's found too much, though. Now a Laser moving down along the west side of the map. He's lost a little bit of white health here, but still got plenty of it on this Doombringer.
Yeah, both players dancing around with their Doombringers, trying to find an opening, but we've seen this build so frequently recently that players have adapted to all of this aggression coming out of the Doombringers, and you see both of the players are struggling to even land with these.
Yeah, it's quite funny the way that they're shadowing each other so quickly, but this isn't looking too bad here from a Laser. Does get a nice little drop, manages to keep quite a few of those Gaunts alive, and continues to move on. Decent little freedom that they've got through the base as well. Eating through those trees means that Vortex has got pretty decent coverage, able to run between his 2nd and 3rd base. But now Vortex, towards the middle of the map, is going to start taking resource camps. And I think the question is, where do we go from here? Because Laser's now taking his 3rd base. How soon are we going to see these 4th bases come up? Because normally once the 3rd gets taken, the 4th is pretty quickly coming afterwards.
I would say very soonish, as both players are now working towards those tier 2 camps. But I think one of the more intriguing things over here, as a Laser needs to be careful not to lose the Doombringer to those very angry looking animals here, especially the ones that shoot rockets from the top of their heads.
I'll be honest, I never realized they actually had rocket launchers on their heads. That's the first time I've actually seen that, but I guess I've never really done a Doombringer drop on a creep camp before. But speaking of Doombringer drops, have a look at this one and look how low the health is. Well, that was a lasers, but now that drop on the backside once again. Going to be coming through. Gaunt's going to be applying that infest over towards the imps. Gets a couple of fiends. The Fell Hog's also jumping in, and straight after that Doombringer, he's wanting it. Looking to cut off that exit, but not going to be happening. And Vortex, once again, getting out before any real damage is taken.
Yeah, it's a poke and prod game right now, Ozzy. Both of them trying to get some sort of an establishment inside the enemy base. But really, that's just a sideshow. They're building up, they're expanding their economies. And at this point, they're just trying to use this as a diversion or as a tool to build some sort of a tiny advantage. But both of the players so far, exceptional when it comes to shutting down these Doombringer landings.
Yeah, I think this plays into a laser 100% because, as we've talked about earlier, always got to be careful. That's so low. Oh, he manages to scrape by on just by the skin of his teeth. But I think this definitely plays into a laser. As we mentioned earlier on, the longer these games go on, the better it gets for a laser. He looked really comfortable yesterday when the late game was happening. He definitely felt confident. And now that he's made it through the hard part, which is Vortex well-rehearsed opening, the question is, how does he look to finish this game? So to me, at this stage, in game number 1, I would be surprised to see Vortex take it out in a macro game, but I'm confident he's going to be looking to try his best here as these forces move towards the center of the map.
Doombringer spots these forces. This is an empty Doombringer, but it's a great one to scout with. So now Vortex knows exactly what he's up against, but he is getting flanked here by a Magmadon.
Yeah, Magmadons are out. Doesn't look like the stun is through just yet, at least for a laser. Vortex does pick up that Demon Hoof upgrade, though. Looking to get that stun in, and now plenty of Gaunts on the back line. Going to be forced to run away, as there is just chaos absolutely everywhere, Littlecore.
Yeah, Force is split on both sides here, but it looks like the Magmadon numbers are looking better for Vortex, and they are tanking up a lot of damage. He is the one pushing forward, and he does have the stun as well on the Magmadons, pushing his opponent back into his third base here. Momentum starting to build on the side of Vortex here.
Yeah, to keep in mind, Elaser, he loves those Shroud Stones, so don't be surprised if we see a whole bunch pop up in his bases, just looking to defend against these Magmadons. Of course, Magmadon's a very heavily armored unit with lots of health, difficult to deal with just Gaunt, so often need a little bit of backup here, but the numbers continue to build for Vortex, trying for a little flank around the backside. I don't know if this flank was intentional or not, but it definitely feels like this poor little guy is, he was going the wrong way. Ooh, nice little use of the buff up there on the Iron Vault, just to get that single Magmadon out, but wasn't going to be found, unfortunately, for a laser. So could now be looking to go run some drops with Magmadons. They can be incredibly difficult to deal with as both flanking units as well as raiding units. If you're not paying attention and a Magmadon manages to drop into your worker line, things are not going to be pretty for you.
Oh, certainly, as it looks like this Doombringer has something inside. You can actually see that gray bar fall, and indeed, it's only 2 Magmadons. Perfect timing, though, to intercept this expansion here from Vortex, shutting down that new shrine being built.
Yeah, shuts it down. Fortunately, Vortex does the right thing, cancels it, and looks to put it back down, making sure he gets a refund and doesn't lose the imp. That's the most important part, because then he'd have to run out a new one or cancel a Shroud Stone nearby. But have a look at this Elaser once again, looming around the backside. He's looking to try and find a raid, and here it comes. We've got ourselves some big stomps about to happen. Throws down the Manifestation Shroud Stone, and there we can see the Doombringer does go down, leaving the unfortunate death of these 2 bad boys. Look at them go. They tried their best. It looks like they got a couple of workers in there, though, that's for sure.
A couple is an understatement. They got quite a few of them with that combination of the stun and the trample. In the end, I think Vortex is still fine, but this was a really good landing here for a laser, and you kind of touched on this a couple of minutes ago. Late game is a laser territory, and we're getting closer and closer to that.
Yeah, it feels like every second that we sort of get closer to it, it starts to look better for a laser. Vortex, it feels like less activities happening on his or on his opponent's side of the map. We're not seeing any real attempts at drops. The lasers just demonstrated some beautiful techniques there with the big stuns. Now looking to come through, pushing up the Magmadons once again. On the back line, there's not a whole lot of units. You can see Vortex starting to struggle as he's trying to push past this Iron Vault. All of his units are on the backside. Meanwhile, towards a laser, there's plenty of units there, just throwing in that concave.
Yeah, but a lot more Magmadons on the side of Vortex over here. He's got a lot of tanky units, and the laser seems to be running out of the meat shield in front of those Gaunts.
But have a look at this in the second base of a laser. Vortex with a massive drop, taking out...
Oh my lord!
Yeah, we gotta check back in on that because that was incredible. That's a game-winning move right here. Vortex not only able to take out all of the imps in that natural expansion, but will be looking to take out the greater or the shrine as well. And with that,
he's got a dragon. That has to be the game, Aussie.
Jeez Louise, we've gone from being confident that a laser was looking good to very quickly calling the G's, and that's going to be it. Game number 1 going to be going over to Vortex in this best of 7 series. I tell you what, Liticor, that was absolutely incredible. How quickly that swung in his favor. Just the combination of the drop together there with the dragon.
Oh, what a game, and really starting off this series with a fairly long game here, just sub 14 minutes here. And a back and forth game as well. I think this is probably the most important for either of these players. This wasn't a stomp either way, which is something that can still lift the morale of a laser despite losing game number 1.
Yeah, I think so. The fact that he managed to make it through the early game is definitely a good sign. But at the same time, I'd be a little bit worried, though, because, you know, when you're coming into this series, that's what you're thinking. You're thinking, all right, late game is my domain. This is where I win. And now, you know, you've gotten through to, what was it, a 12, 13, maybe 14-minute game. And somehow, Vortex has managed to bring out that dragon before you could get a lot of damage in with it. And I think the big thing, the game-winning move in my mind was taking out the natural expansion. That was just... It was clinical coming through from Vortex. The fact that he did that right as the fight was beginning, managed to take out all the imps, take out the shrine, and that's pretty much it right there. There's so much income that's lost from that.
Yeah, I feel like patience was a key part of this here for Vortex. For a long time, he didn't really aggress his opponent. He was waiting for those drops from a laser, and the laser, he was able to get quite some value for those Magmadon drops. But right after that, Vortex waited patiently, and as you said, as he took a fight to the south of the enemy base, he hits the natural and just takes it out. It converts all of the enemy imps into fiends, and that is just a snowball from there. But we're heading into game number 2 here. Jagged Maw is going to be the map choice here for a laser. Known to be a very good map for the Infernals, but guess what? We have 2 Infernal players over here.
Yeah, so it means, how is this going to play out exactly? One of the one of the key things that we're going to be looking out for here is going to be those Doombringer drops around the back. Obviously, the elephant in the room is the siege camp, right? Being able to take the siege camp is going to be a key factor here. And I think what we'll be mainly looking for is whether one player in particular is going to be able to stack up those 2 siege camps together and then look to get an attack.
So, Jagged Maw coming up here. As a reminder, folks, when you look at these games, you always have the loser of the previous game picking the subsequent map. But as we get closer to the end of the series, if we have a map that has not been played, that is going to be the one used as the decider map. 1-0 right now for Vortex, ahead of a laser. I think this is where we have to touch on a laser, though, because as much as he came in from the Katowice qualifiers, he was actually one of the best players on the ladder here. He actually was, for quite some time, in competition with Kivian for the 4th and final spot when it comes to the ladder qualification spots.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a tough one for him. I think with Kiwian obviously being the last Vanguard alive, I will say right now, Liticor, I'm incredibly excited about the next series as well. The fact that we do get to see the last Vanguard player fight on, but I'll move forward to Jagged Maw. With regard to Jagged Maw, though, I think the big question for me is just with regard to those siege camps, and not necessarily how you utilize them, but how you defend against them and then how you recover. So we've talked before about the Doombringer drops and looking to get those gaunts in on the backside. I think another key factor that we're going to be looking at is going to be the Magmadon timing as well. But it looks like now game number 2, we're about to jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 2. We've got Vortex versus a laser spawning in on that south side in the blue, playing as the Infernals. It's going to be a laser for us.
And right off the get-go, he is going to drop a Conclave and an Iron Ward. He's trying to get that siege camp for himself. A slightly different approach taken here by Vortex, just having that Iron Ward to the front of his base, not so close to that siege camp.
Yeah, this is an interesting position. If we could just go take a look at it, it looks like he's beginning to... Is there the makings of a wall that I'm starting to see there in that second, or that expansion? But have a look at this. Yeah, for a laser, he's quite far ahead with that one, isn't he? So we've got a bit of a defensive position on that north side there from Vortex. Not normally something you'd expect coming out from Vortex. Now with the imps moving out, Shroudstone will be imminently placed down. And we've got the Conclave which is not too far away as well, going to be looking to pump out these Gaunts. There they are, first one out now for Vortex, making its way across the map.
You know, one of the big things on this map, Jagged Maw, is that the distance to cover between the two players is fairly long until you chop through that rock line in the middle. So it's going to be interesting to see which of these two players will initiate that, but it looks like we have a race towards that speed camp. It's Vortex aggroing the Guardians. Could help a lot for a laser taking out these Gaunts.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. Vortex managing to get off that early attack. Looks like the split's going to come through from a laser. The 2 against 3. But keep in mind, the Shroud Stone is slowly but steadily coming up for a laser on this bottom side. Once it comes up, it's going to mean almost guaranteed control now for him here. I suspect he's probably going to be hesitant about taking the camp, though, just primarily because he wants to get that infest off. And, well, as you know, if you don't have any Gaunts, you're not going to be able to get that infest off. So naturally, he is going to avoid taking it, at least for the moment. But Vortex on the way, a couple more units, and it looks like he does have the Gaunt towards the top side, leashing along these goats and trying to pull them away from that static defense.
Yeah, a laser is looking to snipe that Gaunt and just completely nullify that infestation, and now he's going for it. Beautiful surround, gets the Gaunt, so he's going to remove that infest from the Guardians.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed right there. I think the infest is still technically on.
Yep.
We do see that he's going to be able to pop, is it 3? Yeah, he's picked up 3 there. Not too bad. 3 Fiends coming in early for him. So just the consequence of picking off his opponent's Gaunt as it was on the way through there meant that he was able to secure that. Now the Vision Camp going to be taken very, very quickly, looking to pick up a couple of extra resources. The Vision Camp together with that Fiend. And now meanwhile on the backside, the numbers for Vortex starting to fall a little bit. He's got plenty of Fiends out, but not really anything else. And that's exactly what you'd expect from a guy who's taken his natural expansion.
Yeah, he's going to have a second base out there, unlike a laser, but Vortex was definitely more successful securing camps over here, but he also had to sacrifice a lot for that. Second base coming in for him. He's got no presence near that siege camp, unlike a laser. So I think we're getting to that stage, especially with just one base for a laser, where a laser is going to start working his way towards the siege camp, as Vortex is the first one to dispatch an imp to chop through the middle.
Yeah, I think one of the big things about this map, at least for me, the first time I played it, not even the first time, but like maybe the 20th time I played it, I didn't realize you could actually chop through the middle. It wasn't until EGCTV's tournament that I realized, hold on a minute, you can actually chop through the middle, because you see these spires and they look like they're actually part of the map. But yeah, very quickly, and have a look at this, both players with the exact same idea towards the center of the map.
Yep, chop through is complete, so now it is going to be a race towards these siege camps here. Heavily defended, but you do have a Shroud Stone here available for a laser, making this a much more fortified position. Nice snipe from Vortex, though, taking out the second one.
Yeah, numbers are looking really good here for Vortex. Keep in mind the DPS on these Fiends, while they are small, the DPS is incredibly high, but have a look at that. Elaser manages to get by the skin of his teeth as that single Shroud Stone stays alive, and now the pick up happens. Plenty of units now making their way across the map. The split comes through from the Brute, looking to try and take down the Gaunt. Should be able to find it. It is infested. He's going to pick up another Fiend on top of that. And now the numbers are looking good for a laser on that south side. But keep in mind, he does not have the second base up just yet. He is on 1 base.
Yeah, he needs to find damage over here, but he's ready to take out the siege camp. And once he has it, you have to feel that he needs to push Vortex over here. Once again, the Guardians just firing rockets from the tops of their heads, and Vortex looking to intercept this once again, but with this Shroud Stone being around, it is just so difficult for him to do anything here.
Yeah, fortunately he's got the assistance from the chickens. The Shroud Stone a little bit preoccupied with it. Shroud Stone will actually go down. Some of the creeps there able to snipe it out, but the number's still too strong for Elaser, and he'll be off to a decent start at this 5th minute with the siege camp. The big thing for me, though, is going to be that timing on the Doombringers. Have either of these players look to have gone to the Greater Spire just yet? Are we able to take a quick sneaky peek in the base and see what we've got? So Greater Spire has come through from Vortex, so we could potentially see that Doombringer out from him, though we do only see the one Conclave, and then no, as you would expect, there's not really going to be a Greater Shrine coming through just yet for Elaser. He's got other things on his mind at this stage of the game. A little bit of a catapult.
Yeah, this is a good position for a laser. Needs to find value here for him being just 1 base, but numbers are looking good. He's got that catapult as well. He's starting to beat up some of these valuable production buildings, but he's lacking white health compared to Vortex.
Vortex now pushing down, looking to try and make a connection with that catapult. A single brute working it down slowly, but the catapult in response is just going to annihilate that backline. The laser now beginning to push through on the front. Manifestation of the Shroud Stone comes down slowly but steadily, and good game gets called. Vortex tapping out after a quick 6-minute game for number 2. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Liticor, what a game.
And what a different game, Aussie, from what we've usually seen from a laser. He's known for playing very defensive, knows to play a lot with static defenses, but this was a 1 base 4 commit with the siege camp as well. And when you look back at this game, it's fundamentally different from what we've seen from a laser in so many of the previous rounds. Works out perfectly against Vortex, and now we're looking at an even series here.
I felt like the names were switched up then. You know, you had Vortex that was looking to play the defensive macro game, and he was probably a little bit unsure exactly where was all of this catapult coming from, because a laser had definitely taken the aggressive route there. So exciting to see from a laser, and great to see a little bit of range coming out from him. The fact that he's not just that late game macro player, that he is in fact a little bit of an early aggressive player as well. So Game 2, a quick one. We move on to game number 3. Now, keep in mind, we're not going to be able to play Jagged Maw again, Liticor. They're going to have to switch it out to a different map. The question is, which map do you go for? So, it looks like it's going to be Secluded Grove.
Indeed, Secluded Grove coming in here. First appearance in this series. Once again, Infernals for both of the players, as we'll be heading into the game in just a few seconds. Aussie, so far, neck and neck series over here. Of course, the winner of this series will play either Parting or Kivian later on today in the grand finals.
It's going to be an important one for both of these guys so early on in Stormgate's legacy. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 of your first semi-final for EGCTV's Stormgate Open. We begin with an Infernal Mirror spawning in on the south side of the map in the color blue, playing as the Infernals. It's a laser.
And on the other side, now with an even scoreline compared to his counterpart, Vortex coming in with the red color. So far, a mixed bag for him, to be honest. We had a long game, and that was a fairly convincing win from Vortex, but then a somewhat one-sided game in the favor of a laser on Jagged Maw. Now we are neck and neck heading into Secluded Grove over here. So far, pretty much identical starts over here. Production buildings coming up. I saw Conclave from a laser. I assume we're going to have the same from Vortex as well, although there is an Iron Vault as well, but there is the Conclave. Just looking to get those Guardians from the speed camp.
I think it's so incredibly important that a laser won that last game. One of the key factors in these late game or late tournament series is tempo. So if you're able to get out 2 really quick wins, that can really change your mindset. It can also change the mindset of the opponent significantly. So the fact that a laser was able to get a leg up here, incredible stuff for him. And I'm excited about the prospects of this series going the full length. But we'll focus on the game at hand right now, as slowly and steadily the speed camp is being taken. But have a look at the timing here from Vortex, looking to focus down the gaunt on his opponent's side. Meanwhile, he's got his own gaunt, just doing a little bit of micro on that backside, slowly and steadily. Have a look at the numbers here, though. Vortex actually trying to snipe away a couple of the goats. I'm not sure who managed to get what, but in the end, it's going to be a laser with 3 fiends in his back pocket. And Vortex,
oh no,
what's going on over here, buddy?
Yeah, I guess he was just microing his fiends on the other side too much and he lost his own gaunt. But yeah, this was the big difference between the 2 players. Vortex, he split his first Brood, headed into the enemy camp, tried to snipe it away from his opponent, and he just used a single gaunt on his own, whereas a laser, he committed everything he had on his own camp. Now he's heading towards the second speed camp over here. Has a bit of a head start compared to his counterpart when it comes to collecting camps.
Yeah, I guess that's just naturally what happens when you lose a gaunt to the goats. It's painful to see, especially because it's one of those things where as long as your micro is perfect, you shouldn't even, you shouldn't take any real damage on your gaunt. But to lose the gaunt obviously means he was very preoccupied with what was happening over a laser's side of the map. And speaking of a laser side of the map, it looks like that natural expansion will be coming up shortly here. It looks like Vortex has already thrown down his as well. Of course, when it comes to this map, expansions are one of those things that seem to happen quite a bit more. You've got that safety of the tree line, but it's only a matter of time until the Magmadons start marching their way through.
Yeah, no player spawned an imp to chop through that tree line to get to the resource camp, so those remain unclaimed for the time being. Curious to see if either of these players will start moving out with an imp for those.
Yeah, numbers are starting to look good here for Elazer as well. Feels like he's actually quite a bit ahead with regard to his tempo of the army. Normally there's a path that you do follow, speed camp, into the health camp, followed by the vision camp, and we do, well, you can always mix it up between the vision and the health camp, but definitely feels like Elazer a little bit ahead on that timing, which gives him that ability to get out on the map just a slight bit more, but not going to be looking to really use too much of this army. Denies the scout here as well, so Vortex not going to get too much information about what the plan is this game. The question is now, where are those Doombringers, Lidicor?
Well, they will have to wait a little here as the Fiends are moving in, trying to do some damage. A lot of defenders back home here for Vortex, so no value found by Elazer. At the same time, Vortex was looking to pick up some of those resource camps, and he has done just that. So he's got a head start in that department.
Yeah, numbers here looking pretty decent on this south side. If we could ride on board with Elazer for a little bit, I'd love to take a look and see whether we've got those greater shrines that are coming through just yet. That's going to be a key factor here. It doesn't look like we've got there's the greater shrine just coming through right now for Vortex, and the greater shrine is now through as well for Elazer. So timing here pretty standard, not quite as fast as some of them, but there is the first of the Doombringers. A pretty competitive time though. I tell you what, 4 minutes 30 having a Doombringer out is a very nice timing.
Yeah, a couple of Fiends moving in here for Vortex, not finding a lot of value, but he's got his own Doombringer as well. And it looks like both of the players have 2 Brutes garrisoned alongside a couple of Gaunts. I'm actually curious if those Brutes will be split to Fiends quickly to try and chase down some of these Falhawks, some of the Imps.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Alternatively, you can look to just use it to tank up the front line. One of the big factors here is going to be the position on these Felhogs, and you can see from a defensive perspective, Elazer's got plenty of them, but they can be used against you, and you've got to be really careful with exactly how you play it. The numbers here are pretty decent for the defense from Elazer, but have a look at this on the top side of the map. It looks like Vortex a little bit unaware. He's going to manifest that Shadow Stone, or rather Shroud Stone, but manages to get out of there. Elazer does. Meanwhile, on the south side, Vortex is trying to keep up, but doesn't look like as much damage was done.
It's difficult to judge who has the edge over here without indicators when it comes to the worker count, but I feel like kind of equal amounts of damage was done on both sides here. One thing to note is that Elazer's Doombringer has been beaten up very badly, so he needs to be very cautious when it comes to the subsequent landings.
Yeah, that's a great point. Managing to manifest that Shroud Stone almost right on top of the Doombringer can be really, really difficult to deal with because you know how much health you've got. And naturally, you're thinking, okay, I've got this much space to play with. But then the Shroud Stone comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, it is a different ball game. But a little bit of a chase is going to be looming here. Elazer throws down, and it looks like we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned country showdown. Have a look at this. Gaunt numbers are pretty damn decent, though, for Vortex. I think he's going to be able to... Ooh, it's pretty close, but yeah, the numbers are managed to go in favor of Vortex. He keeps alive both his Doombringer as well as all those Gaunts inside.
Yeah, that's a big one, because his opponent lost his own Doombringer, so now Vortex is looking to just drop into the enemy base, while his opponent is a little slow to move across the map here with all these Brutes.
Yeah, all right. Well, expansion's now starting to come up. Looks like third base for Vortex, as well as Elazer, is now taken. Keep in mind, there's also the option to throw down the shrine on top of that Thorium expansion that is just outside the second base. It looks like for Vortex, he has gone about doing that. Whereas Elazer has not looked to have taken that. So I think technically you could say that we've got Vortex here on 4 bases almost. I don't know if that, how would you describe it, Lidicor?
Yeah, this is a big difference maker. On this map, Secluded Grove, you have to break those Therium veins to have these extra deposits spawn for you. And that's something that Vortex has done, unlike his opponent. So when you look at Elazer's side of the map, he's got 1 Therium deposit to work with right now. It's not catastrophic at this point in the game, but the fact that Vortex has access to a lot more Therium could be extremely beneficial to him in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's this part of the match that Therium becomes incredibly important because the main thing you're going to be looking for are those Magmadons. So if you can manage to get out more Magmadons than your opponent, it means you're going to be able to push their army back. And Magmadons are incredibly difficult to deal with once you're already in your base. If you're out in the middle of the map, then it makes it a different story. But once those Magmadons are actually able to get into the worker lines, it's very difficult to stop them from slaughtering everything. So we'll have to see exactly how Elazer looks to play it, considering the difference in Therium that he will have.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that the laser is not breaking any of these Therium wings. He definitely has the time to do so, but looks like he's content with what he has right now. Doombringer once again coming in from a laser, gets intercepted by Vortex, and Vortex himself is looking for a landing once again.
Yeah, Vortex with the army moving down to the south, looking to take the health camp. Might be doing a little bit of a drop into the main base. We'll have to check in with that Doombringer shortly. It's just doing a little bit of rounds. It actually just spotted out the Therium, and the fact that it's still closed. This should be a bit of a, not a red flag for Vortex, but rather a green flag. I think for him, basically, this means you just chill for the moment, look to macro up, and then kill him with your timing and your far superior amount of high-cost units. I think that's just naturally what's going to be happening here. So Vortex at this stage of the game looking good. A little bit of a drop inside the main base. Gaunt's going to get a bit of damage off, but they're all pretty low health. And unfortunately, it's not going to go the way for Elazer once again. So it looks
Vortex
like
got like 4 fiends from that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Elazer's drops have been really that successful this game, Litter. He managed to do a little bit of damage on that first drop. I think he took out about 4 fiends, because I did see the Luminite go down from 12 workers down to 8. But yeah, it just feels like his tempo with regard to those attacks is slowly beginning to dwindle.
Yeah, and we've seen this in today's set so far. Players just mirroring each other's movements with their own Doombringers. The moment your enemy lands, you're going to do the same as well. And look at this. This could be a perfect ambush position as the Magmadons just march their way through the forest, completely surprising the forces of Elazer.
Yeah, it's that Demon Hoof Tremor that's just doing so much damn work right there, together with the Trample. And once again, it's just the number advantage that Vortex has got. Look how many more Magmadons he's got over Elazer. And now the reinforcements come through. More Magmadons on the way. And all that Elazer's got left is just a handful of, well, it depends how many fingers you got on your hands, a handful of Gaunts right there.
I mean, at this point, it really is just 2 normal human hands full. It's just a handful. Oh, I just said that. It's just a handful of Gaunts remaining, really, Aussie. Great ambush here by Vortex.
That was beautifully done right out of the trees. I don't think he had any idea. I think he was just looking to clear a path, and he's like, hello, how you doing? But speaking of hello, how you doing? Once again, through the trees, Vortex looking to interrupt the third base. Little bit of a flank coming through, but unfortunately, it's just going to be a single Gaunt that comes out of the Doombringer. Not normally what you want when you're looking to flank around these parts. Ideally, we would have seen a couple of, a couple of stunny boys would have been nice. But yeah, unfortunately, the Magmadon numbers here for Elazer aren't the best.
Yeah, now look at Vortex. He is expanding towards that middle grove area. Whereas on the other side, Elazer's map control is still somewhat limited as Vortex brings in the Dragon. He had it in the first game, it didn't really come into play, it was too late for him to make an impact. It was just a game that he already won, but this game, this can be the game changer.
Yeah, this is it. Fetid Breath now going to be going down on the back line, looking to get that Infest out and start switching these enemy Gaunts. Look how quickly he does it, turning them all into Fiends. And I feel like it's only going to be a matter of time until either Elazer calls the G's or Elazer gets his own Flame Dragon out. It's got to be one of the two, Litter. Where is that Blue Dragon? Have a look over on that east side. There we go. A little bit of a Doombringer drop going to come through. Gaunt's getting eaten alive, unfortunately, and it gets shut down very, very quickly. And GG gets called. There it is, Elazer tapping out, and Vortex taking this series up to 2-1.
I've got a bit of a deja vu to the first game here, Aussie. Pretty much the same game length. And when you look at the game, it played out the exact same way. Elazer, for the second half of the game, he was the more active when it comes to attempting landings, and Vortex just sat back, said, okay, you can come at me, I'm going to collect camps, I'm going to build up my economy. And then, you kind of touched on this in mid-game, we had very little access to Therium for Elazer, whereas for Vortex, he was a lot earlier to Therium, and that showed when it comes to the Magmadon numbers.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It just all really just came down to the Magmadon numbers. There not being enough Magmadon on the field, and then naturally, the more Magmadons out, the more of your army the more enemy army you're able to take out, and subsequently, the more expansions you can take behind that. But we're going to be bringing in our host for the event. It's going to be KP. KP, how you doing after those 3 games?
Oh, I am absolutely buzzing, boys. What an amazing start to this series we've got. We were expecting to see aggression, but you know what I loved in this? We noticed a pattern with Vortex, right? Like, he definitely hits those all-in timings, Lidicore, but one notable thing that's pretty impressive here is the fact that Vortex wasn't just aggressive in the way he attacked, he was aggressive in the way he expanded, consistently through that game 1 and game 3, always being at least one base ahead.
It reminds me a little of Parding's playstyle, to be honest. One of the reasons why his Infernos are so oppressive is because while he's aggressing you with the Doombringer drop, he's extremely rapid when it comes to expanding, and it just makes it so much difficult to handle that second wave because of the big eco differential. And we've seen signs of this from Vortex. It's not truly a Parting style build, but I feel like what he's doing, to a certain extent, mimics the builds that Parting has been using.
And someone else is interested in these games, Drongo, right? I think especially you saw it in game 1, you just saw it again in game 3. These Flayed Dragon timings is something that I was kind of knowing that was quite intriguing. And we saw it most clearly from Vortex in that first game. These mirrors are all about Animus exchanges, right? So game 1, we saw that Vortex was able to force the Shroudstone manifest. Then he's able to force the Hellspawn Resurgence to get an extra Magmadon out to defend for a laser. That snowballs into these dragons. It seems like whenever we're watching these Infernal matchups, it's all about that one little shift, that one little use of that extra resource that's making the difference.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It's interesting to see how he's able to get these usages out from his opponent. And I also think it might just be the fact that he is quite patient himself and just saying, you know, he's going to take a step back and thinking, do I really need to manifest my Shroudstone right now? Okay, let's do it just to defend this drop so it doesn't get out of hand. But then we don't really see him using too much else of the anima, and as a result, he's able to get that dragon out before his opponent. And you'd think that they'd be on relatively close numbers, because remember that when a unit dies, as long as there is one of your units close to it, you should be picking up that anima for it. And so naturally, if a unit dies, then it's probably being killed by one of your units. So there should be that crossover. So it's interesting that the timing is that much greater coming out from Vortex. But I guess that's just where his focus is. He knows that a win condition in the late game is going to be that fetid dragon.
I mean, and we've got to talk about what happened to Flay Dragon. Yeah, don't worry, buddy. I called it Fell Dragon on my first cast. I was all over the place. But Lidicore, I want to talk about that pivotal maneuver in game number 3, the backstab through the tree line. That had to be the difference there between the Flay Dragon timing, right? Like game 1, it was all about forcing Animus invested weirdly. But that game, it just seemed like he forced the panic into laser that meant he couldn't afford that Flay Dragon to compete.
I think when you look at the Flayed Dragon, you also have to consider that Vortex has been very cautious with the Shroudstone manifestation. Every time there was a Doombringer landing, he tried to clean it up with his own forces instead of just dropping a Shroudstone. So in many ways, he was just conserving his Animus, kind of piling it up for the dragon. But I think the reason why that ambush was so remarkable is because those Magmadons do their best when they can get close to you. He was able to close the distance without his opponent even noticing, so he was able to get that stun from the Magmadons basically minute number 1.
Absolutely incredible performance so far. But folks, just a reminder, this is just 3 games into a best of 7. Boys, quick thoughts. Are we thinking that this can go the full distance? Are we getting 7 games here?
Definitely. Yeah. It feels like it. It's just the fact that they keep going 1-for-1 in these games. But I think the big part for me is the fact that Vortex in both of the macro games has come out on top. Meanwhile, the one game that actually went quite early, it was Elaser that came out on top. So both of them taking games where you would expect the other to be the victor. What do you reckon, Litical?
Yeah, so far, I think one of the big things for a laser was that his win came on Jagged Maw, and it was off the back of a siege camp. It was the quickest game of all, and I feel like we need to see more of that from him. He found success in these short games, and Vortex was the more dominant player when it comes to these longer games that go beyond the 10-minute mark. So I feel like a laser needs to maybe change his approach a little and try to play a little bit more aggressive.
And that's tough, right? Because if you think about the way this series opened, we began with Broken Crown. If we do go 7 games total, and Jagged Maw is the one way you can beat Vortex, statistically, you can't have Jagged Maw for the majority of games anymore, right? Maximum, you can have it for free. So might be a tough detail if Laser can get all the way. But I think we're about ready to get into the next game. Folks, just a reminder before we do, if you do donate at least 10 subs in one drop, you can immortalize yourself in a moment in these semifinals and grand finals. Your name's going to pop up on screen. So I want you guys to keep an eye out for the GG moment. Slap bang that 10 plus gifted. And who knows? When we look back at the history of Stormgate, your name may just be etched into it. But boys, I think it's time to get back to the map draft and back to the series.
All right, let's take a look. Liticor, what do we got right here? It is going to be Broken Crown. So heading back to map number 1 of game number 1. That's exciting. A little bit of a standard map, especially when it comes to Infernal versus Infernal. But now, Liticor, it is time for us to dive into game number 4. Oh, I'm excited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. It is an absolute pleasure to have your company here in this series. This is a best of 7 series, spawning down on that south side of the map in the color blue, playing as the Infernals. It's going to be a laser.
And now with a 1-point lead spawning in on the northeast, it's going to be Vortex once again with the Infernals. Broken Crown, this is the second time that these two are playing this map in this series. And the first time, it was Vortex winning it. So far, a laser was only able to win a game on Jack the Maw. Let's see if it changes here in game number 4.
All right, well, standard little opening right here as we've got the cut through. It's going to be happening. One of the key things to look out for is going to be the early speed camps that get taken. Conclave has gone down inside the base here for a laser. In fact, it's going to be a double Conclave opening. Have a look at this. A little bit of difference between... Can I just double check? Was that a double Conclave opening that I saw? Indeed it was.
Yep.
There you go. All right. So, and he's going to be looking to actually contest the speed camp over on the east side. So looking to play it up a little bit different. And there's the Iron Vault. Okay. So it's double Conclave and the Iron Vault up against a single Conclave, I can only suspect. Let's double check. Let's have a look inside the base of
He wants to
Vortex.
take this camp. He's playing a lot more aggressive here, Ozzy.
Yeah, this is going to be it. He's going to have the number advantage. Might start out in favor of Vortex because he's got those reinforcements a little bit closer, but the splits are going to come through. Gaunt on Gaunt action. Both of them going to be going down. Third Fiend going to be popping out for both of them. And look at the micros. They bring back the lower health Fiends, but unfortunately, at the end of it, a laser comes out with quite a bit of damage on his Fiends compared to his opponent. What did it go down to, Liticor? What was the difference between it?
It's tough to say. Everything happened so quickly, so I would lie if I told you I know what happened exactly. But the key detail here is that a laser was able to snipe that first Gaunt from his opponent. So he was trying to eliminate this infest effect that now Vortex is using to spawn all these Fiends and start snowballing this game.
All right, well, numbers are starting to look good for Vortex. Look how many Fiends he's got. This is ludicrous. Consider the fact that he's also down on the production facilities against his opponent, just able to utilize these early Fiends as his units. This is all he needs. He's going to be thinking about an expansion behind this. He doesn't even need to pay for his units at this stage of the game.
And we talked about this prior to this game. A laser might need to play a lot more aggressive, but it's difficult. His weakest period in any game is the sub 5-minute window. That's the strongest period for Vortex. And it looks like momentum is building up here for a laser here, getting another kill on that Gaunt, and kind of confining his opponent into the base. And I don't think the speed camp actually has been claimed here, so one base build from both of these players, a lot of aggression early on.
Yeah, it looks like the tempo may start to favor a laser, but just keep in mind as you do get closer to Vortex's base, it's going to mean that those reinforcements come in a little bit faster, and with that, you're going to start seeing things like this happen, where we've now got the number advantage moving over to Vortex, but very quickly, a laser now bringing through it. Geez, the numbers are just so amazing how quickly they turn it, isn't it?
Yeah, at this point, no one is using brutes. They automatically split them so that they get Fiends with full white health, and they're just looking to snipe each other's Gaunts. This is exactly the level of craziness we have in this game, Ozzy, in many ways. You want to snipe those Gaunts because those are your tools to secure additional Fiends from the Camp Guardians and from the enemy troops.
That's exactly right. And if you could deny those Gaunts from ever really getting their attacks off, then you're going to be denying any additional Fiends from coming out. But have a look at this. A laser looking to put pressure onto Vortex, trying to get him to force the cancellation. Not going to happen just yet. And have a look at this. A huge amount of Gaunts now coming out. It makes me think he may have looked to have used some of that anima on just getting out. A little bit of a Hellspawn resurgence, I think.
Yeah, this game is just a game of momentum at this point. And indeed, a laser is going to tap out of this one. Sub 5 minutes. Vortex, quick to strike. And he moves on to match point here with a very swift win here on Broken Crown.
Jeez Louise. Okay, that was not something I was expecting to see. The numbers just kind of came out of nowhere. you saw in that defense, it was looking good from the perspective of a laser, but then all of a sudden, this whole bunch of gaunts just came out of nowhere, and you can see the power that Vortex throughout this series has really utilized quite well with just the anima. The anima use has just been incredible. He's won 3 games right now with the use of the anima.
It's tricky, right? But because when you look at this game, a laser played a lot more aggressively compared to the previous games. But you just see how momentum-based Infernal Mirrors can be. It all comes down to you being able to get one of those good fights where you spawn a couple of fiends for yourself from the enemy army. And that's kind of what snowballed this game out of control here as well. A laser tried to be a lot more aggressive, but Vortex handles the pressure and now moves on to match point.
Well, it's match point, but a laser moves to the only map that he's managed to win so far. It's Jagged Maw, so he's going to be hoping for a repeat of that second game in the series. Lidicor, it's exciting. It's match point already. It's pretty early on in this series, so I'm going to be honest with you. I thought I'm a little bit surprised that Vortex was able to win that one so quickly, but I guess a laser just respecting the fact that Vortex managed to get that second base down. He wasn't able to deny it. And yeah, now we move on to game number 5.
Yeah, a laser still looking to hold on for this one. And Ozzy, I mean, we know a lot about Vortex. He has been very active in AoE 4. He came into Stormgate, was a top 4 on the ladder. He was also top 8, I do believe, in the first Zero Space tournament. But we haven't really touched on the fact that a laser did pretty much the same thing as well. He was active in StarCraft. He was actually on the talent roster for IEM Katowice. He goes into Zero Space. He actually won the first Zero Space tournament ever, and now he's here in the semifinals of EGCTV Stormgate Open. But looks like he is going to be the underdog in this series. Needs 3 consecutive wins now to get himself into the grand finals.
It's impressive, isn't it? It's just one of those things where it's just like the natural raw talent. Like I think about it, you know, I went to school with a guy and he just played 11 sports, and it's just, you know, he was at the A grade in every single one of those sports. And it's like, I don't know how you got the time to do it. I don't know how you've got the skill to do it, but it's just that natural raw RTS talent that a lot of these guys have got. The fact that they're able to just move from game to game, a lot of the skills transfer, but I guess at the end of the day, it's just it's often a skill issue, but not for these guys. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Welcome to game number 5 of your semi-final series. It's Vortex versus Laser, spawning in on that north side of the map in the color red, playing as the Infernals. It's Laser.
And on the other side, now looking at a match point, just 1 win away is Vortex with the color blue, doing the same kind of approach that he had before in the previous instance of these two playing Jagged Maw. It's a front Iron Vault, but it's not close to the creep camp. Whereas on the other side, a laser is once again positioning himself so that he can take that siege camp on his side.
Yeah, I suspect a laser might be looking to emulate that same play that we saw in the second game. We do now start to see that Fiend beginning to move out. He'll be looking to put down the Shroud Stone just outside of the speed camp. We'll wait and see whether he's able to actually get it up. Of course, there's a couple of ways that you can try and deal with it. One of those ways is going to be looking to get your oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Get your fiends out as quickly as possible. But I think the fact that he hasn't put the Iron Vault inside the base has meant it's probably going to delay those fiends quite a bit here.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, right? In a mirror matchup like this, especially at the highest level, you want to maximize your efficiency. So dropping that Iron Wall to the front is exactly what you need to be just a couple of seconds quicker to this creep camp on the left side compared to your opponent.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And now, looks like the early infest will come off. Splitting the Brute already. It looks like we're going to have ourselves a good old classic 2 Fiends and a Gaunt go down. It's going to be 3 on 3, but slowly and steadily, the Shroud Stone does come up, and that is going to mean it's only a matter of time until this camp does go in favor of Elaser. Keep in mind, he wants to avoid actually pulling these over. Do we have a Gaunt on the way? It looks like there's a couple of units moving over. I don't think he's going to be able to pick it up. And meanwhile, to the south side, have a look at this. Another 3 Fiends down on this south side. Numbers starting to build here. And early on, you can't really give an advantage to either player. No one's really won a fight overwhelmingly.
Yeah, most of those Treasure Guardians went down without Infestation, so there weren't many Fiends that actually spawned from those Guardians, hence the low numbers on both sides. But Now, Resource Camp has been claimed by Vortex. That's not so much the case for a Laser. Vortex having a bit of an advantage when it comes to the timings here, but the Shroud Stone already being dropped close to that Siege Camp. A Laser, he loves his own Shroud Stones. He has been using them throughout the previous rounds. We haven't seen that many of them from him today, though.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, typically in the games that we watch him play, there is a huge amount of Shroud Stones. In fact, I remember KP actually mentioning the fact that I think Elaze has had the most on average Shroud Stones per game that he's played, which I guess goes to the credit of his defensive prowess. But he's going to continue adding them in. I wonder if we're going to have a macro game from him here. It looks like at this stage, though, it's going to be a focus on these siege camps. Looking to bypass the front line. Have a look at the number of units Vortex has got out right now. There's going to be a huge amount of production on the backside. Trying his best to keep it all together. Needs to make sure he avoids losing these Fiends and Gaunts. Meanwhile, Brutes towards the front side. No splits coming through just yet. As long as he's able to keep one of the Gaunts alive, he should be okay. But he's got to be really careful right now. Vortex is looking super solid as the units now look to surround. He's going to be able to split the Brutes on the backside. Trying his best to hold on for dear life. Gets a couple of Infests off, and it looks like the number advantage will be slightly in favor of Elazer. He lives to see another day, but he is right on the precipice there.
Yeah, Vortex is trying to just prevent his opponent from taking this siege camp. That siege camp was what propelled the Laser to a victory in the previous time when they played this map. So right now, Vortex is just playing for the denial. Both players on one basis only. You really feel like whoever gets a little momentum here when it comes to the army numbers will be the one taking this game.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think that was why it was so important for Elazer to come out on top in that last fight. But speaking of being on top, have a look at this as Vortex begins to move up. A huge amount of Gaunts now pushing up underneath this Shroud Stone. Shroud Stone, of course, incredibly strong. The DPS of those Fiends underneath it, you've got to be very careful with them. The DPS of Fiends is absolutely ludicrous. I think it works out to be about the same as a single Brute. So by splitting, you actually get about double the DPS. It's slightly more if I remember correctly, but now Gaunts fighting underneath the Shroud Stone continue to DPS off. A couple of Fiends going to be popping out here. Brute numbers. Going to pop them immediately as well. And into the base, it looks like Vortex is going to be running, trying to distract his opponent from that siege camp.
Yeah, I love this from Vortex. I think he understands that he cannot really contest that Shroud Stone anymore. His momentum was shrinking, so he's trying to find ways to distract his opponent. And as I'm saying that, he's trying to just yoink this camp away from his opponent, but he's the one aggroing the Guardians, and he's now kind of trapped in here as the Brutes from a Laser are being split into Fiends here. Vortex trying to survive in the corner, but it looks like he's just gonna get cleaned up.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit better for
Oh, he got the catapult!
Oh wow, that's absolutely huge. This means that not only does he now have it, but it's going to deny Elazer's timing here. But the number advantage is in favor of Elazer at this stage. Really, really nice swing there from him. That's incredible timing for him to be able to get that.
That is monstrous from Vortex. He got cleaned up, but he yoinked the catapult away from his opponent, and now he's sitting there like, okay, you committed so much into capturing that camp and capturing the catapult, and I just took it. Sure, I lost it 5 seconds later, but now you don't have a catapult. And don't forget, Vortex still has a siege camp that he can claim.
He does, but Elazer also has a siege camp that he can contest. And we've obviously seen no shortage of that this game with Vortex. The number advantage continues to build for Elazer despite taking a second base behind this. So a win condition is beginning to build.
Oh yeah, I still feel like Elazer has been taking better and better fights here, but he needs to be very cautious not to overextend. All of his Gaunts are infested, and he doesn't have a lot of white health to play around with.
Yeah, not only that, but the beautiful concave coming through from Vortex there, able to get wonderful shots off. Meanwhile, it looks like a couple of Elazer's Gaunts not really getting the message to retreat. A little bit too far forward. They're going to get caught out, turned into Fiends, and now all of the Gaunts go down for Elazer, which means Vortex is going to have an absolute opportunity right now to win this game. Siege camp, all those creeps are sleeping, but it won't be for long as Vortex now looks to wake them up. The Gaunts going to be turning all of these minions here, or these creeps, into Fiends. I don't actually know. What do you call these? Creeps, minions, monsters? What is it, Liticor?
I like creeps, I gotta say, but Treasure Guardians is also a cool phrase that not a lot of casters use so far, so I guess that's going to be my
Takes me back to Age of Empires 3-day, the Treasure Guardian. Yes. All right, well, numbers are starting to look really good here for Vortex. How does Elazer hold this? I'm starting to think this might be the game. These numbers are incredibly high right now for Vortex. Keep in mind, he is on one base, funneling all resources into this. And now towards that top side, Laser tries to find a way through. There's no units on that catapult. It's going to be uncontested, not to mention the fact that Brutes are underneath now. Looks like he's going to have to use that Hellspawn Resurgence to try and get it. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Vortex takes the series 4-1 up against Laser and moves through to the grand finals.
Little details matter, folks. The fact that Vortex was able to steal that catapult from his opponent just completely nuked the plans of Laser for this set. And with that, Vortex wins this series in a 4-1 fashion. Very, very dominant. Goes to show why he was a top 4 player when it comes to the ranked ladder.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance there from Vortex. And I think there were a couple of factors in this game that led to the defeat of Laser. Number one is, as you mentioned, it's going to be denying out that siege camp from your opponent, or stealing it from your opponent. Depends on how you want to look at it. And then the second one was the overextension by Laser with the Gaunts. He was very aggressive coming out of there, and I feel like that was a decision he didn't need to take. He expanded with a second base behind it. Now, of course, he was very aware of the fact his opponent could look to try and take that siege camp, and I think naturally wanted to sort of push in and try and test the waters a little bit, but unfortunately, he just got caught out of position, and very quickly, all of those Gaunts were turned into fiends, and his opponent was just able to punish him.
Yeah, Vortex just looking as strong as ever, and really, it's gonna be wonderful to see how he's going to match up against either Parting or Kivian going into the grand finals. Of course, this was only the first semifinals. In a very short amount of time, we will be beginning the second semifinals as well. Parting, big fan favorite, absolute monster when it comes to the ladder, when it comes to this tournament. Yet to drop a single game in this tourney. He is going to be facing Kivian in the subsequent set.
Whew, and what an interesting set that one's going to be, boys. I mean, great cast there, great games coming out all around. I think something that's quite interesting there is actually we dissected game 1 to 3 already. We talked about this attacker versus defender kind of mentality, and the fact that Vortex was always staying ahead. Things completely spun out of whack in game 4, though, right? That play on Broken Crown, we saw Laser switch up the build. He went for the speed camp contest, which I would say on the older patch, when we used to have 5 creeps, worked a little bit better. But the crazy thing is the fact that Laser tried to be the all-in offensive player. But the big question mark in my mind, Drongo, is if he wanted to be the attacker, why did he choose Crown instead of Jagged Maw?
Yeah, a bit of a curious decision, isn't it? But I guess looking to play into the siege camps, obviously, his strength throughout this tournament has been his static defense, getting down the Shroud Stones. And he knew that he'd be able to contest that early speed camp. He knew he'd be able to convert that, or at least hopefully, into a siege camp by taking that extra step of putting down the Shroud Stone. But obviously, it didn't all go to plan. It unfortunately meant that the siege camp was sniped away, and it was a painful loss for him in the end.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing there is the fact that in that final game, Lidical, he just completely ignored the Shroudstone play that I think for most Infernal players has kind of become meta, right? Like I think the recurring theme we've seen here is Vortex on these openings in the IVI is choosing a more condensed beginning, whereas typically when we watch the mirror matchup, it's all about flooding the map for the creep camps ASAP.
Do you want me to take this one, Lidical?
He's deep in voice.
All got nano swarms on them, they just don't die.
Ooh, lovely shield on that far forward Hornet over there. Took a lot of those Shadow Flyers right in the face, and you see these Hornets still being a damn nuisance here, and every time they fly home, they're just getting healed up. And I tell you what, he's getting into position to fight this on the low ground, and there's quite a few of those Magmadons there charging right into the mix of things, and big heal is dropped on the Hornets, but the Lancer, their numbers, they are dwindling here. Lots of flyers coming in as well, dealing good damage to these Hornets, and Pig, I have no idea who's winning this one. They're both absolutely mullering one another.
You can see the Vulcan is doing good damage, but it's not really got a lineup of units to shoot right now. He's going to try and put a bubble on it and repair. One Vulcan, is it enough to defend this entire army? Well, with the Buzzsaw turret on the left, chewing through the feeds and Gord. The Nano Swarm, though, is very fast at healing, but as long as the Weavers focus fire, they can take them down quite quickly, and really using those Weaver pools so well. Kel is fighting this very nicely. I'm very impressed with his fight. If he can get one more Magmadon Stampede off, I think he crushes this army and might be able to finish this game off.
Close to maybe pull something close, but oh my goodness, the positioning from Kiwian. It is just huge, man. Big tramples going into the middle of that Vanguard army, though. So much damage being done on both sides.
This is a crazy fight. The Atlas has already cleared so many of the little units, though. There's almost no infest on this army.
But getting a few of them on top of these gaunts, trying to keep them alive as well at all costs. Nice micro out of Kiwian. Nice micro out of both of them, actually. Once these Lancers do get that upgrade,
All right, we didn't want to overload you with all the highlights at once there, folks. We're going to save some of them for a little bit later. So just a short break before we hop into our second semifinals. What an insane set there, though. I think a lot of people had that series coin to go for these 7 games between Vortex and Laser. Those just tuning in, you already missed it. And Laser gets taken out by Vortex 4-1. So we have a Spaniard, a representative from Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, and Age of Empires 4, all condensed into one and in the grand finals already. They will be taking part in a best of 9 later today. Next setup is going to, of course, be Kiwian versus Parting. I did see a huge amount of subs being dropped, and there have been a huge amount of drops from this one person across the weekend. Big shout out to Johan Back. I see you. We appreciate you. We appreciate everyone that's able to do it. This is a perfect time for Prime Time to remind you guys that you probably actually got yourself an Amazon Prime subscription, which means you've got a free sub to use. Use it here. There's still so many games to go, and some of them are going to be admittedly quick, so I don't want Twitch to accidentally slide an ad in your way and you miss something critical. On top of that, EGC is tracking all the progress we're seeing, not just in terms of donos and subs. It definitely helps the channel because this is all funded by EGC. No dev support on the funding, no big X sponsor at the moment. This is just EGC pumping the money in, and we appreciate them for that. But if you haven't got anything to give financially, I would definitely recommend helping out on the metrics. Make sure you're following here so you know when tournaments are happening. Make sure you're joining their Discord to enjoy and join in on the discussions happening around Stormgate, Age of Empires, and other RTSs to come. And be sure to follow them across on Twitter, as well as making sure you're already subscribed to the Stormgate channel they just set up down below, so that as these games get uploaded, you can bathe in them and join them at your own pace instead of having to rush through, because it has been quite the rush going through that first series. But crazy to think that we are this deep in, that we've had so many games. I think I said 67 games so far this weekend. We just added another 5 there. Potentially, we have still got another 16 games just 4 of us. This is absolutely incredible. I mean, what we're seeing here has also just been an absolute joy. Remember, if you're not a fan of Infernal versus Infernal, you are actually going to see the 2 factions clash to see who can come out on top next, because Kiwian versus Parting is, of course, going to be a Vanguard versus Infernal matchup. But, of course, after what we saw yesterday, there's still a big question mark there. Who can beat Parting? Can he be beating? I think one thing he's already shown is he, on his lonesome, is capable of getting things nerfed. For those that didn't notice, Imp Flamehorn, although it looks strong in the hands of Parting, was funnily enough actually nerfed on Tuesday to accommodate the fact that he is just busting people's bases open at 5 minutes in. It used to do plus 100 damage to buildings, went down to plus 50. But yet still, what we witnessed yesterday was an absolute dismantling of Probe by Parting. Probe, who I think for a lot of people would have been one of the favorites, whether he had to come through the Katowice qualifier or through the Open qualifier, it just didn't matter. He was looking a front runner. So we still, as we get deeper into this tournament, have that giant question mark to solve for. Now, we saw some shines of light, some hopes for Probe as he got deeper into that series. One interesting thing to think about is once we actually do get into that Q-In series, are we going to see a lot of focus on Jagged more? A map that most Vanguard players are allergic to. They come out in a rash. But Q-In, he comes out in a rush. We've been seeing some interesting Sentry outpost builds to try and close the game very quickly. I'm definitely curious to see if he can nail it here. But that is all in just a few minutes. One more best of 7 before we crack into the grand final best of 9. Reminder, the way that the map draft is going to work is there is a ban phase to choose the selected map for the beginning of the series, and then you can pick whatever you want as long as you didn't just play it, which means if you open with Jagged Moor, that's going to be potentially 4 Jagged Moors across the series. A pretty big advantage. We'll have to see how it's going to play out. Back to a quick break, a perfect time to go do all those follows I talked about, and when we return, we're going to have another best of 7 between Q-In and Parting. Welcome back to the EGC Stormgate Open. It's about time to get ready for our second semi-finals of the day. That's right, we're already one down. We've already got Vortex into the grand finals. I'm joined once again by Lidicor and Aussie Drongo to start dissecting what we're going to be seeing coming up next, boys. We've got Kiwian versus Parting in a best-of-7. Aussie, talk to me. Is there hope for the Vanguard boys, or are your Infernals just going to snatch this easy peasy?
Look, I'm fearful that it's just going to be a very simple snatch from the Infernals. But look, my hope is actually with Kiwian. He's played a little bit of Age of Empires 4 before, so I've got some pretty short familiarity with him. But since he's been playing Stormgate, he's one of the few players that's actually been able to take games off Parting. And I think realistically, when it comes down to this set, one of the big factors is that Parting has been almost undefeated throughout both his career within the sense of Stormgate on the ranked ladder, but at the tournament itself, there's not a single person that's taken a game off him. So my mindset isn't so much of will Kiwian win, but more how many games is Kiwian actually going to take off Parting? Can he take 1 game? Can he take 2 games? I'll be impressed if he can.
I mean, that's an interesting thought here, right? Like looking at what we've been seeing so far, I believe Parting at this point is 5-0. In the entire tournament at this point, has not dropped a single game. And I think the biggest concern for everyone who watched yesterday is, what is the answer to this Imp Flame on timing around 6 minutes?
Yeah, I feel like that's the big challenge that you're facing when you face Parting. People have sorted out how to respond to the Doombringer timing and the landings. That in itself is a challenge to deal with when you're facing off against Parting. But I think the issue that most people have is that by the time you deal with that, Parting is on 4 bases, and he's just going to show up with a bunch of imps and blast your base to shreds. I think we could see Kiwian bringing up something over here against that, because he has basically the largest sample size among all the players when it comes to playing against Parting. What I will be looking out for in these early games, though, is static defenses, or I should say lack thereof, because I feel like against this Imp Flame on timing, static defenses just struggle too badly.
Well, that's interesting, right? I think like on the Jagger Moore side of things as well, that's been a big focus, actually, funnily enough, out of the Vanguard player. But something else that's kind of got me interested here is I just got confirmation that our opening map is going to be Secluded Grove. And one kind of celebratory point, shall we say, for Vanguard players is when you look at both the Open qualifiers as well as the Katowice qualifiers, Secluded Grove was, funnily enough, actually the Vanguard's best performing map. So, Drongo, maybe kicking this series off with a dub could be exactly what Kiwian needs to kind of rally for that quick blitzer against Parting.
Yeah, that's going to be great for Kiwian out of the gates. I guess when I think about the strength of the Vanguard on that map, part of that is obviously going to be because of the fact that the Thorium is a little bit further away from, or in the natural expansion. So it's quite simple for you as a Vanguard player to expand down there, whereas for the Infernals, you do have to invest quite a bit more. So it's going to slow you down with the pace. So first game, look, imagine if Kiwian gets on the board here, he's going to look to turn the tempo in his favor. That is for sure. How many games have they played against each other? Do you know off the top of your head, KP? I think it's somewhere in the region of about 65 games in the current beta.
I think so, and I think you mentioned earlier, of those 65 games, with it being about 15 losses for Parting on the ladder in total, half of them are attributed to Kiwian. So he's been looking quite impressive the last few days there. Might be able to solve the problem, but I think we're about ready to get underway, actually. I don't want us to waste too much time here because we could have a long one here. I think this, to me, sounds like a series that could be defined by momentum. In a best-of-7, that type of advantage out of the gate can be everything. So let's get to it. Kiwian versus Parting, game number 1.
All right. The map draft. Lidicor. I'm excited. It's this is going to be a good series. It's our last Vanguard player, our last hope. What's your prediction coming into this? Give me a score line. What are you thinking?
I feel like if you ask anyone, they will say 4-0, 4-1. Let's see what Kiwian can do. I think we'll be a lot smarter once we head to game number 2. It's hard to predict if Parting can dominate this set like he did in the previous rounds.
All right, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1. We are here And, well, we're finally here. It is game number 1 of your semi-finals. Spawning in on the south side of the map in the color blue. Currently considered to be the best Stormgate player. As the Infernals, it will be parting.
And on the other side of the map, please welcome the last hope of the human vanguard. It is Kivian. He himself was top 5 on the ladder, qualified from the ladder himself, and he has played the most games against Parting among all the players in Stormgate. It's gonna be very interesting to see how these two match up against each other, Ozzy.
Yeah, we can already start to see the strategy that Parting is throwing out here, so making sure he keeps that Conclave nice and close towards his shrine, just in case any aggression comes out from the enemy scout, but not going to be the case here. Doesn't have to go into that early gaunt, but we'll be taking a very quick expansion. Both of these players, in fact, are going to be looking for very quick expansions. Command post now going to be going down for Kiwian in the natural. How many does he stop at, though? That is the big question for me, because we have seen these 3 command posts opening. Keep in mind, he doesn't actually have a barracks down yet, Lidico.
Yeah, so when you look at Parting's build, he's been very dominant with one specific build, which was essentially a Doombringer Gaunt drop. He already has a Conclave, and the second one is on the way. And he's on Therium already, so we are going to see the same build coming in from him, get to tier 2, get the Doombringer. But what makes Parting's build so deadly is what comes after. He harasses you with this Doombringer drop, and while doing so, he expands to 3, 4, maybe even 5 bases, and then just shows up with a bunch of imps with Flame on. He's pretty much the only high-level Infernal player who does that, and he has perfected this build to the absolute limits.
All right, well, we'll have a look at what the timing is, because it can get pretty early here. Typically, when it comes to your drops from your Doombringers, you're normally looking around the timing of around, depends how good you are, but about 4 minutes 30 seems to be a decent timing. Anything earlier than that's definitely doing well, but Parting can get it out pretty quickly. I've seen as low as 3 minutes 50, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But now, starting to move forward towards that speed camp, take a note of the fact he's moving out here with quite a number of gaunts as well. Not moving up with just 1 or 2, he's actually bringing 3. This is just because he's quite fearful of the enemy scouts moving in to snipe out your gaunts once they've taken or begun taking the camp.
He's going to secure the first camp over here. No contesting coming in from Kivian. Kivian's been playing, I don't want to say slow, because that is not true, but he's been playing very patient. He just went on to the second base. And, you know, we've been talking about this, Ozzy. We know what build Parting is going for. Question is, can Kivian find an answer to that? And I think that answer has to start with Hornets. So I'm actually waiting for him to start dropping some Hornets. But it looks like he's just going to open heavy Lancers, which is something that he did very frequently in the sets he played yesterday.
Yeah, Hornets have been a theme throughout this tournament, and of course over in the last couple of days we've seen their strength be quickly diminished with recent builds. But have a look at this. Speaking of diminishing strength, Parting beginning to push out with a handful of gaunts and a couple of fiends as well, looking to try and break into that natural. At the same time, it looks like the Bobs are slowly but steadily preparing the defenses. Lancer numbers are building up to 6 Lancers now as the Fiends look to break inside the main base. No wall at that front. Doombringer's going to be jumping out as well here at the 4-minute mark. This is so damn early. Look how quick this is, Litter.
Yeah, now, when you look at the Lancers, one of the key upgrades that you want to have early on is Kinetic Redirection. It accelerates you as you take damage, and it allows these Lancers to chase down these Gaunts. It's going to be critical when you want to catch up to them. And it looks like we do have this drop already. Biolab on the way for Kivian. He's actually getting Kinetic Redirection as we speak. And Kivian is just ignoring this aggression in his secondary base here entirely. And he's marching straight into the enemy base here, Ozzy.
Yeah, I think this is largely because of the change to the radius of bouncing that we saw in the most recent patch for those Gaunts. Not as able, or not as effective at dealing damage towards that main command post and then having a bounce. But look at this, inside the natural of Parting, Kiwian looks to strike. Shroudstone is going to be going down here. We've just got a tech building here. It looks like we've got a ritual chamber that is coming up, but the question is going to be for how long. It's incredibly important that this actually comes up. This is where that Flame On technology is held. But at the same time, the Shroudstone does manage to come up. The numbers are still pretty decent here for Kiwian. Drops on the north side of the map and action in both bases right now, Lidicor.
I love this move from Kivian. Now he's got Kinetic Redirection. He's chasing down all these Fiends, and they don't have Flame On just yet. he's using the fact that those Gaunts struggle against buildings, and Parting wasn't able to hit workers. Now Parting is getting his own workers cleaned up, and he's got a bunch of Lancers inside his primary.
Gotta be careful though. A couple of these Lancers are quite low, so does the right thing, pulls them back, but look at this 5 reinforcements. Going to be joining in the natural. Keep in mind, if that ritual chamber does go down, it's going to mean Flame On is going to be a thing of the past. He's going to have to manifest a Shroud Stone in the base, and you can see how quickly he's going to be able to take out the Lancers with it, turning the tides as the Fiends look to try and chase out these Lancers. But remember, with the Fiends being so easy to kill, it's only a matter of time until the Lancers level up with their veterancy from taking them out.
Oh my lord, what a build here from Kivian. And a Weaver! We have a Weaver Aussie at 6 minutes here from Parting, as these Lancers are absolutely shredding Parting's base. This is by far the most successful build that we've seen against this Parting opening. And Kivian, he's looking strong in this game, Aussie.
He really is. This is an incredible performance that's coming out. You could see him looking to try and take down the Weaver, and then he's just given up halfway through the white health. Keep in mind, the white health is about a third of what the actual green health is, about a quarter of the actual health pool. He's done an incredible job at causing havoc inside the base of Parting, but keep in mind, it is still a ball game at this stage because Parting is inside the base of Kiwian. The attack has been shut down outside of the, or inside of the main base, but the natural does still have a couple units in it. I'm going to be honest, was it the Weaver? Was it the single Weaver that actually turned the tides here?
The Weaver can do a lot here, Ozzy. It does a percentage-based damage, which is very useful against heavily armored troops like the Lancers. But I think the concern for Parting is that he's got no workers working. He's got one worker on this Therium or on that Luminite deposit. And look at this! Veni Vidi Vici. Parting taps out of this one, drops the first game in this tournament, Ozzy.
Wow, that is incredible to see. The very first game of the semi-finals, and Kiwian is going to deny Parting from a clean sweep at the very least. Got to get one up on the board there. Lytical, I'm speechless. That was incredible from Kiwian. I've never seen such beauty.
I mean, this is what we kind of touched on prior to this set, Ozzy. Parting has been dominating the ladder with this build. He's been dominating the tournament with this build. And Kiwian, he is the one who knows Parting the best, and he shows that. And, you know, I feel like a lot of pro players, a lot of casters have been theory crafting about what build could possibly beat this opening from Parting. And then Kiwian just says, well, I got Lancers, buddy.
Lancer, good. That was incredible. Once the kinetic redirection came through, it felt like it was all over Red Rover. There was a little bit at the end there where I was a bit worried. All of the Lancers had been caught between the two conclaves and the Shrine, but fortunately they managed to get out of there. They did eventually go the way of the Dodo, but yeah, the damage was just too high. I think one of the big factors that was also playing quite a role here, in the most recent balance patch that's come through for Stormgate, one of the big changes was that could be overlooked by many people, was the fact that we had the range reduced on the bounce for Gaunts. And this makes it a little bit harder. Back in the good old days, you used to be able to just simply attack the command post, and that would naturally bounce over towards the Bobs that were gathering up resources, and you could basically just kill the worker line by just attacking the command post. You can't do that anymore. It can still bounce off the command post, but the range is so much reduced that you almost have to be standing right next to it to get that effective, or to get that bounce and then that subsequent infest. So I think that played a big part here, because Parting really didn't get a lot done on those drops.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that Kiwian was able to keep his worker line intact. He had a couple of sentry posts to help defend, and at the end of the day, these Gaunt drops just didn't yield any benefit, as we are looking to get into Jagged Maw, one of the best Infernal maps over here for game number 2. Kiwian with a 1-0 lead over Parting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. It is a pleasure to have your company in this semi-finals best of 7 series. Kiwian taking the first game, but let's focus now on the second one. Spawning in on the north side of the map. He is the last hope for all Vanguard enjoyers across the universe. He is Kiwian.
And on the other side, playing as the Infernals with the color blue, by many regarded as the best Stormgate player out there, just dropped his first game in this tournament. Parting is going to be with the Infernals. This is his home map pick. We are on Jagged Maw, one of the best maps for the Infernals. But we've seen a very intriguing approach from Kivian yesterday on this map. He tried to basically turret rush his opponent and confine him into his base. That's not going to be the case this time around though, although as I'm saying that I see a bomb coming through, it's probably just going to be for a chop through. But it's going to be a double Rax opening, and I feel like Kivian could be playing that double Lancer all-in once again.
Yeah, it could be the case. He's going to be looking to chop through these spires. Keep in mind, while they do look like they are part of the map, you can actually chop through them. Took me a couple of games to actually realize that the first time I played this map, but we'll check in now on the base of Parting as the Conclave has come down, and he's not looking to get too aggressive here. We can see him just chilling out for the moment, going to throw down that natural expansion, and looking to also put a Shroud Stone up just outside that siege camp.
And I do see a couple of workers on Therium over here, but that is only for the Biolab and of course the Kinetic Redirection upgrade, which is basically the difference between life and death for these Lancers. Barracks now working in full momentum. And here come the first couple of Lancers here, whereas on the other side I do see Parting looking to get that siege camp on his side. Obviously Kivian looking to deny that.
Yeah, we check in now and you can see it is going to be a couple of Gaunts here together with the Shroud Stone. The Scout spots it out. He knows exactly what is up, but naturally these Gaunts are going to look for a little bit of coverage closer to that Shroud Stone. They're slowly keeping pace with the Lancers as they look to intercept the reinforcements. Almost able to take out that third Gaunt, but it manages to make its way through inside the natural base, though we don't see. There it is. Okay, it's going to take a while for that Shroud Stone to come up. It could potentially be denied here. The Gaunt's going to be looking to get out some damage. Second Shroud Stone as well thrown up in the natural. Take it back. Is that a third Shroud Stone? Why not?
It's a big investment from Parting. Every Shroud Stone you make is going to cost you a worker, and that's already a big investment made into this expansion. And I feel like Lancers might just run past them, or they could straight up challenge these. Shroud Stones take a long time to complete, and indeed, Kivian is just going to dive these.
Yeah, so it looks like he should be able to deny out the one. I suspect the other two will come up, and it will mean that the natural expansion should be okay, and Parting gets a small victory here. Keep in mind, this whole time we're working down that siege camp as well behind this, and makes his way into the natural. Kinetic redirection not yet through just yet. Give it a couple of seconds though, and I reckon he might have a chance. And now inside the base, Parting. He's gonna be scrapping for defense. He's actually got the Shroud Stone ready to go. A couple more Gaunts now gonna come out. Lidakor looks like he should be okay. And I think Parting's defense has been pretty solid here.
Yeah, and it looks like he has the catapult as well. Lancers looking to get close to it, but they don't have kinetic redirection just yet. They flank from the north though, and it looks like this catapult might be short-lived over here, but as I'm saying that, Lancers will be pushed back, and now, with the Infest coming from the Gaunts, you're going to start seeing those Fiends spawning in for Parting as well, as he starts taking out those Lancers.
All right, well, where is that catapult going? It looks like it's made a little bit of a trip up the ramp. Not going to go all the way around, as it looks like it will eventually be able to make its way through the center. Big attack off, able to take out two of those Lancers very early on in this fight. Now Kiwian, keep in mind, he is on the one base here, fighting up against Parting, who is on two bases, and now also has that advantage when it comes to the military numbers. But keep in mind, with the melee units, he should be able to get pretty close on top of this catapult and deny it out quickly. And now beginning to move through kinetic redirection, looking to help out a little bit. And there indeed is the focus. He's got to be so careful with this catapult. We can see the damage that it's putting out, looking to get on top of the Gaunts. Should be pretty successful here as he manages to take out the majority of the Infest as well on those Fiends. But catapult will go down. And going to be a nice little clean sweep here from Kiwian. Lidakor, my main fear right now at this stage is Parting's on two base, Kiwian's only on the one. How does he pull this back?
Yeah, Kivian needs to do damage over here, but now he's got kinetic redirection. His army wasn't so effective up until this point because he was just slow. He struggled to catch up with the Gaunts. He struggled to get close to that catapult. Now he's got a lot of speed, and he took out the catapult from his opponent. He could go and take his own catapult. There's a health camp to the north that he could claim to heal up all these Lancers. But he needs to make something happen very soon, because it's one thing that Parting is on two bases. I feel like a Doombringer is going to be a thing very soon indeed. And this time around, it doesn't just have Gaunts inside, there is also Brute.
All right, the drop now into the main. It's only a handful of units, though. Shouldn't be too hard to defend this one. Keep in mind, though, his units are out in the middle of the map at the moment, Kiwian. And a couple of Lancers now just coming back to defend and going to be checking the natural, and I think Parting is going to sigh a bit of a relief when he realizes, hold on a minute, there's no base right here. I'm in a good spot. I'm in good shape.
Indeed, he knows that his opponent is on one base right now. Nice micro by Parting. Those Gaunts garrisoned inside the Doombringer, they regen their white health as long as the Doombringer is deployed. So this way, Parting is getting all that white health back while the rest of his units are fighting.
Yeah, a lot of units now back here for Kiwian. Still, I'm unsure what direction he looks to play in. Look at this. I think it's just going to be... Is he going all in? What do you think, Lidico? I think it might be his only option, realistically, at this stage. Go all in with this. He could even look for a Bob pull. Is that potentially on the cards?
I don't think he's going to pull Bobs, but he kind of needs to go all in. He's one base against two, but more importantly, Parting is getting close to that Flame on timing. And once he has that, these Lancers will just get annihilated by all these Imps. Now, looks like Parting is super heavy on the static defenses. If there a different approach taken from him compared to what we've seen in the previous rounds?
All right, we're back towards the base of Kiwian. Parting is once again looking to drop. Looks like he will manage to secure the siege camp. Not going to be denied away from him in this game. And now the Doombringer leaves, but, well, leaves for a couple of seconds before deciding to turn back around. He's very sneaky with it, but Catapult now going to be working down these static defenses slowly and steadily. Another drop towards the south side. More Lancers looking to come through, and Parting has just been relentless with this. It is a lot of Lancers, isn't it? Look at the fact that he leaves the Doombringer here just to prevent... Oh, he's lashed with the Weaver all the way through. That's going to be the counter that he was looking for in this situation. The number's still pretty in favor of Kiwian at this stage, but managing to bring that Catapult in, denying out that damage and stopping quite a fair bit of it. And slowly but steadily, that Weaver on the front line is going to be tanking up as much as it possibly can, making his way through, but there is just way too many Shroud Stones here, Lidicore. Looks like this attack will be shut down without too much of a sweat breaking. I think that's it.
What a game, and just the level of micro in this final fight was crazy. Parting, lashing in that Catapult, and in the very same moment, Kiwian dropping the shield on it to keep it alive. In the end, I feel like his push was just dragged out a little too much, but, you know, there is one more person on this broadcast right now who might have a couple of things to say about this. Let's bring in Killer Pigeon, our resident host, and see what he has to say about these two games.
Let's go! He opened with a win! Kiwian was able to... Okay, we won't talk about Jagger more, though. We're going to have to start by talking about Secluded Grove. What an incredible opening there from Kiwian. You know, I think both of you said this, actually, going into this. Is Kiwian versus Parting. If there's one person that might have the tempo, the aggression required to shut down Parting, it could be Kiwian. And Drongo, we saw that perfectly in game number one.
Yeah, game number one was really a bit of a masterpiece, wasn't it? The fact that he was able to get out on the aggression early on. The Lancers inside the base were just causing so much havoc. It was just, I don't think something Parting had expected. You know, naturally, when you're getting dropped, your main focus is the drops. It's not really about counterattack. It's about defending the drops. It's get out of my base. This is my base. And yet, we saw Kiwian with this beautiful counterplay, and it almost felt like Parting had no clue what to do. So I've got a feeling that Kiwian has been keeping that one in the back pocket for quite some time and definitely took Parting by surprise with that attack.
Oh, Fulham once, but Fulham twice. Not quite able to do that in game number two, huh, Lidicore? That Jaggermore play looked like a good one to begin with from Kiwian, but the timings coming out on the counteroffensive from Parting seemed to just shut that midway through its transition.
Yeah, he was repelled midway through the game once before Kinetic Redirection came in, and that just shrunk his momentum a lot. And you also have to consider that we've seen the evolution of Parting from game number one to game number two. We've seen probably the first signs of him adapting to his opponent's playstyle in this tournament. And he went very heavy on the static defenses. He actually loves to play into Weavers, apparently, something we've seen in game number one and game number two as well. And this time around, he just waited for this all-in style approach from Kiwian. But I don't think that Kiwian played the Jagged Maw game that most of us expected him to play. Yesterday, he was very active on the Sentry Prost proxies, and that worked extremely well against Infernal opponents. I'm actually looking forward to seeing more of that from him once we get back to Jagged Maw.
I mean, it's promising that they've got more than one strategy prepped. I would hope so at this point. You need to when you're talking about best of sevens, right? Like I said, fool you once, great, but it's not going to work again. And I think that's what we saw going from game one, game two. Interesting detail in that second game, by the way. The reason why we're only seeing Lancers and nothing else, Kiwian had actually gone for the command post upgrade, but funnily enough, that Doombringer drop blocked him on the Ethereum. So I believe the intent there was to get into medtex, which would have patched him up and pushed him through. But that small detail coming out, that timing from parting dismounted everything. And like you mentioned, the Weaver face there, love that as a solution. We have to remember that the patch did change them to be not base damage on the lash anymore. The lash from the Weavers now is percentage based, so more effective against tanky Lancers, also more effective against tanky catapults. Just a great read. Jagged Maw still seems to be a puzzle that no Vanguard player can consistently or reliably solve for. But we don't have to worry about Jagged Maw back-to-back. We get a fresh map for the first time in this series, boys. I believe we're about ready for game number 3, and it looks like we're going to be going to Broken Crown.
All right. Good fun. Thank you very much, KP, for your insight. And yeah, I think from that last game, just absolutely beautiful stuff from that Weaver. Will we see it out in Broken Crown? My suspicion is probably yes, Liticor. The Weaver, you know, one thing that I love about the Weaver is that other units can path under it. One of the first things I noticed about Stormgate was that pathing at this stage, because we're obviously still in beta, is that pathing still needs a little bit of work. But with the Weaver, you can just have 1 million Weavers out, and there can be 1 million units underneath them, and you don't have to worry because they don't really mix and match, or they do mix and match with each other really well. So hopefully we see a few more Weavers out. Looks like we're going to be jumping into the game now. Liticor, take us away. It is time.
Jumping into game number 3 here with an even scoreline, Parting versus Kivian here in the second semifinals of the EGC Stormgate Open. With the color red, we have Parting playing as the Red Infernals in the top right, and to the bottom left, the last hope of the Human Vanguard, Kivian with the color blue.
How exciting to see. So it looks like we're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned macro game. Right, Liticor? Well, we'll have to see what Parting says about that. Of course, he is notorious for his... how do we call it? Aggressive timing, the drops in particular. Kiwian's found a way through, but is it going to be successful this time? Is he going to be looking for the same strategy this game? Both games, in fact, with a large influence on or through the Lancer. The Lancer has been the hero so far of this series for Kiwian. So we'll have to wait and see, but it looks like we do already have 2 Bobs out on that Ethereum already.
Yeah, now, one of the big things here for Kivian is that as much as his double Rax Lancer build worked in game number 1, we have seen adjustments from Parting. Now, that game was played on Jagged Maw, which is historically a very good map for the Infernals, but I feel like this game could be the make or break for Kivian. He looks like he's going to play, once again, this double Rex into Lancer build. But if it kind of falls flat here, it's going to be problematic for him going deeper into the series. We've seen a good strategy from him to counter what Parting is doing, but he cannot just rinse and repeat the same thing because Parting himself is making adjustments.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And one of the things that we have continued to see over the tournament is how the meta is evolving within just days. And now that the sets are starting to run longer, you're going to have the meta evolving over sets. And it means that, you know, Kiwian's come in on that first game, brand new strategy, hot off the press, and now Parting's gone back to the drawing board and he's sat down and said, okay, how can I deal with this? It means I'm going to have to look to try and put up, you know, an extra Shroud Stone in my natural, or look to try and wall off the choke a little bit. There's other adaptations you can make, but it will be that double racks opening once again from Kiwian, blocking off that choke point inside the base. Obviously always has the ability to salvage out one of those barracks so he can actually get units through, but we start to see the imps moving down. Of course, the natural expansion's already been taken by Parting. It's going to be a good game, Liticor. Strap yourself in.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big things here for Kivian and for Parting as well is to see if Parting tries to play the same build that he's been so dominant with, or he's going to adapt to this super aggressive Lancer opening from Kivian. If he is adapting, that's already a win for Kivian in many ways, because he would be the first player to make Parting adapt to what he's doing, and that gives you a bit of a tempo advantage in these games.
Yeah, I think you're definitely on the money, but have a look at this timing. I tell you what, Kiwian is absolutely insane when it comes to knowing the timings here. He's done a wonderful job with the scout early on. He's spotted that expansion and knows that it's going to be a little bit of a delay before these Gaunts get down here. He's able to just clean them up. There's not even a discussion about this, Liticor. The Gaunts have to get on out, and that's exactly what they do now, heading back to the natural, and we can see that 2 Shroud Stones, to make it 3 Shroud Stones, going to be coming up here in the natural expansion. Plenty of damage being put out onto them. He's going to have to cancel one. Throws down the second one again. scout in on the backside, and more Lancers now going to start coming through as well. And look at how little damage these Lancers have taken against the Gaunts. The Gaunts just not even existent to them right now, Lidicore.
Yeah, the infestation trickle damage does barely anything against these Lancers, and the Gaunts themselves, a lot of their damage is absorbed by the armor of the Lancers, and now Lancers, with kinetic redirection, suddenly they're a lot quicker, and they're starting to bash down all of these imps.
Yeah, once again, this timing is looking absolutely brutal for Kiwian. Looks like Parting's really starting to struggle, and you can see all the imps just kind of standing still, not looking to attack, not doing anything. In fact, is he trying to block with them? He's going to be managing to deal effectively with the timing of these Lancers, but at the end of the day, it feels like quite a few imps were lost in this attack.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet moment for Kiwian. He cleaned up a lot of imps, but at the same time lost most of his Lancers, so his momentum is definitely smaller. And breaching all these static defenses is going to be a challenge. He's still on just one base compared to 2 from Parting, but he definitely managed to kind of break this build from Parting. There's no Doombringer on the horizon, basically no map control from Parting. Parting wasn't able to take any of these camps so far, and he lost a lot of workers as well. Workers that he eventually wants to turn into flame-on imps.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You've got to be really careful with your workers when you're playing as the Infernal. Of course, there is that charge system, but it's not like playing as the Vanguard. With that charge system, it can be unforgiving. If you throw away a worker, if you lose it, if you put it into a building, then all of a sudden you just don't have that building or that worker anymore. And taking a look inside the natural expansion of Parting, there are arguably five defensive buildings that have now been put down. I guess you could probably say 4. But yeah, it's a huge investment there for him, because it's not just that 25 Luminite that has been put into the building, it's also the 50 Luminite and the opportunity cost that is associated with going for that defensive structure. Beginning to push in. The Lancer numbers have begun to build once again. Keep in mind, we've still got a single base that's coming out from Kiwian. This is the second game in a row he's just looked to play one base. There is no expansion. There's no at this stage of the game, no real chance that he's looking to expand. Just really looking to try and put on the pressure here early.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at, Ozzy, is that there's this meat farm from Parting, which is kind of body blocking a lot of those imps working out there. When it comes to imp count now, it looks better for Parting compared to Kiwian's Bob count. Lancer numbers are once again rising, and they're looking to dive.
Yeah, they're going to find a nice little surround here, getting out plenty of damage and looking to move through onto the first of the Shroud Stones. Gets himself a nice little position, and it's going to be a manifestation of a Shroud Stone over towards that left side of the Shrine, helping out in the defense, and you can just hear it pumping away. The extra attack speed is really going to be noticeable in this defense, and naturally Kiwian moves away from the natural in towards the main base. 2 Shroud Stones now, and looking to surround the workers. It's starting to look good once again for the Vanguard player. Could this be the second game he's able to take off rank number 1 Parting? I tell you what, it's looking like it might be the case. Parting is absolutely running for his life right now. The first Shroud Stone's gone down. The second one goes down as well. Lidicore, is there anything Parting can do on the defensive here?
He's slowly chipping away at the HP of these Lancers, but his workers are all idle. He's struggling with production now, and you feel like there's a second wave coming in here from Kiwian that could finish him off.
Yeah, this is just incredible. The fact that how are we only seeing this now? There's so much static defense that are inside the base of Parting, and that's going to be it. Kiwian takes a second game off the number 1 seed coming into this tournament. Parting, of course, an incredible player. And just, I'm speechless once again, man. I tell you what, watching Kiwian develop over this series is incredible. You come away from it thinking Parting's got to have an answer to this, but it just doesn't seem like it's the case. Beautiful all-in from Kiwian.
Unreal. And let's not forget how good Parting is playing in this. I think one of the big things that we didn't have time to touch on is that he's been doing exceptionally well with the Shroud Stone and Imp Micro. Every time a Shroud Stone is heavily damaged, he cancels it, refunds the Imp, replaces it. And that's something that Kiwian had to adjust to. He came in and only started focusing down the Shroud Stones that were finished compared to the ones that were being built. And then again, this relentless assault using kinetic redirection to chase down the imps, chase down the Gaunts, and completely wrecking the game plan and the build order that Parting came into the set with.
I'm just having a look at the chat at the moment. What's going on in here? Can someone explain to me? It's apparently we're a little bit blind, Lidicore. Apparently, chat is saying that Kiwian won. Apparently,
What?
was there a drop that went on behind this? I'm gonna have to go. Oh my
Did they
lord,
get
there ain't no way. Hold on, we're gonna have to double check right now. Apparently we missed the drop. This isn't the Vanguard guys coping again, or sorry, this isn't the Infernal guys coping right now, isn't it? We're gonna need to seek some clarification right here, because obviously our focus was on that base of Kiwian, or on the base of Parting. Kiwian had a huge amount of units in there, hyper-focused, fixated on it. Meanwhile, chat was probably jumping up and down, but we're going to quickly double-check that, and we have actually got confirmation somehow, some way, Parting managed to pull it off. Are we able to dive back into the replay? Are we able to just have another look at that one? I'm just going to speak to our observer now, just as to whether we can actually slow this down a little bit, because that's a pretty big oversight by us. And I think it's important we go back and just appreciate exactly what happened there. The fact that Parting was under that much pressure and was still able to pull out a victory when it felt like there was no possible way it was going to happen. So give us a second here, folks. We're going to see if we can get back in.
Yeah, let's take a look at this, because indeed we might have just completely missed something in the chaos of all of these things happening. But let's just see what we have over here, Ozzy.
All right. Well, slowly and steadily, we'll wait for it, and we'll see. We're in the replay at the moment. We're just speeding it up. Give us a second here. As you can see, we've got all hands on deck, and our observer's going to bring us in just a couple of minutes out from the end of the game here. All right, so we'll wait for it now. It should be coming up for you guys any second now. And
oh my lord,
all right,
we missed that.
There's the Doombringer. We missed. How did we miss all of these little pieces? You know, you miss the Greater Shrine. You miss the Doombringer coming out. You miss. That's why there were no units back in the base. It all starts to make sense now. Wow. Okay.
Oh my lord.
So, jeez.
Yeah, look at all this chaos. We were just focusing on all of this, and then the Doombringer comes through. Oh, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm curious what's happening here when it comes to Kiwian. Did he notice this? I don't think he did. Just like we missed this completely. He was microing his Lancers. He's missing out on this entirely himself.
Wow. An interesting detail there as well, boys. If you look at the ramp, the Raxers have blocked him in. So all those Lancers he rallied across the map, he can't ever bring them back. Even if he had a few that were close to the base, the only way he holds this is an overcharge and then trying to get 2 Lancers, which just won't beat this many Fiends.
Oh my lord.
Wow.
Like, just look at the lack of reaction here from Kiwian. He was microing his troops and just completely caught off guard by all this aggression. And indeed, this is not Kiwian taking game number 3 with Parting. What a swing here. Oh my lord. And really, just goes to show the little details that you need to win these games and how easy it is to turn momentum around with a drop like this.
I'm impressed. You know, normally when you talk about attention to detail, which is something we all like to mention on our resume, it's lovely having a second set of eyes. We had 3 set of eyes right there, and we still weren't able to catch it. So shout out to you guys, chat. I know there might be a few more 1,000 eyes than what we've got, but yeah, well picked up. And in the end, it's going to be Parting that manages to take the game off an opponent that it felt like it should have been going his way, but obviously at the end was able to convert a lot of those bobs into Fiends, and naturally more DPS for him. By the end of it, it looked like he was probably sitting on what, close to 14 to 15 Fiends inside the base, which are just doing so much DPS, Lidicor.
Yeah, and now you look at this game in a very, very different way compared to Kiwian winning it. Kiwian had a great momentum there. If it wasn't for that one drop, this would have been a win for Kiwian, but Parting managing to sneak out of this base and eventually just snowballing the game out of control with all those bobs taken out. And yeah, KP touched on this for a brief moment. The barracks were positioned such that units couldn't sneak past without the Doombringer. Parting brings the Doombringer and just breaks the whole party here for Kiwian. And this gotta be a heartbreaking loss over here for Kiwian. It seemed so good, and in just 15 seconds, it completely collapsed.
Yeah, it really did feel that way, didn't it? I mean, we were sold. Hey, I'm still on hype train for Kiwian right now. But yeah, it just really goes to show how quickly a snowball can happen, especially when you lock your workers into the base. You know, exactly as KP touched on, everything's locked inside there. I think, you know, if he could have his time again, one of the differences that he could make was pull all the bobs away from the incoming drop immediately and then evacuate the base. You know, right? Like that's the big attention or the big problem for him, because all of those bombs get converted into high DPS fiends. The DPS of the fiend is ludicrous. It's actually higher than a brute, which there are 2 fiends that come from a single brute. So by converting all of those, he's just brought a huge amount of DPS upon himself.
But all right, looks like we have game number 4 coming up here. And, you know, Ozzy, we talked about the previous game as a potential make or break for Kivian. We're heading into Secluded Grove here. You know, UI says unknown, but this is Secluded Grove, folks. And now it is Kivian with apparently the blue color overlay guy needs to fix the overlay. And Parting is once again going to be playing as the Red Infernals, of course.
All right, well, Liticor, I'm going to be on my lookout for any drops. I expect you to be on your lookout for any drops. Our observer, Vodka, you're on the lookout for drops. Chat, don't worry. I know what you guys are on the lookout for. We're all aware now, and no excuses from here on in. This is it, Liticor. Game number 4. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4, Parting with the current advantage 2-1 in this series. Kiwian almost managing to take it out in that last game if it was only for you pesky kids that just managed to make it out. Jeez. All right,
Yeah,
looks like we've got ourselves fast expands coming through, Liticor.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering what adjustments we're going to have here from Kivian. Once again, overlay guy, if you can fix the overlay for us, that would be nice. Parting does have the lead now, 2-1. We have it confirmed, but of course, it is Kivian playing as the blue color. Now, it should be all good for you folks. Second base for Parting, as usual, whereas for Kivian, he's changing things up. Now he's going for a second base. So 2 consecutive games where he went for this double Rex opening, but it didn't really work out for him in these last 2 games, and now he's changing things up.
All right, well, we're once again going to take a look at this top side. So I think the big question for me is how does Kiwian look to play this? Because the shoe is definitely on the foot of Parting when it comes to victory stances, right? Parting comes out of this, he's already on that 2-1 lead. He comes into it a very steep favorite. I think if you were to ask, 50% of people in this chat would probably say Kiwian is not going to be coming out of this, and Parting's going to be taking the... well, I probably worded that incorrectly. I think if you were going to ask who's going to win this tournament, 50% of people would probably say Parting, and then the other 50% would be split between the other 3 players. He comes in an incredible favorite. So what is Kiwian going to look to do differently? What is he going to try and shift the meta towards, or shift his play style towards, to try and change the way that Parting plays?
It's a rough one right now, because you feel like Parting is picking up momentum, he's picking up confidence, and unlike in game number 1, which Kivian was able to take, his landings are becoming more and more impactful, and I think that's where it starts for him. If the landings start coming together, he's going to be able to play his own game, and then this is going to be a challenge to deal with for Kivian.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. We can already start to see now Kiwian moving out with the scout. There's a double Rax at home behind this, but keep in mind he has gone for that early expansion. Shouldn't have too much trouble taking the first of the speed camp as well. Easily able to take this one. Got a nice little defensive area here. Doesn't look like we've got the chop through on the south side either, so just probably going to be heading over towards that north speed camp. And then from there, maybe into the middle. Looks like Vision Camp's going to be taken first.
Kivian is taking a much more slow and methodical approach to this. It's actually reminiscent to game number 1, this double base opening. He's still very, very heavy on Lancers. Difference is that now he's going to allow Parting to land inside his base. We're getting close to that 4-minute timing where Parting starts to bring on the Doombringer, starts to bring on the Gauns and potentially even Brutes to land with. And I think the key thing here for this game is going to be how Kivian is going to handle that landing. We've seen a successful handling of that in game number 1, not so much in the previous game. It's going to come down to how he handles this Doombringer land.
Jeez, these are out so early. It's ludicrous that this is out 4 minutes into this game, and he's already got the Doombringer just on the opponent's side of the map, ready to go, almost fully loaded. I think it's what is it, 7 out of 8 over there. So quite a bit of Gaunts inside. There could be a couple of Fiends in there as well, but we'll have to check in with him as the first drop comes through. Sentry post is already up and ready to defend. Doesn't look like any Lancers really nearby. Second sentry post in the main base as well. Plenty of Lancers here, and it looks like he's going to start off with a little bit of bouncing, but not going to find too much of a way through. Slowly working down the health of that Doombringer Liticor. It looks like he might be able to. No, not able to. Oh, he gets a scout. trying to find that bob, and you can see the repairs coming in too damn strong, and Kiwian holds on for a little bit.
Yeah, but this is not good for Kiwian. Kinetic Redirection is not in just yet, so he's struggling to chase down those Gaunts, but he also had an oversaturated Luminite mine. He had more workers than what the Luminite mine can take, so there's a lot of like lost efficiency over here. Same thing here on his natural. 14 workers out of the 12 available, or the 12 spots that's available. And it looks like he's just going to head over with the Lancers here to the opposing base. Now he's got Kinetic Redirection though, and to a certain extent I'm starting to feel a deja vu to the previous, or not the previous game, but game number 1, where Parting is able to aggress the primary, but he isn't able to do much of a damage. And now the Lancers are walking into his base.
Yeah, here they go once again. It looks like we've got a repeat of game number 1 going to be happening. Keep in mind, this was the map for game number 1. Shroudstone's up behind. Beautiful little block that he's got here. Second Shroudstone's there as well. And into the main base now, as there are more Shroudstones beginning to come up. But keep in mind, he's got plenty of units that are going to be looking to accompany all of these Lancers inside the base. They look to try and get us around, fighting their way through. Gaunt's looking to try and infest, but still only one of those Lancers is even below half health. Second one now starting to drop down. And meanwhile, in the main base, let's not forget about that drop. We've done it before, Liticor. We won't do it again, that is for sure. And boy, oh boy, this is an action-packed game early on.
Yeah. Big change up from Kiwian though. First time we're seeing any other unit but Lancers. He's making some Exos to try and deal with that Doombringer. He's slowly chipping away at the HP of that, but Gaunt's can just focus down all these Exos here, and idle time is massive on Kiwian's side, and he wasn't able to breach the enemy base with all these Lancers.
You know, I want to give credit to Parting right here, just because of one of the things that I've noticed. Have a look at how well he's able to control this this Doombringer. That was very, very, very close right there. This Doombringer. One of the things to remember is that the key mechanics for the Infernals is they've got access to this white health. He's left a couple of Gaunts on the ground. He's going to pick them up on very low health. One of the key mechanics is this concept of white health, a regen. And it depends on the unit, basically, as to how strong that regen is. But one of the things that the Doombringer does is it pushes out that shroud and it regens when it drops down. Have a look at how much health he's still got, how much green health he's actually still got on this Doombringer right here. He has taken plenty of shots off this bad boy, but still, it is sitting at a very healthy 205 of 260. That is incredible control coming out from him.
Yeah, he's trying to contest this third base right now, but at the same time, he's going to get a crest back at home as well. Kiwian is taking the health camp, which sets him up to heal those troops back up once he dives the enemy base. But it looks like Parting isn't going to sit idly. He is bringing in the Flame on, boys. Kind of the trademark play that we've seen him do so many times in the earlier rounds. First time today from him doing that. And against that many Lancers, it could be awfully effective.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive he gets with these, really starting to, even on the defensive, he brings them out like, come on, you want to fight? And there they go. Inside, managing to hit a couple of Exos there. Beautiful spread coming through from Kiwian. And now down towards the third base of Kiwian. Parting looks, plenty of Gaunts on the back line. Looks like on the back he's going to be able to drop down that Doombringer, get himself a little bit of extra white health, top these guys off if they're missing it out. And now all the Bob's going to be running away. Might think about getting an overcharge off here, but he's going to be so careful against these Flame on Imps. You just know that they're ready to go right now.
There goes the base. That base is done, Aussie.
Oh, it's not even close, is it? There's nothing here to defend it.
1.
He's not blowing him up. He's just going to take it down the old-fashioned way, which
I guess that works.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind, okay, meanwhile on the north side, Kiwian has denied out that third base from Parting, but Parting is denying the second base here of Kiwian, and I can tell you right now, one base against two is never a fun way to play.
I love how he's conserving the imps. He could have easily annihilated this base, but he simply didn't need to. He's waiting for those Lancers to come in. By the way, all these Bobs idled to the north, just looking very painful for Kiwian.
Yeah, they're hanging out. They're not having a party, that is for sure. A couple Flame on Imps through. He's racing around. Beautiful little splits. A bit of damage done onto the Lancers, and now making their way towards the front side. Keep an eye on those Imps towards the top. There they go. Looking to jump in. Managed to take out a couple more units to the top side. Gaunts on the back. And big explosions towards the center. But the Lancer numbers are looking good. Exos on the back as well. Converting over a couple of the Gaunts, turning them into Fiends. Doombringer going to come up, and looks like it will pick up the remnants of this army. But Kiwian manages to hold despite losing a base. Who does the advantage go to, Liticor? Because you've got Parting, who's managed to take out a base, or actually, he only took out one base here. He never took out this base here.
Yeah, it was essentially a base trade. Both of the players down to 2 bases, but one of the things I'm looking at is the idle time that Kivian had. All of those bobs to the north, they were idled for so long. I feel like as much as he cleaned this up, the cost to pay was massive. At the same time, let's not forget, Parting sacrificed a lot of his workers as Flame on Imps, so his worker count isn't spectacular either.
That's a really good call. And that's definitely one of the things that I've noticed. When I'm playing Infernal, I always feel like I never have enough workers. I could always have more. So I don't know where Parting manages to pull all of these imps from that he loves to sacrifice to the imp gods. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how he looks to play out the rest of this game, because he hasn't managed to finish this one off with that standard push that we have seen him finish so many games with. Always around that 7 to 8 minute mark, depending on how the tempo of the game is going. But now we've got another Doombringer drop coming around the back. And have a look at this. Only a handful of units. Not really going too ham. Is he putting imps in here? The way that he went over the top of that worker line makes me think that there could be imps in here.
Yup.
Yep, it's imps.
There we go.
Massive explosion takes out the sentry post as well as a handful of workers. Oh, geez. This guy, he is full of surprises.
We talked about this before game number 1. Static defenses just no longer work when you have Parting with the imps out there. Took out a bunch of workers, took out the sentry post as well. Both players on 3 bases now, though, and exo numbers are rising, and we're starting to see some meth decks appearing on the field. First time, really, that Kivian has a diverse army composition.
Yeah, it is. Is this the first game we've seen him make more than just Lancers? I mean, I guess technically for a couple of games in there, he did also technically make catapults.
Yeah, well, he didn't make them, he just seized them, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of gaunts in this army, though, not a strong front line, and let's not forget, these Lancers can easily jump those gaunts once they have the speed buff.
Yeah, have a look at these exos starting to build up, though. The fact that they've also got their med techs in the back just means that this is really a fighting force you need to respect. You can just kite all day with this, and this is something that a lot of Infernal players have trouble with dealing with. And realistically, it means you're probably going to have to move into Magmadons. You might have to look at doing these drop flanks, which I expect Parting is going to have no trouble with. But speaking of drops, it looks like we may have experienced another one down on that south side. Keep in mind, third base has now come up as well here for Parting in the northern position. It's going to be looked to denied out by Kiwian. Numbers still pretty decent for him. But flaming him to the back! Oh, he's lost everything in the blink of an eyelid, of course. It's all gone down.
Momentum massive on the side of Parting now. He's got the Shroudstone defending that base as well, the Medtech trying to get back, but there is just no front line anymore. And all of these low HP Exos getting cleaned up and turned into Fiends is just snowballing the game out of control. Parting with all the momentum in the world, looking like the player we've seen him on the ladder. And he's very, very close, I feel like, to a match point here.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to point out here is his use of Reaper's Rush right there, and that's going to be it. The game gets called again. Parting taking the series 3-1. Beautiful use right there at the end of Reaper's Rush. Reaper's Rush, a little bit more of an underused technology, I guess is probably the best way to say, because you've got to research it and then it actually unlocks for your gaunts. Increases their movement speed by a significant amount. Did receive a change up. I think it used to give it attack speed as well, but only just gives movement speed now. And normally it can be difficult to find a place to actually use it, but in that fight right there, Parting spots a perfect place to use it. Sacrifices a little bit of health off the top and says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to increase that movement speed by a mile, and he just converts that army and turns it all into Fiends.
Yeah, I feel like this was the first game in this series where Parting was really allowed to play his own game, and it showed. This is the type of game he likes to play, and this is why he's so dominant. I feel like this was the first game where Kivian took things a little bit slower, but he kind of lost the initiative that way. And once we see these imps with Flame on, it's just so difficult to deal with Parting. He's really masterful when it comes to using these to take out high-value targets.
Well, speaking of masterful, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our host for the evening. It is the masterful Killer Pigeon. Killer Pigeon, how was that last game? A lot of flame on imps right there, as we expect from the big man.
Yep, Parting looking on fire figuratively and literally in that fourth game. An impressive performance, and it's kind of crazy. I feel bad for Kiwian. The first game in the series where we saw an evolution, right? No longer was he just the Lancer Metapod. He tried to free himself. Unfortunately, it seemed like that just enabled Parting to get into his later phase of the game. I think we've got to start off by dissecting that third game. The third game that was so intense, so close, that it threw us all under the bus on what the heck was happening. And, there's some interesting details to break down in that one. So one interesting thing that got highlighted is, obviously, we all do a lot of Age of Empires forecasting. Now, Lidical, if you were to press stand ground on your villagers when a night raid comes in, what would happen if you had archers behind it?
You just die, right? That's
Yeah.
what happened to Kivian there as well.
So this is an interesting little highlight, because I know we have a lot of people come from Age of Empires. In that game, hold position bad with villagers, but interestingly enough, similar to StarCraft, Stormgate has a thing where if you hold position with your workers, they don't get attack priority anymore. So if there's enemies behind them, like, you've got your gaunts or whatever, then the lancers are going to try to attack at them. So interesting strategy by Parting to hold on against those early raids from the lancers. But the craziness of that late game, Drongo, right? We saw that game was very clearly an all-in from Parting. Those Raxes on the ramps guaranteed he literally could do nothing but a one-base all-in play.
Yeah, and I think that's just the way that it goes sometimes. He's always got the option to try and salvage it out, but I think you definitely telegraph your hand when the opponent comes in and scouts out and sees the two Raxes at the front, and they go, "Oh, okay, all right, we'll get ready." Because yeah, it's just one of those things when you block off the ramp, there's really not much choice that you're left to after that.
Yeah, it is a tough one. I think we highlighted it there. Like the moment you start doing that as well, it's just a great read by Parting to end the game. It means you can't actually get more than 2 lances to defend, and GG from there. But that game 4 especially, I think, like, what concerns me, boys, is we've now got a situation where Parting finds himself on match point. Kiwian, 1 out of 3 games with this all-in early timing paid off. Now we have this issue where he has to accept that maybe the all-in early Lancer play isn't going to get in the dub, and that opens the door to this Imp play, Lidical. A play that we saw get nerfed, actually, I think, in big part due to Kiwian on his own. It used to be that Imp's done double damage to buildings. I think that's why we saw him not use them to take out the command post, instead holding the worker line hostage. But even with those nerfs, is it me, or is Parting about to get this unit nerfed again by himself?
I mean, if he keeps playing like he does in this set, and if he takes this kind of momentum into the grand finals, I feel like we could see some changes as well to those imps once again, because he's really showcasing how quickly he can turn a force of economy into just a powerful force of destruction. And players, all of these high-level players kind of struggled against this. Once you get to that flame on tech, Parting seems to be dominating games, and players are struggling to find an answer to that.
It's crazy as well. We find ourselves in a situation back up against the wall. We could be seeing an elimination of the only remaining Vanguard player next game. But before we get to those games, I know that people want to have access to the game, which is why I think it's an important time to highlight that EGC is prepping to give away 10 beta keys on this stream today. We're going to figure out the details about how exactly we're going to disperse those to you, but I have been informed from behind the scenes that we're prepping that. I noticed a lot of people were asking, how do I get in? How do I play? That's going to be one way. On top of that, a reminder that Frost Giant are aiming to open up the Kickstarter again for late pledges. They're aiming for and anticipating around maybe Friday, February the 23rd, so keep an eye out for that as well. But boys, we can't disrupt this any longer. Kiwian's back up against the wall in this best of 7. Nothing but perfection will do to get into that grand final for a matchup with Vortex. Let's hop into Broken Crown to see if Parting is going to make it a 4-1 dub.
So
All right.
unless we get additional games, we're not going to see another Jagged Maw game where Kivian could try to play that tower proxy build that we've seen from him previously. It's going to be Broken Crown once again. The only map that Kivian was able to secure, actually, beg your pardon, was Secluded Grove. But in terms of style, we've seen him open in a very similar fashion in this map. Let's see Ozzy if he can extend this set and maybe give himself a chance for redemption.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 of your second semi-final in the EGC Stormgate Open. We're here on match point as Parting leads the way. 3-1 against Kiwian. He spawns in on the north side in the color red as the Infernals.
And on the other side, last hope of the human Vanguard, Kivian with the color blue. Also last hope for him to turn this series around and prevent Parting from going into the grand finals. series started out great for him, but then Parting just started to show why he's one of the most dominant players in Stormgate, and now there is an extra level of pressure added onto the shoulders of Kivian. No more room for mistakes. One bad step and you're out of this tournament.
All right, well, let's see how he looks to play it, considering everything is now on the line. Does he risk a macro game and risk those flame on imps? And it looks like it will be the case as a couple of bobs begin to move forward. Hold your horses, Drongo. Don't call it just yet. For a double racks on the choke point once again. Meanwhile, Parting is going to be taking, no surprises, that second base, but hold your horse. Look at this. Scout is coming through. Looking to deny, not going to happen. A little bit of attention towards that Gaunt, but they're just having fun.
I do see 2 racks. Again, Aussie. We've seen this build once before. The last time we've seen it on this map, though, it was a spectacular ending for Parting that got us all confused, with the landing coming in from Parting to turn that around. Up until that point, it looked reasonable for Kivian, though. So, looks like he's trying to replicate that once again. Double racks to block his rampart, and he's going to play just 1 base here.
Yeah, I think this is... look, it went well for him, and I feel like they're probably... I mean, you could look to try and emulate that exact same style that you did in the very first game. Not in the very first game, but rather in that last game that we had on this map. I feel like the only real difference that he needed to make was to just get rid of one of those Raxes off the ramp when you do get dropped, and then maybe address that drop, because realistically, just 2 or 3 Lances is all you need to address that drop. But obviously, you want to try and put as much tempo as you can out towards the front. And here, already Kiwian making his way up towards this top side. Outside the vision camp at the moment, he may look to deny. You can see he's got the scout on the bottom side patrolling. He's having a look exactly where these Gaunts are.
The other thing that Kivian needs to do here is avoid trying to beat up those Shroud Stones, I feel. Every time he tried to destroy those as they were being constructed, Parting just canceled them and replaced them.
Yeah.
So I feel like he was just wasting precious time over there trying to take out those towers, because Parting was always able to respond to that.
Look at this. How... it's just beautiful game sense right here. Kiwian knew instinctively before Parting even moved out that he was going to attempt this speed camp. And now, all of a sudden, Kiwian, with an early lead, looks to try and take out all of these Gaunts. I don't even think you're going to get a single conversion in here with a Fiend. Look at the damage that comes out. Still no kinetic redirection, but Lidakor, he's going to be feeling great about himself. What a perfect read, opening up this match point game from Kiwian.
I love this move, I gotta say, from Kivian here. He was patient, he waited until the Gaunts left the base, and look at the response here. Once again, multiple Shroud Stones being built. But now Kivian with the kinetic redirection, he's got that movement speed, and I do not see a lot of defenders back at home here for Parting.
Yeah, all of the Shroud Stones now just coming up. I suspect maybe Parting was thinking once again, oh, is it just going to be a case of he's going to be double expanding? What's he going to do? Maybe a single expansion? But as you rightly suggested, avoid going after those Shroud Stones. Focus on the units, and look at the damage that is being done right now. Huge damage inside the main base. Going to be looking to try and focus down the Shroud Stones once they come up. But look at the cancellation. Immediately Parting cancels right as that Shroud Stone's coming up, and now able to focus down the second Shroud Stone. Still has 6 Lancers alive inside this base. Lidakor, this is looking a little bit better, and good game gets called on match point. Kiwian taking back 1 game.
He goes back to the only strategy that worked. Full Lancers, full aggression. But I think the difference maker here was that he was patient. He waited until the Gaunts left, so he took the fight against the Gaunts on open field as compared to fighting in the enemy base. And this time around, Parting had no Doombringer to land with. Kivian survives another game here and puts himself into a position to potentially tie this up and take it to 7 games.
Yeah, wow. I'm just thinking from the perspective of an Infernal player. How do I go about dealing with that when I'm playing on the ladder, right? Like, am I just going to have to start taking my expansion and then just immediately putting down my my Shroud Stones straight away? Is that it? And do you have to leave them in that state of limbo? There's a strategy that you can use, because when you think about it, right, they only cost 25 minerals to put down. So if you put down the 25 minerals and then cancel it when it gets to, say, 75% if you don't need it, you can then put it down again. You're still getting a refund of, like, I think it's 17 minerals. So you're only losing 8 minerals every time. And then that way, if your opponent doesn't attack you, you can just cancel them. And if they do attack you, you've got them ready to go. Is that the way that you deal with it? It feels really strong, this timing attack from QN.
It's tricky, right? I feel like the issue here for Parting was that he went out for a creep camp. He actually went for a creep camp on the opposing player's side, so he got caught off guard. We haven't seen that Doombringer landing coming in from him early on. And I feel like otherwise he was in a good position. He was 2 bases against 1. He had a lot of static defenses. It's just that he lost most of those gaunts, which would have been immensely valuable when it comes to defending against this early aggression.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of gaunts that just went down. And I think that just goes back to, you know, the strength of Kiwian and his mindset. The game sense is what you call it. You know, whenever there's that questionable decision making from the opponent and it gets read by the player, it's just a beautiful sense of game sense. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome through. Once again, we are here again on Match Point, game number 6 in your second semi-final series of the EGC Stormgate Open. Welcome. If you're just joining us here, let me update you. Parting is currently on Match Point. He's taken 3 games so far. Kiwian on 2 games, looking to try and even up the score here. Parting spawning in on the south side in the color blue. Going to be playing the Infernals for us here.
Yeah, Kiwian with the color red, looking to equal this series out. And, you know, this was a mixed bag for him so far this series. He has had some really good games. He's had some interesting losses, to say the least. But now we're looking at Jagged Maw, historically a really good map here for the Infernals. But Kiwian has a strategy that we haven't yet seen from him on this map today. He likes to place proxy sentry posts in front of the enemy base and just box them in. I don't see any Bobs moving through, and indeed it's going to be double barracks, and he's just going to chop through with that Bob that's moving towards the middle. I feel like he's got this one approach of 4 Lancers, and he's trying to ride that strategy all the way to the Grand Finals.
All right, Lancers, let's go. Team Lancers and then Team Infernal on the other side. It's been a fun day so far, Lidicor. There has been a lot of Lancers that have come out for Kiwian. Do we get a unit other than the Lancer today that he builds? Not that he controls. Well, I mean, technically he doesn't really control the catapult either that he has on his side. Is there going to be another unit?
I wish I had an answer to that, but I have a gut feeling that the answer is going to be no. Because if this build doesn't work by the time he would get Medtechs or even Exos, I feel like he's going to be dead. If it works, we are looking at game number 7, and I have a feeling that if we go into game number 7, he's going to try to do the exact same thing once again.
Have a look at this. We've already got 2 gaunts beginning to move out, playing very, very aggressively with them, moving through the passageway that has been put down. Meanwhile, behind this, it looks like the Iron Vault will be coming up, looking to get out a couple of brutes to assist on that front line. It's probably going to be the best way that he can deal with these Lancers, but keep in mind they've got wonderful micro as they begin to move past. As long as you've got decent control, you should be able to deal effectively with the brutes. And you can see that he is going to be looking to place down these Shroud Stones a little bit earlier than what you would normally expect, slowly but steadily moving back towards the base. Now he's going to make a decision. Do I go after these Shroud Stones, or do I go after the Gaunts?
I think one of the things that Kiwian is starting to realize here in these last few games is that the Gaunts do so little damage against the Lancers that you can commit even without the speed buff, and you can already see a biolab inside the base of Kiwian, so kinetic redirection is on the way. And I feel like, once again, this start is as good as it gets for Kiwian. Remains to be seen if he can actually capitalize on this momentum.
All right, well, a couple of Fiends will make it through. He'll be looking to head inside the base. He's going to scout the natural. Oh, a little bit of a pause. There we go. Going to scout that natural and spot out, making sure that no expansion, no cheeky expansions have come through. Now inside the base, it looks like Sentry Post will be rushed up, just in case these Fiends get any sneaky ideas. Meanwhile, towards the
right
center.
Now Kiwian is waiting for kinetic redirection. He's being poked around by a couple of Fiends, but Parting is playing a very defensive game over here. A game that worked out for him previously. I'm actually curious if we're going to see an early Doombringer from him, though. Because I feel like that's the recipe for success against this Lancer build. Play very defensive with a lot of Shroud Stones, and then go for that one critical drop.
Yeah, we've seen that work for him before. Well, I would say that we've seen it work for him before. We didn't actually see it working. We completely missed it. But we'll worry about that another day, because we'll be on top of it this time. Don't worry. But Lancers now moving into position, looking to take the first of the siege camps. He's thinking about it. He's having a good think right now.
I think he's waiting for Parting. He takes out the Shroud Stone, And maybe he's going to be like, okay, Parting thinks I'm taking the siege camp, so he's going to move out to try and harass me while doing so. But because he saw Parting not really reacting to this, he's going to take the siege camp, and there's a landing inside the enemy base. Or is that landing? No, it's just Fiends circling around the enemy base. We got to keep track of that too. Yep.
All right. Well, I
Gotta be
think one of
cautious
the,
with blue dots around that base.
I want to just quickly check in on the base of Parting and just see whether we've got the tech buildings coming up just yet for him, because the Weaver is going to be key in dismantling this. What's that down just below the shrine in the natural expansion? I think that could be what we're looking for. No, it's another Iron Vault. Okay, so he's going to be up against... it's only going to be the one catapult to start us off with. No real way to deal with this. Yeah, there's a lot of Lancers here, but no real way to deal with this other than, you know, maybe a couple of Fiends getting in there nice and close.
He's got a lot of Brutes, and those are tanky. They can hold their position for quite some time, help out these Shroud Stones to take out this army.
Yeah, you can see the way he's just using the Brutes to delay the catapult from inevitably coming in. It does use a couple of shots up, but now going to be focusing down that first Shroud Stone and working its way through. Begins to move into the next one, slowly but steadily, taking them out, Parting, trying to buy himself a little bit more time. More Shroud Stones coming up now on the backside. Look at the amount of defenses he has put down here, Littlecore.
So many Shroud Stones here. Parting knows that this is an all-in here from Kivian. Kivian still hesitant to dive in here, taking out those Shroud Stones one by one. So far, taking little damage on those Lancers.
Yeah, not too much damage taken on them yet. He's got to be careful as the catapult looked a little bit exposed. Manages to bring it out, though. Lancers diving through and absolutely annihilates that front line. A single Brute does remain, and slowly and steadily, it's a methodical push right now, Littlecore.
Yeah, a lot of imps are being sacrificed for these towers, but numbers are growing here for Parting.
Slowly, and look at the numbers that are building. The Lancers, he's trying his best to push through in on this game. He knows it's now, but on top of that, oh look, we've got the shields up coming in on the catapult to protect him up against that manifestation on the Shroud Stone. Not what he expected, that is for sure. Parting thought he was almost certainly going to be taken out, but managing to keep it alive, bringing forward the Bobs to get the repairs through. Slowly and steadily, they're taking out the back line. The Gaunt numbers are beginning to fall. Still, more Shroud Stones are coming online. A couple, two more over towards that east side of the base. And now, once again, working down that catapult. The heals on the back, the bouncing coming through from the Gaunts, converting a couple into the Fiends, and the catapult does fall. And with this, the two base holds, and good game gets called. That's going to be it, with Parting winning the series 4-2 against Kiwian.
Oh my lord, what a hold. Kivian tried to take this slow and methodical. The moment the full map gets covered by Shroud from Parting, Kivian pulls the shields. But eventually, Parting is just able to overwhelm him with all those towers, all those forces. And when you look at this game compared to the previous one, that is the difference maker. Parting had all these troops with full white health inside his base. And with that, the Lancers are just insufficient to break through. Kivian, he definitely made things challenging for Parting. But in the end, Parting is the one moving into the Grand Finals.
Yeah, incredible performance there from him. I tell you what, after that manifestation of the Shroud Stone came through, I thought, okay, well, that's it. But then as soon as those shields up come in, I didn't even think about that as a potential counter. The fact that you can actually use that on an allied unit, because when it comes to that siege catapult, it's not actually your unit. You can't control it. It's technically an allied unit, but you can still put the shields up on top of it, protect it. You can still repair it with the Bobs. But in the end, the victory goes over to Parting, as many would have predicted, and with that, our final Vanguard player for the tournament is unfortunately bowed out. But I tell you what, I don't think coming into this event, many people expected the Vanguard to get as far as they did. There were a huge amount of them that made it through to the quarterfinals, and that was brilliant to see. But we'll be passing it through on to Killer Pigeon. Killer Pigeon, I hear you waiting in the wings there. How you doing, mate? What a series.
I mean, I had hopes. Boys, once upon a time, we got into the quarterfinals. We had the perfect balance. Everything looked perfect. You know, all this talk of Vanguard OP, Inferno OP, it just didn't matter. But now, as we get towards the grand finals, all hopes have been dashed for Vanguards. We head towards an IVI best of 9. But before we do that, we've got to break down those last 2 games. I mean, crazy to see Kiwian in that 5th game, Littlecore, literally just rinse and repeat. Like, after game 4, for a second, he looked like he was going to evolve. Once again, he goes back to that hardened Lancer Metapod form.
Yeah, I mean, he found a way to beat Parting. He was the first and only player in this tournament who managed to take away games from Parting, and he just felt like he needed to do it again. I feel like when you look at this entire set, you gotta look back at that game where all that landing happened inside his base that took him out. I feel like the big issue with this Lancer all-in is that once his opponent was in a match point position, it was just too big of a risk for him to take. It didn't work out in one of these games, and in the end, it was just a snowball out of control. But you really gotta credit Kivian over here. I don't think many would have predicted him being able to take out Boring. In fact, most people would have predicted 4-1, 4-0 for the final scoreline of this set. So 4-2, Kivian, big shout out to him because he definitely made Boring run for his money.
Absolutely. You know, Drongo, kind of looking at the games and looking at the openings, I think it's fair to say that a lot of people might just look at this and go, Kiwian doesn't seem to have much imagination. He's literally doing the same builds again and again. But, you know, I think maybe a bigger point to highlight here is after what we've seen Parting do with that timing, with the Imp Flame on attacks, it almost feels like Kiwian couldn't find another solution, that his best hope was this one build over and over again.
I think that's exactly it, right? Like, you know that there is a win condition that is coming at the 8-minute mark. Either you play to the 8-minute mark and lose, or you try and do something, and that's, I think, part of the reason why we saw that coming out. Now, you know, if you were to take a look at Kiwian's latter games, I suspect you're probably not going to be seeing this many Lancers coming out in all of these games early on. I think it's just the fact that you put him in a situation where he's up against someone who is going to take him out at 8 minutes no matter what. And so he has to find a way to fight. And, well, he did that today, but unfortunately, I think if you came away looking at the series and the scoreline in particular and you didn't watch it, you'd think, oh, okay, looks like a pretty easily dismantling of Kiwian by Parting, but I don't know if that really tells the true story. We had a couple of games in there that almost went the way of Kiwian that just happened to be snatched right at the end by Parting. So it was incredibly well played by Parting, and I look forward to seeing what he's got for the grand finals.
I think it's that kind of feeling that when a game is new, right? We've seen this in plenty of RTSs. You can get quite a lot of quick stomps as people don't know the mutations yet, right? We haven't defined the meta truly. So some of these were visceral. They were very quick. Hopefully we get a little bit deeper into the games, the best of 9. I think, I don't know if you know this is lyrical, but for me, I think out of all the maps, Broken Crown seems to be the one that's getting us deeper into the game. That's where we're starting to see these mid and late game comps flourish.
Yeah, I feel like a lot comes down to the fact that you have certain funnel points that you can defend so well in your natural, both the tree line on one side and the ramp on the other side. And I feel like we've seen players play into static defenses more and more, both with the Vanguard and the Sentry Posts, as well as, of course, the Infernos, both with Shroudstones being built by you, as well as ones that you manifest.
And an interesting thing to think about here, boys, we've seen a lot of games now. I think I highlighted at the start of the day, we'd seen 195 games, and that was just counting from the round of 64. Drongo, I want to get your opinions on the state of the game. How are you feeling about Stormgate in its future?
I'll be honest, I absolutely love it. You know, after playing on the ladder, I think I played for about 70 games, 80 games on the ladder. I couldn't stop playing. You know, when I try and play Age of Empires 4, it's not as easy. When I come into Stormgate, one of the things I said to everybody that I talk to Stormgate about that I absolutely love, as soon as I lose a game, not very often, but as soon as I lose a game, I can immediately just quit out of the game and dive straight into a new game. Within 15 seconds, I'm already in the next game, playing against somebody brand new. And that's what I love. It's just like, I feel like if I take an hour of my gaming, I'm just converting it into so much actual game time. There's no wait time. There's no like having to stare at a defeat screen. It just quickly goes straight through it. It's so much fun. But it's the game itself, though, the core mechanics, just there. There's obviously quite a few similarities to StarCraft, which will ring true with a lot of people. But for me personally, I love it. I'm excited about the future of Stormgate. I think the games are incredibly fun, even though at the moment, obviously, they're going to be quite quick because the meta is just so unforgiving. You don't really have a whole lot of time to see what your opponent's throwing at you, especially when you've got people hiding strategies up until right until the last minute. But yeah, I'm excited. Let's say that much about Stormgate.
Beautiful way to summarize the balance there. You know, I get game to game, back to back. I stomp someone, then I queue in. Why is Parting up against me? Okay, back to the lobby in 4 minutes. Strongo's just getting the grind on. Lida, I imagine you have a similar feeling here, right? Like the crazy thing is we still have one more faction to come that were being teased about. Who knows if we're ever going to stop at 3? Maybe there's more in the future. On top of that, the existing factions, we're only seeing what, like 2/3 of what we're potentially going to end up with here. We haven't even seen the tier 3 units added yet.
Yeah, I feel like that is something that's going to bring in some quote-unquote much-needed variety as well. Right now, a lot of people are pointing out that this is an Infernal-dominated tournament, which is not even true, as you kind of touched on that. We had a lot of success for the Vanguard as well. But yeah, we're missing some tier 3 units, we're missing a whole faction, and we're also missing, custom-made maps and new maps. These things will all shake up the balance and will make all of these games a lot more diverse. I feel like Stormgate is already very entertaining to watch. The pacing is great. As Drongo touched on that, the downtime between games is just impressive. But I feel like the variety element is actually yet to come.
Well, I'm looking forward to see it, but a little bit less variety potentially coming up our grand finals. They say in the Age of Empires universe, at least, a mirror matchup is the perfect way to define who is the more skilled. And I think that's true across many RTSs. So, seems a perfect opportunity to ask you both who you think is going to clinch this, maybe even be bold enough to throw in a final scoreline there. Are we backing Parting or are we backing Vortex? I'll start with Drongo.
Oh, you hate to see it. Look, my head says Parting, but my heart says Vortex. I'm gonna have to do the right thing by my man Vortex. Vortex, I've got you on the line here. It's going to be a 5-4 victory for him.
Ooh. Litter?
This is a tough call, KP. I feel like before this set began for Parting against Kivian, I would have said Parting. So I'm actually going to answer this with some numbers that we actually got from the Back to Warcraft guys. They ran a community poll asking people who they think will win. Parting was sitting at 50%, Vortex at 35%. I feel like those numbers are fairly representative. Vortex has that uncertainty element in him, that creativity element, and most importantly, he saw what Parting did against Kivian in this. He has some time to think about that, and I feel like he might have noticed a couple of weaknesses in Parting's approach against Kivian that he could be able to exploit. Still, I feel like once we get to Flame on him, Parting is just dominating these games. In a best of 9, I have to put my money on Parting.
Oh, I love that. I go to Drongo, he's like, my heart. I lead with my heart. And then Lidigo is like, let me just get my cop out ready. Statistically, based on the community, this is where we're going. Fine. Have it that way. You know what I like about that? That's a 50-50 split. Means it can go either way. Wouldn't want it any other way. Thank you for the cast, boys. I think you have earned a rest, so you go and enjoy the grand finals from the sideline. I'm sure we'll see more of you in the future.
Thanks, KP.
Okay, so we have Heart versus Brain, I guess. Sorry, Drongo. I mean, I'm there with you, man. You got to back Vortex. Someone has to right now. You heard the stats there. The polls that ran, 41% people, I believe it was, backing Parting to take the big dub. Spooky for Vortex, at least according to the community. We'll have to find out if he's able to do it. We're going to have a best of 9 grand finals. We will be swapping out our casters. We've got something special coming for you for those grand finals. I think a few of you have already figured out what's on the horizon. But before we get to that, I think it's only fitting that we highlight the amazing plays that have been on show here throughout the tournament as we prep for that grand finals and appropriately give a little bit of respite to the players that literally just played so they don't seem like a disadvantage. They're going to get a little bit of time, maybe quickly snoop through the games and figure out what their opponent is doing. But before we do get to that epic highlight reel of showing you all the action you may have missed up to this point, important reminder, go and subscribe to the YouTube side so you can catch them in their entirety, match after match over the coming weeks. And be sure to follow Twitter and on here on Twitch as well to make sure you know what EGC are doing and when they're doing it. And also, once again, I need to remind people, you're about to have a break. This is a perfect time to whip out the credit card and get a subscribe in so you don't miss any of the action of the grand finals. Or maybe this is a perfect time, maybe you're one of those people that forgot you have Amazon Prime. Or rather, you forgot that you get a free sub because of Amazon Prime. Time to link that Twitch account and drop the primes in the chat. Remember, community support goes a long way. $10,000 raised by EGC. On top of that, it lets them know you want to see more Stormgate action in the future. But the action comes up soon. And because I want you guys to be a part of that action, we've partnered together with Frost Giant to give away 10 beta keys. That's right. 10 beta keys. You guys wanted access? We're looking to give it to you. So here's how this is going to work. We are going to go for a break. We are going to show you some intense, amazing Stormgate action to tease you, to anticipate you, to make you feel like you want to be a part of it. And when you feel like you want to be a part of it, that is when you are going to spam the message in the chat. We are going to get that message to you. It's going to be primed out by EGC, so keep an eye out for them highlighting that. They'll probably actually pin it in the top comments. As soon as you see that comment, you need to start spamming for that giveaway because I want all of you to be in that beta with me, to whip my ass and show me that the imp way is unbeatable. But only 10 of you are going to make it. But after the break, we'll find out which one person is going to be raising the cup and getting the lion's share of that $10,000 prize pool here at the EGC Stormgate Opens. Back soon.
All got nano swarms on them, they just don't die.
Ooh, lovely shield on that far forward Hornet over there. Took a lot of those Shadow Flyers right in the face, and you see these Hornets still being a damn nuisance here, and every time they fly home, they're just getting healed up. And I tell you what, he's getting into position to fight this on the low ground, and there's quite a few of those Magmadons there charging right into the mix of things, and big heal is dropped on the Hornets, but the Lancer, their numbers, they are dwindling here. Lots of flyers coming in as well, dealing good damage to these Hornets. And Pig, I have no idea who's winning this one. They're both absolutely mullering one another.
You can see the Vulcan is doing good damage, but it's not really got a lineup of units to shoot right now. He's going to try and put a bubble on it and repair. One Vulcan, is it enough to defend this entire army? Well, with the Buzzsaw turret on the left, chewing through the feeds and gore. The Nano Swarm, though, is very fast at healing, but as long as the Weavers focus fire, they can take them down quite quickly and really using those Weaver pools so well. Kel is fighting this very nicely. I'm very impressed with this fight. If he can get one more Magmadon Stampede off, I think he crushes this army and might be able to finish this game off.
Close to maybe pull something close, but oh my goodness, the positioning from Kiwian. It is just huge, man. Big tramples going into the middle of that Vanguard army, though. So much damage being done on both sides.
This is a crazy fight. The Atlas has already cleared so many of the little units, though. There's almost no infest on this army.
Getting a few of them on top of these gaunts, trying to keep them alive as well at all costs. Nice micro out of Kiwian. Nice micro out of both of them, actually. Once these Lancers do get that upgrade done, if he has it going, which I think is pretty close at this point, but the gaunts will not stay alive for long, and the Brute is down as well.
Anyways, all good there. It is interesting to see these imps charge forward, dude. Parting's about to YOLO this. He is the guy who got the buildings nerfed, the building damage. And that is crazy. That is absolutely insane. Is he going to get it, though? Is he going to get the middle of the bobs? That's the target. He's got to get right in the center of those, dude. Oh, no! Which I did not expect at the end of that fight. I thought he was going to straight up lose the game. And you can see they're doing a double Magmadon drop into the back line. Very cute move by Hydra, now that there's very little anti-air left for Night Phoenix. But you know what? Magmadon stampeding Magmadons and Brutes, the tanky units, nowhere near as effective as Magmadons getting on top of those fragile gaunts.
Hydra's doing whatever he can to try and stay alive here, but he's just staying alive. Night Phoenix on 4 bases behind this, and so much damage being done, so much meat and raw power in this army. It's a truly primal army that he's rocking with. And
more than them on your computer screen, and they always instinctively will dive on your keyboard or get in front of the monitor. It is what it is, but you're gonna have to handle that while we watch this crazy fight right now. Oh, you don't want to let these gaunts melt. Remember, room temperature, not melted gaunts.
Bringer is dropped for Night Phoenix, and oh my goodness, there's so many imps getting absolutely chopped here by the Roddies. Oh, they're not getting out alive.
Oh, his own Doombringer. Oh, I think he's gonna get it.
Boy, it's so he got it.
Oh, the Infest finished it off. Oh my gosh. The Infest damage being the final ticker, and that was a huge move for Vortex. I mean, if you're looking at ranged damage, you don't have a lot of good ranged damage units till Hellborn are out. So both sides using the Shroud Stones. Great Magmadon Stompies, the Roddydons. Roddy in the club right now, getting some big damage for Vortex.
Nobody dances with Roddy in the club besides Roddy, and that's exactly what's happening. Roddy's on both sides of things. Shroudstone's going down. Infest all over the place as well, getting on those back lines. You saw it with that massive ring.
It's a numbers game at this point, isn't it, mate? I remember Boss's first drop got shut down earlier. I think that was such a huge turning point in this game where Vortex also went straight to 3 bases. Oh my lord, those poor imps, mate. The cutest unit in the game. Important point, whoever gets the Infest first, that Infest takes priority. So you can't take so your infest I don't think matters on those goats as Exo Striker because you got here a second later. Yeah, notice how only red fiends are spawning out. So in this mirror matchup, you've got to get to the creep camp first. So this is a big advantage.
You can tell that a laser just
Oh my
faster in
gosh.
every department. He's
Oh,
going to get on top of this. Oh my goodness, he surrounded it. The big catapult splats that army down. Not using it for as long as you can does mean that you can be more active. And the gaunt. That was a big deal, but Luztron now does return home. And this is going to be actually very tricky for Kelazor to get across the map if he's just being met by these Hornets. Kind of play here, this is like, you know, this might be the first time that Kelazor ever went up to something like this. It's like, oh my goodness, this is way better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, this is huge, man. This is massive damage. And he's put the Sky Mine there with the evac. So the evac, the transport, can put a Sky Mine. That got shot down by the Gaunt. But if the Doombringer went too close to it, it would have blown up on it. The bubble on the Vulcan. One-man army. Oh, my lord. And returning to hangar with those Hornets as they get low.
Getting out that ground army, and you see here, not too many connections going down. Luztron's just... He's making this look so easy, but
somehow has a base on the Therium on the right. But can he defend this army? It's easier said than done. Hellborn starting to come in decent numbers in the back. He's got 3 or 4 now, as well as some Magmadons coming down. Brutes coming down as well. But look at the way Luztron spreads back into a big arc of units. And as the Magmadon comes forward, yes, it does some very good damage, but the Vulcan's charging up. The Lancers getting Omega buffed. Look how fast those Lancers move right now. They just took a lot of Magmadon stomps. And they are angry. Feeling a little bit like Mufasa in that scene when he's trying to climb out of that bloody valley after that goddamn stampede, man.
I like the Lion King reference. I mean, this is lots of Hornets now. Lots of just Luztron coming in. I mean, the Hornets, they are taking down those Hellborn over in the back there. And I mean, that really takes the wind out of Kelazor's sails. So
oh, good micro for Clem, but dude, dogs do amazing damage versus Exos. Eric is such a sneaky guy. Oh my god, that move is massive.
Oh my goodness, and you saw Eric was sharking for it. He's been playing cheeky all the way from the start.
But he makes it work so well. He's got good micro, he's decisive, and once he gets going, he's hard to stop. The Brazilian beast, Eric here.
God, he's got quite a lot of that hill, but remember, the tech of it is very low. Big bubble on that front medic. I mean, a lot of them are just bobs here. And I mean, they're not going to do much.
Yeah, the catapult landed on the Exos as well. I mean, they're overcharged bobs. They tank. They don't really do much damage, though, because they're all kind of, you know, slow and stuck behind each other a little bit. The Hornets got instantly focused down. Clem is large and in charge, and of course, an even trade he can take. He's taking a good trade.
As this Doombringer can get nothing done here. It's just gonna get dove and killed, and with the healing camp as well. Yeah,
that's just a huge shutdown. Tons of EXP on the Hornets. Got 300 supply army from a laser against, and not necessarily a bad army from Lucifron, but maybe more like 100 army supply or 150 at best. It's just so much to have to take down. That Doombringer, you mentioned it, comes back up now towards the north side, goes for the denial on this base. And this is where, of course, it is tricky. You do kind of have to commit here as soon as he goes back into the Doombringer. Once he's in the air, the Hornets are not going to let that get away. So does let the Gaunts just straight up fight, and will have to pull back and try to chase. So it looks like he was trying to chase the Doombringer up towards the north side, but that does mean that this base may not be able to finish it, because they have the Vulcan over from the drop, and there you get to see the firepower of that boy. Okay, he's got 2 Vulcans now, and also the med tech. So
the med techs, right, are these Vulcans, these high priority units. But this concave that Lucifron has set up for himself, the Lancers are starting to go forward, the Vulcans are starting to get a little bit more damage done. And if he can continue to do this, it's going to be nice. But now we're going to see the Weavers drop forward a little bit, setting that concave up. But there's a shield on top of the one in the front. It's just not going to go down here. The Exo turret as well. But I think at the end of this position coming out of Luzifron is going to be forced to give it up once the shields go down.
The Gaunts would be great, but no, that one is going to die as well. Now being pushed up all the way back towards the third base. Weavers grab the Vulcan again, smash that down, no problem. Grabs the med tech even.
The Vulcans are almost starting to feel like a little bit of a mistake, and the Shroud goes down once again. The Magmadons are absolutely walking here. They're going to force everything back. Sim City that Lucifron has, Nate, is making it possible for him to fight. Now, I'm not saying the game's a good state for him, but it's really hard for a laser to break him. The 3-base Vanguard player, he's got his 4th base on the right side. And if I'm going to criticize Lucifron for one thing, he committed so hard to trying to prevent the middle when he was already up a base. And realistically, yeah, the middle's 2 bases. Okay. Well, he was already up 1. You just take the right side, and it does feel like for a Varangur player, you want to see some tech transitions. He's going to take the fight right now. Shroud covers the map. Atlas shots are going to go down, but not getting a ton for the moment as the Magmadons just start to walk their way right on forward. But a shield on the Atlas as well. That thing is not dying anytime soon.
It's crazy. The Doombringer harass on the other side. Bob's repairing themselves, goes for the pull-in, trying to grab the Atlas from outside of where it was being dropped before the evac can get to it. There's the stomps coming through. And once again, a big push into a huge concave of Shroud Stones with the army.
Oh, that Dragon is getting so low off the Hornets as well. It sucks up all the Infesto. It's going to be fine for the moment, but this is desperation for a laser right now. Lucifron's taking the base on the right side. That should be a laser. And
For Lucifron, the most important thing he needs to do, as we've seen in this series, avoid the overextensions, retain the veterans, the exos, don't trade out too much because that economy, of course, he has a lot coming through, but like we see, you get a couple of those guys powered up, especially the Lancers, and we see how tanky they hit the stomp, but the Exos absolutely rip it to pieces, and there are so many med tags here. Behemoth, the sustain, absolutely through the roof, going for the Infest Cloud on the backside of the stun. The Catapult is showing up too. Take your opponent's siege camp before you go for the big push. That's a way to get it done. Does try to get a couple of pulls in. We see the Flame on Imps from the side going for a little flank action. It does burn, crisps the edge of the Bio Ball, but not enough to completely take it down. Going to pull in a few more units there. We see getting pulled into the explosions is not a fun spot either. Seeing a little bit of it now, but that Vision turret becomes a huge deal. Trying to get the Flame on, especially from the side. It actually does get a huge detonation. About half the army eradicated. Well, that's what I was about to say, Behemoth. I was looking for the flanks. I wanted to see a little action, a little sauce on the side.
A hot drop 8 hedgehogs on top of a Flayed Dragon to instantly kill it. And it's just about the coolest move I've seen thus far now. Are we there yet? Absolutely not. In fact, I think Clem is just going to run right past this army and maybe do a little bit more. But, I mean, this is a ton of Lancers on this third base. And Gaunts are good, but against speed Lancers like this, not incredible. The splits are actually really nice though, and one of the things when we talk about these Lancers is, look, they do a lot of damage when they get fully procced. They move very fast, so long as this Lancer stays alive. But that is a fantastic surround there by all the imps on top of this Lancer. So there's a repair turret, yeah, but this first Lancer is dead. Second one's going to show up now, and well, now these imps are going to get pulled down the ramp. We're going to see Gaunts go down very quickly, and yeah, getting that first Lancer is fantastic, Nate.
The next generation. You'll love to see it. So the Lancers come in on the south side. Now, as he takes the damage, you see he's trying to stutter set them around on the south just to get on top of the Gaunts. That keeps them away from the Exos, and the Exos just rip and tear into those Brutes and Fiends. Lancers diving deep. And that's the thing, too. If you pause the Magmadon, and the Lancers still have the speed boost, so their ability to disengage is still there. They're not really close enough to the Exos to threaten them, so the Magmadons have just never been able to get into a position where they can actually do the thing that they need.
On that last game, they run forward. They try to disrupt things. You just kite away because you're a speedy boy. And now, as the Lancers get fast again, they're going to dive on top of everything. The Gaunts could try to run away, but they're now running into the splash issue. They're going to try to build this safety position, but instead they're all going to get shut down. We see a Shroud Stone get dropped down right here, and everything's dead. He doesn't, but it's less than 8 Gaunts in the drop right now. So if we get to like 3 or 4 Hornets, it can start to be this thing where the drop is just never going to do enough. Shield gets dropped as well, and that's expensive, right? That's an 80-second cooldown that Probe no longer has available to himself. But this Doombringer's getting so low. He's going to target it down, and is there enough damage? Yes, knocks it down. Okay, and
it's on his natural door, and that's just a tough spot to be in. A lot of Hornets, though, so we're still seeing not a crazy amount of Gaunts. Maybe this is where you get something. Shadow Flyers try to get something done if they're not targeted down properly. It's a little bit there, and at least starting to clean this up, but as long as the Hellborns are here, the Vulcans will not be able to just stand and fight.
I mean, yeah, but this is turning into a pretty expensive trade out of parting. Hellborn are really good. They do 50 damage a shot. They're fantastic, and we're seeing what they're doing right now. Here's the thing, though. They cost a lot.
Welcome back to the EGC Stormgate Open, the first major public tournament we've ever seen for this amazing RTS, and my goodness, has it delivered so far. Hopefully you folks are entertained. We've had 2 days chocked full of intense action between some of the best that exist at the game right now. But you know what? I'm all about rising stars, underdogs. I don't think we have any of them here in the finals. We've got 2 absolute mad chads. But what I need to do is help the next generation of Stormgaters get prepped, get ready, which is why we have got 10 beta keys to give away, and it's about time. If you want to be in with a chance of winning one of those keys, I believe it's going to be !Stormgate in the chat to get entered into the giveaway. That starts now. So spam so much I cannot see anything else. I just want to see it. Come on, there we go. Get those numbers in. And you know, while you're at it, if you want to look different in between that, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit those primes. It makes you just look different. It doesn't help you in this, but I like them. It makes me look better to the TO. Stormgate. We're going to close this in about a minute, so keep them pumping in. While that is happening, by the way, this is a perfect time to remind you guys, you saw it yesterday, immortalized in some epic moments. If you do gift 10 subs or more in-game, you'll pop up on the screen showing that you actually gifted. Imagine that, right? In an incredible moment years from now when you're like, where were you when Parting and Vortex faced off in a best-of-9 to dub the first public champion? You know, when I was there on the screen in that moment. So just remember that across our 9 games, rather. I hope it's not 5. This goes the distance, rather. So I believe we're going to close it in probably about 20 or 30 seconds. While we're waiting for that to close, let's quickly recap on the brackets to show you how we got here. Because we have had quite a few notable names get flopped and dropped pretty early, actually. Of course, Parting, for the first time in this tournament, we just witnessed him bleed. Kiwi may have gone down 4-2 in the end, but he was able to take 2 games away from the person who was seen as unbeatable here. On the other side, Vortex, definitely, I think to say, looking a little bit more confident on the blitzer through here, actually dropping less games overall than his opponent. Reminder, that's going to be a best-of-9. We are going to allow repeat maps as long as it's not back-to-back. But all of that to come. I believe, I'm waiting for confirmation now. I think we actually have, at this point, surely locked the entry. Or maybe we're being generous here. I'm reminded, by the way, if you don't get your hands on one of these beta keys, the pledges for Kickstarter will open up again on Friday, February the 23rd. So they're rolling now. I asked if I could put some more bingo lady glasses on and just get a little raffle going and pop balls out. But apparently so many of you entered this, I couldn't pop that many balls out. So we should, being in confirmation, come in now. I'm just actually waiting on the back end for the admins to tell me how they want to do this. Am I going to get a list of names, or are we just going to announce it in the chat? I imagine we're going to have to give me a list of names, aren't we? You guys, look at you go. The best part is, I'm pretty sure it's closed now, but I love the enthusiasm still coming out from all of you. Oh, so waiting on the confirmation. While we're doing that, just a reminder as well, it's not going to get you into the beta, but if you need more entertainment as the days go on, be sure to follow across on the YouTube side, as all the games you've been seeing here today will be uploaded across there. Hopefully that will give Vanguard players some hope, because I think this Infernal on Infernal Finals is probably not going to be doing that for them. But I think maybe we can bring our casters in to talk about the day a little bit while we wait for the final draw of that giveaway, so that we can start nibbling away at possibly 9 games to come. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome the legends themselves. We've got Tasteless and Artosis joining me for the grand finals. Ooh, there we go. I knew I'd overdressed again. That's the literally. I tried to find the flow, boys, but you know what? It's fine. Great to have you here, guys. I heard we talked a little bit before we got on the camera. You've been watching the games behind the scenes. I'm gonna go to you first, Artosis. What's your feelings on the tournament so far?
Oh, I've loved it so far. I don't feel like well, we started with just so many players at the beginning, right? And it was just kind of all over the place, a lot of games being played, and it really looked Infernal dominated. But as we moved forward, I loved seeing the stronger Vanguard players really kind of show their stuff. And honestly, I know there's been a lot of complaints balance-wise, oh man, the Infernals are too strong or something, but I really don't see it. What I see is actually a game that's surprisingly well balanced right now. I've had a really great time watching these close sets, and honestly, if Jagged Maw didn't exist, maybe we'd have a Vanguard player here in the finals, or maybe even 2.
All right, I'm going to extend your analysis here quickly, because I know you want to have a quick Jagged Maw rant. I'll give you 30 seconds to be completely unhinged here if you need it. Go.
Dude, I've played RTS games competitively for more than 25 years, and it is the worst map I have ever seen. That's all I have to say about that. Jagged Maw is awful. Oh my God.
Wow. Tasteless. Are we disagreeing? Is there a worse map you can think of, or are you up?
I mean, it's pretty brutal. I mean, overall, I've really been enjoying Stormgate. Jagged Maw does seem to steer the game into a very specific direction. It's kind of surprising how quickly players have figured that map out, and I do like some of the ideas at play, but it's at least good to see that the game developers are getting experimental and taking advantage of all the different things that you can actually do in an RTS game. There's so many cool unexplored things that we haven't really tested out yet. So it's a welcome idea. It turned out to be a fairly one-dimensional map, but overall, this whole tournament and getting into Stormgate and seeing the improvements that they've made already is really exciting.
Do you guys feel that like maybe one promising element of it at least is the catapult camps? Maybe we don't like catapults in their current form, but the idea of maybe more unique creep camps, Artosis?
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea. I think the creep camps actually have been very interesting. It's just that in the current game state, when you have Infernals like farming to get just a ton of weaker units, the fact that you also get a siege unit to break through the towers that are supposed to stop the weaker units that you've been farming, it doesn't really fit together. But I mean, I love some of the takes that they have here. It's really made it interesting to see a few battles over some of these creep camps. And honestly, I like the idea a lot of these kind of like allied units that you can get, right? Like how will these work in your army? Like maybe some in the future you can control or something. I'm not sure where they're looking to go with that, but I love the idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable why the double dip of units that are active plus the fact you get ones for free is kind of insane. I mean, Tasteless, the stats spoke for themselves. 75% win rate on Jagged Maw for the Infernals based on the qualifiers. Even on the main event, they were still at 66% despite the best efforts of the best Vanguards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we didn't have a matchup that would be for the finals would be more dynamic, like a Vanguard versus Infernal. Obviously, we only have two factions in the game right now. One thing I actually am excited about when it comes to Jagged Maw is that we're in a mirror matchup. So how exactly is that going to play out? Is it going to be them trying to snipe the other player from getting the catapult? Are we going to see some new ideas introduced? Because any issues that can fundamentally come up with the new map, that really might. It doesn't play the same kind of role in a mirror matchup. So I'm still really interested in what exactly we're going to see here with these two.
And, let's speak about the two a little bit here. Parting versus Vortex, two players that have looked on fire. One of them quite often, literally, with their strategy in these games. How are you guys feeling going into this? Like the playstyle clashing, the fact they're both Infernal. Artosis, is there a clear favorite for you?
Oh, absolutely. There is a favorite. Now, look, I have the utmost respect for Vortex. I've followed his career through multiple games throughout the years. I honestly think he's one of the best overall RTS players ever in the history of the world. But Parting is kind of another level. This guy's a former StarCraft 2 world champion. Vortex also is a very good StarCraft 2 pro, but just not quite that level. And then on top of that, if you actually look at the bracket, Parting had a bracket of just Vanguard players. No one actually knows if he has anything saved up for Infernal versus Infernal here, right? Like that's a big thing. Whereas Vortex, he's had to show that off a little bit. Parting kind of looked at those games very closely and been like, oh, I kind of have a feel for how you're going to play this. So I feel like everything is pointing towards Parting having an advantage in this finals.
Tasteless, another thought on top of that is the fact that Vortex, him and his bro, they are infamous for just scrimming in a vacuum nonstop. In that case, it's going to be Vanguard versus Infernal. Is there a concern there that maybe he just hasn't got the number of games to prep against an Infernal blitzer like Parting?
One thing I think is just it's got to be emphasized is that Vortex and his brother Lucifron as well. You will never meet a pair of brothers as gifted where they can just get into any game and right away start to dominate. I mean, they did it with StarCraft 2. They did it with Heroes of the Storm. They did it with Age of Empires. And so, it's possible that Vortex has cooked up some cool strats. The concern that I have is I think Parting has done a very good job in prepping for this tournament, holding his cards real close. And we know that, this is a guy that former StarCraft 2 world champion, invented the Soul Train, one of the scariest pushes in StarCraft history. He's very good at prepping and labbing things out on his own. So it should be interesting. I think this is a slightly favored matchup here for Parting going forward. But if Vortex wins, it's not the craziest upset either.
I mean, I feel you. I feel like this could go a decent distance. The interesting thing for me is, like, in Age of Empires, Vortex is known to be one of the most aggressive players. Like, literally, when we give stat charts, he has an 11 on attack. That's just how crazy all in is. I'm wondering if we're going to get a lot of that here, Artosis. We did see a few players trying to go for some very aggressive openings to win those Infernal matchups. It felt like more often than not, though, the macro approach seemed to be winning out, right?
Yeah. I mean, if someone's being pretty aggressive and then you take just a little bit more of a defensive approach, generally you're going to be favored there, right? So that could be an issue. But as to what you say about Vortex, I remember him being very aggressive in StarCraft 2 as well. But so is Parting. Parting has always been historically one of the best micromanagement players in the world at StarCraft 2 and has always played a very kind of creative, aggressive style. So I think that is probably going to clash here. But again, we haven't seen as many Parting games in Infernal versus Infernal. So that's where it might get a little bit tricky in the first few games here for Vortex.
Excited to see how it's going to play out. And I'm excited to let everyone know that the draw is complete, by the way. Frost Giant will DM you with your key if you won. So congrats to the 10 winners. I already got confirmation behind the scenes, but I'll save the names popping up there. I said, if you want your name popping up on the stream, you need to drop 10 gifted subs. That's just that's the way it works around here. But boys, I think we have hyped it up enough. It is time for the grand finals of the EGC Stormgate Open. $10,000 on the line, a best of 9, and we kick off with Broken Crown.
All right, Artosis, I got to tell you, man, I could not be more excited to get into this finals. And what a great story this is with these two players. They're so talented. I think we could be happy no matter who takes this. And we're going to really figure out who has truly mastered Infernal versus Infernal in this current state.
Yeah. This is going to be very exciting. I'm not exactly sure what the score is going to look like. I do, again, feel like Parting is going to be in good shape for this since he hasn't had to show that much. But it's great to see these two old school pro gamers meet up again here in Stormgate and see who's gotten better over the years.
All right, guys, we're going to hop into our game now. This is the grand finals here for EGCTV, the first ever major StarCraft tournament that's been open to the public. Over here in the top right in the red, the former StarCraft 2 world champion, he is Parting. And just and his opponent down here in the bottom left, over here in the blue, one of the most talented players in so many different professional gaming titles. He is Vortex.
Yeah, it's a fantastic matchup, honestly. Vortex, it was a really sad thing, honestly, when he left the StarCraft 2 scene, went over to Heroes. And, obviously he's moved on from there to Age 4 at this point, but he's always been such a talent and with such a fun style as well. How is that going to match up against someone who honestly has a very similar style? They're playing the same faction here with Infernal versus Infernal. And honestly, the builds look really similar right now as well.
Yeah, one big feature of this map is the fact that at your natural expansion, there are trees that can be torn down with workers or other units with other abilities later on. So that makes it a little bit trickier if you're going to fast expand. There's also been a lot of debate right now of, can you really just go for a shrine right away, or does it make more sense to try to push out on the map with the gaunts, with your brutes, and try to kill the creeps? Because with that gaunt ability and fast, we know that can allow you to accumulate a lot of additional fiends. So there's a lot of different ideas at play here. Immediately, both players are approaching this very differently. You've got Vortex here going for the speed creeps, while on the other hand, Parting comes down here with a brute split in two, sending these fiends out there and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, that actually goes a little bit better for Vortex so far. Parting actually going for a Shroud Stone in the center of the map. He's going to go after these resource camps as opposed to the speed camps that have been so popular throughout this tournament.
Yeah, so this is awesome, man. Very different ideas. I would say that what we see Vortex do is generally what you've seen a lot of other streamers and tournament players go for, but this is a very different creep camp setup here for Parting. Like already taking out the two middle spiders, then taking the spider base out just outside of his expansion, but now we have the push coming in here from Vortex, and this is a moment where you get to do your own scouting. He does come in here and force a cancel. Two brutes are going to come down. It looks like the imp could get cornered, and it is killed.
Yeah, that's a great moment right there for Vortex. So Vortex, it seems like he's opening up with a little bit of an advantage here. He didn't lose an imp to that initial brute split. And look here, like he's killed an imp off. He's forced to cancel on the expansion. He's getting good scouting done. It does feel like Vortex has a bit of a lead in this first game.
Yeah, Vortex looking pretty strong right now. We've got Parting moving into the middle of the map, and it looks like he's going to try to go in for this vision camp down here in the bottom right. And in fact, Vortex is going in the same direction. Now, when you have these dogfights in the middle of the map, you've got to protect your Gaunts. The Fiends can try to jump onto the Gaunts. The Gaunts are very brittle. They're very slow, but they're essential when you're going to be creeping on the map, because without Infest, you can't accumulate more of those Fiends. And so it looks like that's going to be a pretty big victory for Vortex, getting the vision camp and possibly the speed camp just to the right of that.
It really feels like Vortex has a bit of map control here, right? He's getting his expansion up. That should be up a bit quicker than Parting's. He's clearing more camps, like you just pointed out. He has more Gaunts on the map. The thing is, Parting is a very creative player. He kind of can look at a position like this and know what he should do to try to come back. And he is sending a lot of Fiends across the map, but it looks like as these brutes pop out, he has to pull those back as well. So not really finding any damage.
Looks like Vortex will now go to the 6 o'clock position and take the heal camp out. Nobody has an expansion that's finished yet, but Vortex has at least started his. It does seem like Vortex has a little bit more map control. That shrine's done now. He's got 2 imps mining from that. And so I guess the only thing the party can do, as far as I can tell, is try to play catch up and expand himself.
Well, is he going to be able to do that with already a Doombringer coming across the map? Right? That's actually a little bit scary right there. If you're dropping out 8 Gaunts, your opponent better have his Gaunts sitting there ready to engage that. So it feels like Vortex continuing to just plow forward in this game, really dictating the pace of it.
The big Luminite node at the natural is very close to the cliff's edge. And so we see a lot of drops where they'll try to hit the workers that are mining down there. But in this case, we're going to see the Doombringer just come in here. And this is going to be very dangerous, because once you have these imps infested, if you can get enough damage off, it does cause a kind of a chain reaction here. It looks like Parting's handling this pretty well. I don't think he's lost an imp just yet. And so this is going to be a very good hold here for Parting.
Yeah, he has enough Fiends there. He brings up his own Gaunts as well. And of course, it's not even the full 8 Gaunt in there, right? He's got some of his own Fiends. And not really finding damage as of yet. Looks like Parting going to load up his own Doombringer, start to send it across the map, but leaves his Fiends here to try to defend.
That's going to come back in here now. There is a third base being taken as Vortex is keeping the pressure on here. That Doombringer for Parting is going to be headed down, but for now, we got to see how many of these workers can actually be picked off. Vortex is doing a good job keeping this position out here. Meanwhile, the drop comes in, but it looks like there should be enough Fiends. I think it can actually force us back, and that means Parting is going to be further and further behind.
Well, finally, we have a tower coming down on both sides, so that is a great way to shut this down. And in fact, Parting loses his Doombringer. Vortex going to just barely get out there. So once again, I'm looking at this game. Vortex is taking a third base. He's destroyed the Doombringer. He saved his own Doombringer. It really does seem like he's in control here.
Yeah, well, he played a really solid early game, and it just seems like it's very difficult now for Parting to keep up, and especially losing that Doombringer. The Doombringer basically allows you to pin your opponent to their base. We have another shot that was close. You got to be careful that it's not normal to have a tower in the middle of the map. It's a very easy way to end up losing a weakened Doombringer. But with map control, we're going to see that the Shroud Stone destroyed, the creeping continue to ramp up here for Vortex. And mathematically, Artosis, I don't really know how you get out of this position. This looks very unwinnable for Parting right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty tricky. Like, he just isn't going to have any map control. Maybe with this new Doombringer, he can run Vortex around a little bit. Like, that's a reasonable idea. And of course, I mean, you can tech up further, right? Like, maybe he can turtle for a little bit and say, okay, I am a bit behind, but maybe we can get into some higher tech, you know, maybe some Hellborns or something to help out against that heavy Gaunt composition.
You know what I'm thinking is that the Animus that's been accumulated here for Vortex should give him access to that Dragon pretty quickly. And it does seem like the Dragon is essential as you get into late game. Infernal versus Infernal, you really, it can be very hard to deal with if one player has it and the other just doesn't, because the fights do become a little bit snowbally. So let's see if that's in store for us down the road here.
Yeah, I know Gaunts shoot up, but if you try to kill the dragon with them, it's not a fun thing to try. So we'll see who ends up getting that dragon, or if it even does end up coming out this game. But already a Magmadon comes out here for Vortex. He's just kind of chasing down the Doombringer. Of course, Parting going to continue to run away. No Twilight Spire out or anything, so doesn't have to worry about this being picked off.
Yeah, he sends that, and this is going to be probably the quietest moment of this game. Both sides macroing, both sides developing and teching up here. That very late third base for Parting is going to be captured, but Vortex, all he has to do is continue to stay one step ahead. Really, the burden is on Parting to try to figure out how to come back in this game. In RTS, when you do get to, in certain types of games like this one, really, once you've gotten that lead, it's about maintaining that and staying further ahead.
And look at that, man. We actually had a very funny drop there where his Magmadon went down to the side of the map, but he finally does get it out here and will throw that stomp down. So dealing a little bit of damage in here. In the meantime, we have Vortex with a counterattack onto this third base. There are already 2 Shroud Stones down, though.
We've got Magmadons out. These are so strong against the Gaunts and the Fiends, and with a higher Magmadon count here, and Vortex actually hitting in 2 different locations at once, really forcing Parting to try to address and put out all of these different fires, and I don't think this third base can stay up.
Well, right now, it looks like Vortex is doing a good job in the main base, but he is kind of running away from Parting's third base location here, as Parting has his own Magmadons coming down, brings his Doombringer as well, unloads those Gaunts, and just going to town with these stomps.
Yeah, he's going to be driving him back a little bit further here. I think Vortex is being very patient. He does not want to overextend, but this means Parting is still in this game for a little bit longer. A very damaged Doombringer is going to wrap back around here, and I think he's probably going to be merging his main army up and possibly even looking for a push over into the second base.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It looks like he's kind of positioning himself outside of there right now. We do have some more static D that's gone up here for Parting. Definitely making sure that he's staying very, very safe. Vortex right now rotating back. He is taking a 4th base right now. So that's an important moment. Parting as well, though. It feels like Parting caught up in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Parting's done a really good job playing from behind here. We got a really great Magmadon drop. So as you get further on in the game, I know for most of this tournament, we've seen a lot of Gaunt drops, but having 1 or even 2 Magmadons really just makes sense because they can wipe the workers out so quickly. So Parting comes in there, gets the damage done, and then gets back out. But we've got a big army over here for Vortex.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take his vision camp. He does have a bit of map control right now. He's going to be able to get a ton of vision out here, kind of roam back and forth. Obviously, we see that Parting still out there with his Doombringer. Looks like he is going to bring it home now because he might be nervous about this push that's headed towards his third.
Yeah, well, he has to hold his push. He has to stay up with resources here, and this is a really scary push coming here. He has the Magmadon dive in, a pretty good dodge there from Vortex. Vortex is going to try to advance a little bit further over here. I just don't see a whole lot here to get in the way of these towers. We do have another super powerful tower casted down over here now.
And a lot of Magmadons trampling on both sides right now, kind of diving into each other's armies. And of course, this is doing a good job for Parting because he does have so many Shroud Stones up here dealing that extra damage. So he will end up holding on, but it doesn't feel like Vortex lost too much there, right? He tried the attack, but it wasn't like a huge fumble.
Yeah, this has been such good defense from Parting. This whole game, he's just been deflecting and shutting down everything. Now, that being said, Vortex is continuing to grow, and that's what's important as well. He can, you know, if he doesn't kill off these bases with these attacks, as long as he can still try to play a control game and dominate the map, there's still chances for him there. We got more creeping on the map, and really Parting hasn't been able to creep for probably the last 5 or 6 minutes, I think. So there's income coming in over there as well. They all...
Yeah. That's actually kind of interesting that you mentioned that, right? Like, this is something that happens in Stormgate if someone has that map control, and now suddenly hitting that 4th base location and Parting a bit out of position. Doesn't have as many Shroud Stones over here. One dies immediately. Another morphing one is going to be taken out as well, but Parting bringing his army as quickly as possible.
Okay, we see the Magmadons coming back across over here. It looks like... I can't tell if those units are bugged or they're behind the cliff back there, but there's going to be a push coming in here from Vortex. Vortex has got to be careful and try to thread this needle. He's got to make sure he can take out the shrine north of that position we saw there earlier. At the same time, not get pulled into the Shroud Stones that are going to do so much damage over there.
Some great stunning going down here from Vortex as he gets on top of a bunch of these Gaunts. Parting's double Magmadon over at that 3rd base of Vortex doing a great job as well. He's actually killed off quite a few units over there, while most of the micro is on his side of the map.
Okay, he's coming out now, and Vortex, it seems like he's overextended pretty badly. Harding is now going to be able to clean up both of these attacks on either side. This is going really rough right now. Again, you know, the easiest way when you're ahead in all these bases like Vortex was is to just overextend and feed into the opponent. We've got the Dragon now in with the mix. And
you were talking about that Dragon before, Tasteless. Definitely so important, so powerful here with that huge AoE infest, getting it down on those gaunts, already picking multiples of them off. Can Parting hold on against this?
Yeah, he's got to be careful not to overextend with that Dragon. But, you know, especially with gaunts out on the map, those are very brittle units. That's a great way to start to snowball that damage with those Fiends here. He's going to keep pushing. We got one tower that's going to be up. Using that ability to infest and then soak that infest back up to gain more white shields on the Dragon, making it very, very tanky, especially as the gaunt numbers go down.
I gotta say, I do love some of this defense here from Parting. Gets his own Dragon out now. It is actually already starting to beat Vortex's Dragon a little bit here. And Vortex is overrunning. GG is called, and it looks like Vortex is going to take down game number 1.
That was a great game. I am really excited. You know, we were talking about how Parting might be the favorite, that he's just going to take it. But I think the reality is that Vortex put up a really good fight. He showed deep understanding of how to develop on the map. He got that lead early on, and he kept it. Parting fought back really well, was able to hang on. I thought the game was going to snowball pretty quickly. Wasn't the case at all, actually. But in the end, Vortex gets that first win in this best of 9.
Yeah, that is a big series. That's going to give them a lot of time to learn from each other, right? That's something that we got to consider. And looking at that first game, they had very different ideas. We saw Vortex do what we see a lot of Infernal players do, go for that speed camp, really focus on getting out a lot of Fiends early on with their infest. Whereas Parting, setting up that tower in the center, taking out the resource camps more quickly, you know, he did kind of fall behind in that early game, but I still found his play promising. It did feel like he fought back to very close to even from there.
It's also cool to see how different the creeping patterns were. And look, we're going to have so many games coming in here. So how are they going to learn from each other, adapt, try to maybe even blind counter each other? I don't know. Infernal versus Infernal does seem to come down to who can get more Fiends. And a lot of that is really based off of who can dominate the more important camps, or who can intercept somebody who's about to try to get that important camp. So, I mean, there's a lot of really, fun, crazy things that can happen at the start of those games. Let's also point out that Fiends are just so much faster than Gaunts. So if you can ever isolate their Gaunts in the map, it does seem like you can start to really quickly snowball a fight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like the Gaunts, it feels like when units are on the Gaunts, they literally don't beat anything,
Yeah.
whether that be Lancers, Exos, the Magmadons, Fiends, whatever it is, like the Gaunts do end up falling apart there. So definitely a very important aspect. Can you reduce your opponent's Gaunt count, right? Can you get it to a position where you're going to be the one getting a ton of extra Fiends and suddenly they have no map control like we saw there from Parting?
Yeah, and again, no super quick expands. It does seem like right now the current school of thought is you got to get your vault out, you got to get your conclave out. You need to do whatever you can to first start to accumulate the Fiends and get the resources that you get from killing those creeps. We've had some people fast expanding. I don't know if that's going to change as this best of 9 continues on, but that does seem to be the way the game is being approached in Infernal versus Infernal.
Yeah, definitely something that we have seen, that we have noticed. And I'd love to see something like that. I would love to see one of these guys decide, you know what? Let's go with that shrine first, right? Maybe utilize some of those shroud stones, make sure you're not dying early on, and just kind of give that catapult to your economy and come out stronger in that mid game. But the thing is, as we've seen, you end up getting so many Fiends by controlling the map. You end up getting a little bit of extra resources, right, from controlling the map. So you kind of are okay, even if your opponent gets that economic advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I think that map that we just had, that does allow for more of a macro dramatic game, whether it's a mirror matchup or it's Infernal versus Vanguard. It does seem to be a pretty well designed one that leads to some pretty epic games here. Now, I don't know what the next map is going to be, but Jagged Maw has been in the map pool. This is made for some extremely short games. Yeah, so we got to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean, when it's Infernal versus Infernal on Jagged Maw, I guess everything's equal and balanced, right? But we've seen a lot of games there that feel like they're decided in like the first minute because we have the fight at the speed camp, right? And whoever takes that down really gets more fiends and ends up having a bit more map control and can clear more camps, maybe get that siege camp more easily. But I gotta imagine these two are both very creative players. They're both very aggressive players, great at micro, very decisive. So I feel like that has opened up the possibility that, like, yeah, maybe we see each map 3 times. We might end up seeing like 3 different strats on each map from them.
Normally when you have an RTS game that's, it's more of a finished product, you would never have the same map back to back. But this is kind of an interesting mini game that we're going to see be played here. What happens when you have to go back onto the same map? Like in that first game, we saw Parting made a tower right in the middle. He tried to play around farming the speed camp meta. It backfired. It didn't work for him. But what are they going to do if they have to play on that map again, which they certainly will, right? So
yeah,
it's cool to watch these players try to adapt to each other in real time.
Absolutely. And you do have to wonder, it's like, okay, well, Parting, your strategy there on Broken Crown didn't end up working. Are you going to counter what Vortex did? Are you going to try? Did you just mess up something that you had planned for your strategy? And maybe if you do that better, you're going to be ahead? Well, we're going to probably eventually figure that out. I would be surprised if we don't see Broken Crown again here tonight.
Yeah, the standard, at least from what I've experienced and seen, and this game is very new, so we're all still trying to wrap our heads around it, is that you're always going to push for that speed camp, go through there into the vision camp, get the kill on that, and then you do a poke, because in a lot of these Infernal versus Infernal builds, it's hard to scout early. The imps are not actually fast. In StarCraft, we almost always see scouts with workers, Overlords too, of course, but you can't get to your opponent's base very quickly with a worker. And so you're playing a little bit of a blind game to start. So it seems like what many of these players are doing is clearing out those speed camps, and then they have enough bulk, they can basically do a poke into the natural.
Yeah, that's what we've seen as the standard. But actually, if you think back to that last game, that was an interesting thing that Parting did is he went for a quick brute, split it immediately, and just sent his fiends across the map. He did a little bit of harassment with them, but honestly, that was heavily a scout as well. He didn't actually end up killing anything, but he did see what Vortex was going for, even though it was kind of what you would expect anyways.
But the fundamental problem that comes with that is then you have to make a vault, right? So you're showing your opponent some of your tech, and is it perhaps better to have gone and played more of a blind game where you just push the creeps and checked in later? I don't know. These are the ideas. These are the things we're trying to figure out. We're trying to learn as we unpack this game. But it's cool to see that they weren't doing the exact same thing. Instead, there's 2 completely different approaches, and it made for a pretty chaotic early game.
Yeah, it definitely was an interesting one as far as Infernal versus Infernal goes, right? Like they were going down different roads. Obviously, they kind of converged in the overall unit set that they were going for. You definitely need to get into those Magmadons. Very, very powerful. The Doombringers, of course, that's been like a staple for the last few weeks here for Infernal. And I think we will definitely see more of that. But I guess the question is, like, how fast are we going to see these expansions and everything, especially if we get into Jagged Maw? How aggressively do you play that on one base?
Yeah, and is it a situation where you want to try to just ambush their push to the creep camps, or do you want to I don't know, try to play into counterattacks? I mean, when a player is creeping on the map, there should be some fundamental vulnerability inside their main. Is that the way to approach it? The thing with Jagged Maw, if that's the next map we're going to be on, is that the map design, the idea that was implemented, is so quickly available to the player that the whole game kind of becomes, how do you get that catapult, right? But yeah, I mean, maybe there's ways to play around that or do counterplay with that.
So Tasteless, I'm actually getting information right now. You saw Parting type the question mark in that game, right? I saw that.
Something I messed up my casting for a second when I saw this question mark. So yeah, go ahead.
All right. So apparently what is happening here is there was a significant bug in that game which was dropping units outside of the map. Okay, so Vortex basically dropped some gaunts
Okay.
on the low ground between the natural base and the third base.
Yeah, I
And
saw
so
that.
the admins have ruled that that is going to be a regame.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw the units. I thought I was like a little bit confused what was happening. It looked like there were units that were just kind of stuck um over on like off a cliff or whatever. So okay, so it's a regame. That's that. This game
Yeah,
is obviously still in
apparently,
beta.
and
Go ahead.
just to make this clear for people, apparently this was in the rule handbook, okay, that you were not
Yeah.
allowed to do this particular thing. So before anyone goes crazy about that, I mean, if it's in the rules, it's in the rules. So I guess we're going to have a
Yeah.
regame.
Okay, we're starting over. That's good to know it's in the rule book. This isn't some willy-nilly decision. But yeah, I guess that is a disqualifying, or not disqualifying, but it would force a reset. So we're going to be going back into, I assume, the same map, Broken Crown again.
Yep.
And I mean, this is even crazier now, Artosis. How are they going to open up this time? They just played the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good question. Like, you kind of know what your opponent had planned there for Broken Crown. Do you try to counter it? I feel like Vortex will probably play very similarly to what we saw, but this is a really big opportunity for Parting. He got to see what Vortex was made of,
Yeah.
but Vortex landed his gaunts in the wrong place, so Parting gets a rego.
Yeah, and so we've got a long match ahead of us here. We're not even into game one technically. But you know, with the limited number of maps that are available, I mean, there's going to be so many crazy mind games here. And now we have an extra game inside of the best of 9 that's been played out. So there's already been some information revealed there. It's too bad there was that bug. Obviously, this game is not finished. There's not even a tier 3 or each faction yet. We only have 2 of the factions that have been playable and been shown to the public. So these bugs are going to happen. That's too bad it happened in a moment like this, but we had rules for it apparently, if it came up, and so here we are.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I think we're just getting the players ready for this, and we'll get them back into that game. We already have Broken Crown kind of queued up for this map once again. And, you know, I feel like that game that we just saw, I guess that's the practice game. The first game of the day doesn't count, right? The first game of the finals doesn't count. These guys have ideas of what's going on. Obviously, they're both going to be watching out for that at this point. You know, you have a game that goes like that, you got to be thinking to yourself, I cannot be letting that happen again, right? Like, that has to be very frustrating for Vortex.
Sure, yeah. Very frustrating, but it's a needle he's going to have to thread here. He's going to be very cautious with how he, controls and maneuvers. There is a very big similarity to a lot of these later games in StarCraft 2 here in Stormgate now, where it's very much about trying to set like multiple fires on the map and try to force the opponent to put them all out, or one will start to burn too big and be too much of a problem, and the game can end there. And certainly, whether it's Infernal versus Infernal or it's Infernal versus Vanguard, Gaunt drops seem to be the way to go. I mean, even when I was practicing before I was watching people's streams, that's kind of organically where I ended up, was getting the Doombringer and loading it up. I just, you do enough creeping on the map and cranking out those gaunts, and then by the time the Doombringer's in play, you go, okay, well, now I got this thing. Let's try to go out and, I don't know, see if I can harass some workers. And it also sets up really nicely, because once you get a couple of infests and hits on those bobs or on those imps, once the fiends start to spawn, all the workers die right away.
Yeah. No, it's crazily strong, and it's funny to see as well. 2 Infernal players do it against each other, and then you got to also take into consideration, right? Fellhogs, they get turned into fiends. It feels like that might be the best first place you can land, because you can't run with those, right? If someone's really on top of it, you land near the imps get pulled. You're not going to get any kills there. But if you already start getting fiends right off the bat, I feel like I feel like that's something that we might end up seeing here, right? Is you focus, if you see that meat farm, you make sure you get those first few fiends for free, and they can really help you snowball the damage everywhere else.
It's a funny thing that I feel like I would never really say in a mirror matchup, but it does seem like Infernal has this fundamental vulnerability to other Infernals when they're being attacked, because the hogs at the bases and
Yeah.
the fact that even if you can corner a couple of your opponent's gaunts that are infested, right, then you can spawn out some more fiends for you. So it does seem like it's a very delicate interaction that you have, and especially if you can be the aggressor and do damage. Infernal beats Infernal, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, and that's really funny that you say that, because I know what you mean here, where it's like, okay, so wait, Infernals are extra good against their opponent's supply buildings, the meat farms. Yeah, guess what? The same exists with Vanguard, man. Do you know how quick those dogs kill a habitat? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it the first time dogs killed a habitat. I'm like, oh my God, that dies quicker than a bob almost. So yeah, Vanguard's good against Vanguard, and Infernal's good against Infernal.
It's also a funny thing when you're like trying to pick up an RTS game and you don't have a relationship with each of the units yet. Like it's that, I'm sure you had many games like I did Artosis where I like get into a fight on the map and I have no idea if I'm going to win, but I know I'm going to learn a lot about the game by the time this fight is done. Sometimes I think it's even and I win, or I get completely dominated. But whenever you're picking up an RTS, all that stuff comes over time. And then once you really have an understanding of how each of the units interact with each other and what's strong or weak versus what, then you can have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And honestly, that's something that I really like, about Stormgate, is it felt like it didn't take very long to kind of get that information and get those relationships with those units and kind of understand what was going on. It felt like it was, I really, honestly, I feel like I played about 10 games and I'm like, I get it. All right, this is awesome. Let's play.
Really, it is a very Blizzard-esque RTS in that you start out with a couple of very basic units and ideas, and then it pretty quickly fans out into a lot of complexity and a lot of potential. As like I remember even just trying to figure out, okay, so like, does my infest overlap with their infest if we're hitting a creep? Or all these different things you have to kind of map out and understand in order to really tackle an RTS. So already, I mean, we're off to a very exciting start here with Stormgate.
Yeah. Yep. And definitely looking forward to getting this series started once again. Feels kind of funny starting at 0-0. It almost feels like when you get a draw, right? Draws being just such a rare thing within RTS games. But I am kind of getting that feeling. I'm like, hey, we get an extra game here tonight. Isn't that nice?
I'll take that. I'll take some high-level Stormgate games and even an extra one on top of the best of 9.
I got some new information here, Tasteless. Okay. All right. So apparently, they have re-watched the replay, and it seems that this was not intentionally done by Vortex, and Vortex was already ahead. So they're going to go ahead and call this a 1-0 victory for Vortex. We're going back to what we had before.
Okay.
Vortex has won. And yeah, we'll see if that changes again at all. But I think we're going to be going into a new map now.
Okay, well, forget all that stuff we said earlier. We're gonna go into game 2. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If the game was not decided off that bug, then that's the route they're gonna go for. So we're gonna be going into game 2. That means that we, just to update everybody here, we are now in a best of 9 in the grand finals here in EGC, and Vortex is in the lead here. But we got many more games to go. We're on the map. Jag and Ma, we've got Partying in the top right and Vortex in the bottom right.
All right. So Jag and Ma is going to be our map. And, this is what I was kind of most wondering about, is what the match between these two will look like here. Like, are they going to go absolutely ham after the speed camp? Do you just build something near the resource camp? Are we going to see quick rushes to try to get the catapults, right? There's a lot of different options on how you could play this, all of them kind of aggressive.
Certainly. I'm glad that they are willing to try maps out like this. I know that this map has been somewhat controversial for Stormgate.
How dare you?
But the reality is that there's just so many things you can do in an RTS, right? And so why not give this a try? Or maybe this idea leads to another cool idea. So immediately we're going to see a Shroud Stone placed nearby the siege camp there on the bottom. Now, most of the games on this map have the same idea, but there's different types of executions of that idea. It's how do you get ideally both, but even just one of the siege camps, and can you snowball the fight? And this is also a map that it just seems, and look, maybe we're going to learn more about this map later on, but right now it seems fundamentally very difficult, and if you were to fast expand, it would seem almost irrational because you'd be playing into their push.
Absolutely.
Right? So something to point out there.
I have to mention that this is the second game in a row now that we're seeing Parting approach this in a different way than a lot of the other Infernal players we've seen, right? Most Infernal players have been clearing other camps first and going to this later, and he's just saying, screw it. He literally started with his first Gaunt while he was still making his Shroud Stone. Whereas you see over here, the more standard play from Vortex, he's like, okay, we get a Gaunt out, we start taking these other camps, building up Fiends, and he's definitely getting a lot of Fiends here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Fiends. Those are going to be beelining over into the base. Keep in mind, you don't really have a whole lot of defense. The Fiend's very good against Gaunts. Can he isolate these Gaunts? Notice the positioning, by the way, guys, of the buildings inside the main for Parting. He has one Conclave slightly higher than the other. You're able to make a small little hallway that you can, or like an alley that you can squeeze your Gaunts in, which makes it harder to surround them with Fiends.
Definitely SimCity being something super important in all RTS games. You got to place those buildings correctly, utilize them to your advantage, big part of the strategy. And now it looks like, you know, Parting has that first catapult, and well, I guess he's gonna go for it. But yeah, I mean, he's clearing out these camps and everything. He didn't mine out or break out through the center, which we've seen for most of the catapult pushes. So it will take a little bit for this to go around the map.
Yeah, I was, you know, I'm glad you pointed that out. I was noticing that it's going to be taking the long trip to get over there. A lot of the builds we've seen here have been engineered to kill the catapult and then open up the center so that the catapult can get there quickly. But Parting has a different approach in that he's letting it go the long way, and that way he can creep up even more. And that means more Fiends.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, he gets that health camp. You know, he got the close by resource camp as well. Obviously, those two middle camps, the speed and the vision camp, were cleared here by Vortex earlier on. But here we go. He's going to start going for it. There is his catapult. He starts to move forward. But oh my God, he actually brings in a Doombringer to pick everything up while he loses the catapult. Was Tasteless, was that good, you think? Like, this feels weird.
I don't know what that means. It's like, yeah, it seemed like it was almost like a timed out so that he could just get there and throw a few attacks before escaping, leaving the catapult to die. So kind of a weird interaction. Now the center of the map is opened up. Vortex is pushing through here, and I think that honestly, Parting should just bail entirely on this position.
Yeah,
now this means
like
he no longer has.
This doesn't feel like super great. Now he is microing really well, picking off, like, he's going around where the brutes are and picking off Gaunts, so that's good. But it doesn't feel like he actually gained all that much here.
You know, maybe the idea is really that he's less focused on actually winning the game with that that catapult, and more just kind of getting those creeps out of the way so he can get a base up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he does get his base up super fast this game. And that's huge, right? Like, here he is. He's got a decent sized army. He's got his Doombringer out already. Look at this. He's flanking the other siege camp. I guess this worked out actually quite well for Parting. It looked really weird and made me question strategically what he was doing, but that's it. GG. Parting going to take that game incredibly quickly. And, like, I honestly did not expect that, because, like, we've seen so many people win with that siege camp. Yeah. And that just wasn't what he was going for. Like, he made the siege camp, just saved his stuff, that bought time. Like, Vortex saw it coming, so he just made a ton of units, right? He made extra brutes that you don't necessarily want. And you know what Parting's spending his money on? A new base.
Okay, so yeah, I think what actually is happening there is he's taking control of the siege camp first, and then he ditches it. Yeah. So we were kind of talking about and complaining about this map, honestly, but the fact that a Doombringer comes in there and scoops up the Gaunts and leaves, and the catapult dies. Yeah. Now I'm almost seeing this as some kind of level of brilliance.
Yes.
Because by the time he would push, and he never opened up the middle, right? He forced Vortex to open up the middle. And so Vortex, when he finally does that, he pushes. There's already like 2 or 3 Shroud Stones there to defend. So, yeah, I mean, very interesting game there.
Dude, like honestly, so many things that I was thinking of there. Like I was wondering why doesn't he kill the vision camp, right? And conceal what he's doing, that this is coming around. But
Yeah.
I think that was purposeful to get Vortex to spend money, to get Vortex to sit home and make all these units that aren't going to be worthwhile while he expands, rebuilds his army out, and then comes across the map with a strong mid game.
We've got our host here with us. Killer Pigeon, what are you thinking about what you just saw back there?
I think my brain is wrinkling right now. Parting is a magical man, boys. I think that was genius, right? Like you were just highlighting the fact that he clearly set it up as a bait. It's an interesting kind of flip narrative as well, right? Because I think we talked about at the beginning of this series is this idea that being base ahead, right, being more focused on your mid-game transition, getting the eco up seemed to be a big edge in the IVI matchups. Map control almost feels like it's a little bit more baiting, especially ever since they nerfed the speed camp from 5 creeps to 3. And I think that's quite appropriate because in that first game, which may have seemed like a while ago for some people now, it was a bit of time ago, that game was once again dictated by this idea of pacing, right? Like Vortex at every stage in that game was 1 base ahead. And the interesting thing there, Artosis, is that even though we did have some low ground shenanigans, obviously, you know, it happened at a stage so deep in that we had to declare it as a Vortex win, right? Like it was very obvious he was ahead there. I think the interesting thing is that what we've seen here is an alteration in the way that parting opens. But for me, Vortex's opener on Broken Crown is the same one he's been doing against everyone else.
Yeah, I think he has a certain way he wants to play it, and he's very good at playing it like that, right? He's very good at micro. He's very good at being decisive and thinking on his feet. So if another player is doing a similar strategy, which a lot of them are, a lot of times I think he can either control or think his way out of it. But the way that Parting is approaching this from a completely different angle, like, yes, Vortex won game 1, but like that last game, Vortex must be scratching his head, right?
Yeah, but we've seen so many things on Jagged Moor, but that was just completely breaking the mold of expectations. I think that's an interesting thing to think about now, Tasteless. Obviously, we've only just got a little bit of a taster of this series, only 2 games in. But, you know, when you go in these longer series, best of 7s, best of 9s, it's not about who has the best, like, build order for that 1 punch, that 2 punch. You need to be very flexible, I want to say. And my concern is, like, based on these opening games, do we think that Parting maybe has a lot more strategies we've yet to see here?
That's a really good point. I think Parting is showing that he has a lot of range in play. And like I don't know what's better when you're in a brand new RTS game. In my head, I feel like you should have like one really good way to approach, you know, each map and just like do that better than everybody else. But it may be like a variety of builds and a bunch of different ideas being executed back to back in each game that is going to win this forum. And again, as this best of 9 continues to unpack itself, it's going to be really fascinating to see who sticks with the same build orders or strats and who really deviates, because it does seem like we're starting to see maybe Vortex more repetitive and more mechanical, and Parting a little bit more intuitive.
One thing that I think is fair to say, Artosis, is that once Vortex gets that machine rolling, he seems to have this very good formula, right? It's all about the Animus escalation. We saw the Dragon in game 1. And, you know, one thing that I was thinking sitting there, you know, we often talk about Hornets being a good solution, maybe some flat cannons and Exos to solve the problem. One crazy thing to think about in this mirror matchup is you don't have a great fast solution, because why would you be building a Twilight Spire in a mirror?
Yeah, no, it doesn't do a lot for you. You know, I remember when I was first starting to play Infernals, I made a bunch of Spriggans, man. Boy, did I find out they don't do much in that matchup. So yeah, I don't expect anyone to go for that. But obviously, like, say you pop out a couple Shadow Flyers and pop the Doombringer when it's full of units, like that was probably worthwhile, right?
Yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it, right? We expect the Doombringer. That's always coming on both sides, and we're seeing how clutch the difference can be there. But boys, we just got confirmation on our third map. We are going back to Broken Crown. This could be good for Vortex. Parting is adjusted. We've seen him look good as he shifts deep in the series. The question as we get ready for this game is whether Parting has something new for us, or if Vortex is going to copy and paste that game 1. Let's get to it.
All right, we're going to be going into our game right now, and I'm very happy to say we are 1-1. So we got ourselves a series, Artosis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I expected this from the beginning. Like, even if Parting does end up winning, as I think he will, Vortex for sure good enough to take multiple games here. But this is the big test. Does Parting do the same thing and adjust? Does he do something completely new? We're about to find out.
All right, we've got Vortex here in the top right in the red, and in the bottom left in the blue is Parting. So it is going, if you remember the first game here, it is going to be the roles reversed here, the positions reversed. So Parting's going to be down here in the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. And I do wonder, like, it looks like he's leaning towards maybe going through those trees, which we've seen a lot. Is there any chance he wants to go Shroud Stone in the center again? You know, that was kind of an interesting play to see so early on. And I do like, you know, you gain those extra resources and everything. Maybe you have a little bit of map control through that center, but it didn't seem so impactful. So yeah, it looks like he's going towards the more standard strategy of going towards the speed camp right away that we've seen so much in Infernal vs. Infernal.
Just for the beginner players, I want to clarify, because this can look kind of weird. They can get out of their base without destroying the trees, but if you tear these trees down, you get a direct, like a beeline over to where the speed camps are. And so that's why you see all these players opening up the back of their base. Because I think for a lot of people, you'd think, why would you want two entrances to your natural expansion? That seems dangerous. But it's really because getting these creeps is so important. And we're still fleshing out the ideas of which creeps you get first. Interestingly, Parting goes for the spider. Most players that I've seen and studied, and myself included, go for the speed camp always immediately.
Yeah,
yeah. From Vortex.
Pretty much everyone has, but let's say for a moment, just theoretically, you know your opponent's going for the speed camp over there. You could grab the resource camp to speed up your production a bit, right? Because it's going to give you that extra money very, very quickly, and then deal with the speed camp afterwards. So, you know, in a way, I kind of like the adjustment.
Yeah, it's cool to see. And I guess, you know, who knows, as new maps come out and the creeps change and everything, there's always going to be these things that have to be taken into account, because getting those creeps and getting the benefits they give you, whether it's vision or the income, or in this case with Infernals, the fiends you get from it are huge. Really well timed that attack, by the way. Forced to cancel over there on the shrine. Meanwhile, the exact same mirrored thing is happening over here for Vortex.
Yeah, and that's actually a bit painful. There are more fiends for Parting, and he actually is bringing in a couple gaunts as well. So the 4 fiends that counterattacked by Vortex not actually doing that much, whereas, yeah, this feels a bit better here from Parting, doesn't it? Like, he brings them up. I guess he doesn't end up getting as much damage as I thought he might there, as we do have a quick turnaround here with the fiends from Vortex.
One problem that I see, probably is not the right word. One feature of the matchup you got to watch out for is that the gaunts are so slow that if there are fiends on the map, they can never run back home.
So, you know, especially considering those fiends have gotten even a speed up on the last batch, right? Like, they are very speedy right now. There's not like you can micro the gaunts a little bit, but they don't have a lot of health. They do fall quickly.
And so the fiends are just going to be coming up here now. And this is what I'm talking about. You really see the punish there, and it just chains out more and more of these fiends. It's really only the brutes that have the muscle, the power to kind of stay and force you to abandon a position. But the thing about the brutes is they're just not fast at all. Gaunts and fiends can run away, no problem. And you can even see here the gaunts can actually, in higher numbers, kite the brutes. And the brutes being so slow, they can't run back home, Artosis.
No, they're having a bit of a hard time there. So Parting does turn, and it really feels like Parting has the advantage here. He does have a few more gaunts, about 3 more that are fighting against each other, but Vortex trying to chain a couple kills here, and it looks like he will, which does turn this towards his advantage now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing. This is such a funny matchup with how this works. Yeah. So more fiends are coming out, and as he continues to infest this, he can just keep chaining these attacks in here. It's going to happen on the Fellhogs in a second. The Fellhogs have very low HP. Can he get one more fiend to come out there? And now, with no fiends over here, we're going to see the reversal of this. He's going to chase him back.
I love it too. The brutes being made and turned immediately into those fiends. And look at that, he clears them, and suddenly he's the one with a bunch of fiends on the map. It is wild to watch this early game of this matchup. And in fact, did he just kill his own Gaunt there?
Oh, I did not see. I'm sorry.
I believe Parting just killed his own Gaunt there. I think maybe because it was so low on health, he doesn't want it to just instantly become a fiend.
That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. It's probably better to just get rid of damaged Gaunts so that you don't have that, that snowballing effect of the fiends coming out and maybe swinging a fight. And look at this. He pushes right up over here to where the Fellhogs are. He knows exactly where to do, where to go and where to strike. By the way, there is no shrine back at home for Vortex. So Vortex is kind of all in here. He needs to really make this damage work, and it seems like he's starting to do it.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Surrounds that brute, gets his fiends absolutely all over the place. They do start to attack into the Gaunts here of Parting. Obviously, your imps are going to have a very hard time fighting this as well, because they're just going to turn on you very quickly like a zombie movie. Going after this meat farm, he's just dealing damage absolutely anywhere that he can. Going after the Iron Vault, a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah, I feel like if you can get rid of the Iron Vault, you can probably win in a lot of these positions, because the only thing that has the muscle to kind of fight off these fiends is a brute. But there's a tower that's set up that's covering this, and so he's going to try to stay on the exterior. You see him attacking his own shrine. That's on purpose, because the infest bounced. I don't know I want to call it Mutilus Glaives. I don't know what word to use.
Yeah,
here.
no, it's Glaives in my head as well.
yeah.
The Gaunt Glaives.
He can have that bounce off his own building, and that'll connect to an enemy unit here.
Yeah.
It seems like... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know how they carry that many sides, man. The amount of sides I see these guys throw.
Yeah, that's a good point. They don't seem to have backpacks or fanny packs or anything. Another attack's going to come in here. It seems like Parting has stabilized. Now, I don't know how many workers were killed. This is something we're going to have to check on in a second here. This has been a very chaotic game. And again, we're seeing that fundamental feature of the matchup where the Gaunts can't actually get away. So there's 5 there. There's 11 there on the Luminite. We have long distance mining happening. Because otherwise the main Luminite base would be super saturated for Vortex. So Vortex is about to have his next base kick in, and instead he GG's. That's going to be it. Game 3 goes to Parting.
All right.
Wow.
So, yeah, Parting definitely having slightly better engagements there. A lot of units lost for Vortex. Kind of a tough one, right? Like, Parting is adjusting. He's changing how he's playing. He's still not playing exactly how Vortex is playing. He's making a few little changes, right? Like, he dived in with more units early on into Vortex's base. He also took that resource camp first. So definitely has some different optimizations than what we're seeing out of Vortex here. I guess the question is, will Vortex start to react to the way that Parting is playing this series?
A good question. It really seemed like Vortex almost just won that. Like, when he got in there where the workers were, like, as we had this like chase scene that was going across the map, and Parting was beginning to lose one Gaunt, and then another Gaunt, and then another Gaunt after that. And then you could see Vortex knew you don't stay and fight the natural expansion. That's what I would do. I think that's what a lot of players would do. You'd start to try to kill. No, you go for the Fellhogs, you go for the Imps. You get in there, you get those kills, and suddenly you have enough fiends that you might be able to take the game. But behind that, he didn't have his own base. And so I think once the vault was protected by the tower, and he was able to mine with his imps again and eradicate the presence of Vortex in his base, it just looked like it wasn't enough. So Vortex taps out.
Yeah, Vortex, he stayed in the game just slightly longer. I think he was probably taking an assessment of exactly where he was at, but unfortunately feeling like he didn't really have any chance there, maybe saving a little bit of his energy as well. It is possibly going to be a very, very long series, this best of 9, but Parting right now does lead 2-1.
Yeah, he has managed to take the lead. We've had very different games here. I love to see it. I mean, it's showing that the matchup can be really dynamic. We had a pretty dramatic late game in game 1. We had a game I think we're all still kind of unpacking on Jagged Maw, because it was so counterintuitive to what we had seen prior, which was a pretty repetitive, one-dimensional game that would occur over and over on Jagged Maw. Instead, a pretty deceptive pull there from Parting. And then it was just Parting with clutch control. I like that you pointed out, Artosis, that Pardon even killed his own Gaunt that was injured
Mm.
just to make sure he had stability and defense. I don't know, man. I'm loving this. This has been a great final so far.
Yeah, actually, it's delivering more than I even thought it would, honestly, with the variety of strategies that we are seeing so far. And we're only 3 games in. I think it's going to continue to get better and better. It looks like our next map is going to be Secluded Grove. So, going to be our first time here in the finals, and we'll see how these guys play this map a bit differently.
This is a map where the center is extremely powerful economically, and it seems like a lot of games kind of come down to who can actually capture that. And usually after it's captured, the game ends pretty quickly because it's not feasible financially to recover no matter how you do it. In this game, game 4, we've got Parting in the top right and Vortex in the bottom left.
All right. We'll see what they want to end up opening up here with. Looks like we are going to get those iron vaults down very, very quickly. But yeah, are they going to go very heavy on the camps? Which camps are they going to end up being? And is it possible that we get a big macro game here? I do want to see some later game between these two where no one's really ahead, right?
Yeah, it does seem that Infernal versus Infernal is so much about trying to get a lead early, though. You know what I mean? You have the Achilles heel. The strongest thing about the faction and the Achilles heel on the map at the same time. So the strongest thing that they have is the Infest, right? That seems to be what the whole faction is built around. But at the same time, the Gaunt is a great target. The Gaunt, the thing that creates the Infest and the Fiend ultimately, is also the great target for your opponent to do the same thing. So it's kind of a crazy way that it develops.
Well, right now, it looks like Parting, going through that camp area with the speed camp, with that resource camp. But an immediate Brute popped into a couple Fiends here from Vortex. He's running around, and it looks like he wants to go and check if that's what's going on. In fact, he's going to get right through there with his Fiends. And he's going to say, okay, you've already cut a hole through here. So maybe he tries for like some sort of ambush play here against Parting.
Yeah. Those trees, a lot of players have started to open those up really, really early on. So that's kind of cool to see him scout for that. And maybe he's going to be able to set something up that would be pretty cool. Vortex right now is kiting these goats, these creeps over here. The same thing is happening for Parting just up at 12 o'clock. I don't know if there's going to be trees carved out over there or not. But other than that, I got to point out, Parting is taking a second base. And there is no second base yet for Vortex.
Yeah.
Which means Vortex is going to be pressed to do something very soon. And I don't even know that he can do anything, Artosis.
The funny thing is, when he brought his Fiend over to scout if Parting had opened up that area, he didn't actually scout all the way to the expansion. He just did that now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, is that right?
It's almost as if Parting opened that. Maybe he saw that Vortex likes to scout that early. He opens that, which points towards himself doing a lot of creeping in the early game, and then he just expands, because then Vortex is like, Vortex is thinking the complete wrong thing here.
Dude, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because, when you see the tree open up, you go, oh, he's going to creep. He's going to creep through the bottom. And you could see that he was ready to set that up, but then he didn't do anything there. I guess he's going to hit this right now, but this is a fast expand build with delayed creeping. And so this is one of these moments where, like, you make a couple moves on the map, and you get your opponent to behave a certain way, and now you're 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, I'm in shock, like how many mind games that Parting seems to be pulling off here. It's kind of crazy. And in fact, look at this. Like, he goes up, he's removing so many camps now. He has that economic advantage. Vortex is trying to make something happen here, right? Like, he's running around, he's still doing his creeping, and he is getting an expansion, but it just feels like everything is a little bit smaller for him. Everything is a little bit later for him.
Yeah. And look, I want to be clear to everybody, because that play from Parting is crazy, and I'm so excited to see it. But this is not a losing position here for Vortex. Like, Vortex is behind, but there's still a lot of potential for what can happen next in this game. It does seem like both sides have enough distance, just due to the geography of the map, that they can creep and pretty much go untouched. By the way, here comes that Doombringer out. And by the way, Parting has answered a question for me that I've been trying to figure out forever. Should I get my 3rd shrine where the ore is, or where the 3rd Luminite is? And apparently he goes for the ore.
Oh, yeah, that is kind of interesting, right? Like he doesn't want that super long distance mining, I guess. But here we go. He's going to go ahead and unload, going after the imps on this Therium immediately. A lot of damage put down, and in fact, going to start getting a few kills here.
Yeah, parting. Oh my God, that was a quick GG there.
Yeah.
I guess the reality of having the additional base up early, the fact that he's able to get the Doombringer out and across the map and just start to kill a couple of workers. This just forces Vortex to pass to tap out. I almost said pass out. He's not passed out. He taps out. He will be awake for the next game.
Hopefully.
But hopefully. But man, Parting is really good at these really complicated maneuvers early on to kind of get himself into a position that's better. And it seems like that gaunt drop there at the end was the nail in the coffin. Vortex taps out.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, how far behind are you truly? Like, he doesn't have his expansion up in mining yet, and he's already losing imps in his main. He has no real mobility compared to Parting. He has less macro compared to Parting. There's nothing truly left at that point. The thing that's really getting to me here, Tasteless, is we're seeing two different games, Jagged Maw now here on Secluded Grove, where it seems as if Parting has set up an unbelievable mind game. Like, he knows Vortex inside and out, and he's just completely dominating mentally.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. This game is so new. It's not even done yet, but the stuff we're seeing is so advanced here from Parting. He's really put the prep in. Again, the fact that Vortex is smart enough to check the tree, that the tree's been removed.
Yeah.
And that Parting is smart enough to know that Vortex would check that. And so basically put like a red herring out strategically, and then just go for a quick expand. I mean, this is stuff I thought we would be talking about like years from now with the game, but it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Like, I remember when StarCraft 2 came out, we were talking about all these ideas. Like, do you think we'll ever see this? Do you think we'll ever see this? And a lot of it did take years to get to.
Yeah.
And here it's like, okay, well, Parting is playing 4D chess already here in the first beta that we have for Stormgate. There's not even like tier 3 units or 3 races yet, but Parting has figured out your brain and he's playing with it right now.
Yeah. It's wild. So our score now is 3-1.
Yeah.
Now, this is a best of 9. I think this is the first best of 9 we've ever cast at Artosis, by the way.
I would imagine not.
I would
'cause we've
imagine
casted for so long. Like, but best of 9 is a big series.
I can't think of one other one we did, but we're starting to get a very big disparity here. 3-1 is where it starts to get pretty bad. Party needs 2 more wins to close us out, and Vortex needs 4. So I think this next game in this series, for Vortex's sake, but even for Party's sake too, probably the most pivotal one.
Yeah.
Well, I think
if you go down 4-1, if you go down 4-1, like at that point, I want to see Parting pick Vanguard till he wins, you know? Like, you're just so far behind at that point. So I think Vortex is aware of that. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this saying, Vortex is GGing too fast. Honestly, probably not the case. I think that he's looking at the games. He knows he's lost. He knows the level of him and his opponent. But you don't want to torture yourself staying in a lost game, right? Keep your energy up. Don't be thinking too negatively. It's like, okay, yeah, he got me there. Okay, let's go to the next game, right? I like the fact that he's bowing out when he knows it's done.
Stamina is essential. Best of 9 is a lot of games. You need to be in the zone, keep your energy levels going. And look, the 3rd shrine had started for Parting, so he was going to get the ore kicking in. You get the money for the 4th shrine pretty quickly anyways, in the way that game was developing. The fact that it was Vortex just now getting his 2nd base with income flowing in and already Parting hits the drop, it was definitely over.
Yeah.
Over. But by the way, 4 different games already. None of these games are looking like the other.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they may as well be playing different factions at this point. All right, so we're going to go to the map draft. Take a look here. It's going to be Broken Crown once again. 3rd time that we're going to be seeing this map in 5 games. And, you know, I kind of like this constant repeating of the maps because we remember game 1, we remember game 3. Okay, What is Vortex going to do differently? What is Parting going to do differently here going into the 5th game?
All right, guys, let's hop into that game right now. It is going to be Vortex in the, it's going to be Parting here in the bottom left in the blue and Vortex in the top right in the red. So will we have the Conclave and the Vault thrown down? I'm guessing yes. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to go for the Shrine right away. I think the speed camps are just too enticing. Remember that we did have very different navigation of the map from Parting in both the games. But yeah, I mean, can we have another very different game here in game 3? I say, why not?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, I would say, right? Like, I could see Parting doing something completely different. I don't know about Vortex though, right? Like, I'm not sure what you do as Vortex, but I am sure you do need to change it up, because it's clear that Parting has looked at his games. He's kind of figured out some patterns and maybe the way that Vortex is likely to react, and he's utilizing that to his own benefit. So I feel like Vortex, if there is a time to turn what you're doing upside down and do something new, something fresh, it's now.
For now, we've got the, I guess we could call standard play happening on this map from Vortex again. It's going to be a push to the speed camp. I'm curious about the rationale for why Parting does the spider camp first. Oh, I see. Why? Hold on. Does he scout? Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I think I have some insight into why Parting does that.
Okay.
He uses that fiend to check the high ground, because there's some plays, and me personally, I've been doing this a lot, is you try to attack them as they're hitting their camp.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, that,
So
that makes sense. We've definitely seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when he plays like this, what he does is the fiend goes up onto the high ground, peaks, and that way, if you find out that like there's an attack coming from that side, you just run back and play defensive. Really
No,
smart stuff.
that makes great sense. Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, you get that little bit of bonus money right away as well, so that might help you to just afford, like, who knows, an extra imp or something right off the bat. So I like it. And here is that attack that we've seen each and every time. Forces a cancel on that shrine, gets the kill as well. Meanwhile, Vortex is not counterattacking. Instead, he's clearing the center.
So that seems to be timed out literally to just cancel that building. I guess there's, inside Parting's mind, he knows, okay, you're going to be on the map at some point in time. I have enough fiends. I can basically run and attack that and run back out. And then he can snake back across the map. He never brought brutes, right? He just has gaunts and fiends. He can get brutes now if he wants. Then he's going to be up a base. His base will finish first. And he can hold off at an attack, I think, from Vortex.
Yeah, I don't think Vortex can just go in and break him right now. Looks like he's going to clear the health camp. Maybe, like, I don't think it's just for the fiend. I think maybe he wants to heal a bit. No, I guess not. He's just going to run away from that. So not really able to put any counter pressure on. Man, I got to say, it feels better for Parting. If you're canceling your opponent's base and getting yours up on time, that's just that's an advantage.
Yeah, it really is. Well, we see another game where like Parting just kind of inches out ahead. By the way, I'm very fascinated by the placement of the Shroud Stone. I guess that doesn't slow down workers, or is it just because that's the only way to cover all the workers and not have to make 2 Shroud Stones?
Yeah, I think it's the least intrusive for having 1 Shroud Stone defensively. If you put it on the side, you can't quite defend everything really well. So, yeah, I think it's just like it's a pretty smart play.
So we have the it's called it's a Doombringer, right?
That's right.
For some reason, I keep thinking it's called a Doomsayer. Sorry, Doombringer comes out 4 gaunt drop. There is a Doombringer coming across the map for Vortex as well. Let's see if we can get any damage done with that. But again, it just kind of shows you Parting is just, about 15 seconds ahead with everything that he's done, and is very good at continuing to elongate that lead as much as possible.
Yeah, having that your Doombringer over there more quickly, right? Like, look at this. And he is going for that kind of strategy we were talking about earlier. Like, he's picking off some Fell Hogs, getting those additional fiends out really quickly. In the meantime, back at home, he leaves his fiends there to very quickly react to Vortex's Doombringer. And it like Parting is getting more done with this drop harassment.
Okay, so he's gonna back out. This is just like, it's a moment. It kind of reminds me of a StarCraft 1 PvP where they're both Reaver dropping each other right now. There's just a phase of the game where they both have to defend. He does keep the Shroud Stone alive. That's really good, because if you lose the Shroud Stone at either of those bases, it becomes a lot more easy for the other player to snipe your imps.
Yeah, and you know, it is very low, so maybe Vortex will dive in again and try to get it later. Looks like Parting trying to hit from that low ground, not going to be able to do it. Obviously, Vortex rotating around his Gaunts, his Fiends, his Brutes, making sure that no real damage will be dealt. And, you know, I think from here they both blocked it well enough that we can probably go into the next portion of this game, right? Like the third base, maybe get into some Magmadons. I think we're just about ready for that.
Seems like it. Seems like we're going to have another pretty developed game here. Can he actually pick this thing off? I don't believe the Gaunt can throw up into that corner. I think you can keep the is he gonna get deny on this?
Oh, dude, that would be sick.
He's so good at this. How does he know that he only needs 3? He actually probably should have had more there.
Yeah, if he had sent all of them, I actually think he would have been able to force a cancel. But actually only like 3 went. Who knows? Maybe that was an accident with like an all-army hotkey type thing, right? Like he just spacebar attacked somewhere else and 3 of them were close enough to aggro or something. Who knows? But doesn't get the cancel, but at least sees that Vortex is taking that third.
Yeah, and they're both going to be fairly even on that third base. We're going to be developing into, I guess, mid-game here. I mean, we don't really know how long each matchup's supposed to go. Or, you know, in RTS, especially like Blizzard-esque RTSs, like what Stormgate was modeled to be, you know, some matchups are very long, other matchups are short. So we don't really know if this is, you know, this is one of the fun things for me personally, learning and casting this game is like, okay, so what is this matchup going to look like after we have hundreds of games, you know, casted?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe someone figures it out and it's like, no, actually, the Fiends have nothing to do with it, right? It turns into just Magmadons. Or maybe the Fiends are everything and people figure out Fiend builds that, you know, you just overrun your opponent right away. It's really hard to say, but, you know, these two, I think, have a pretty good feel for what they're doing right now. Both getting their third bases up, some similar harassment from both sides. Doesn't look like anyone's able to bring down their opponent's Doombringer, so no gigantic advantage as of yet.
Oh, what? Look at this. This is wild.
Oh,
you know,
man.
I didn't realize there were Magmadons in there until that moment, but that's kind of a clever play to try to dive onto the Gaunts. This will get cleaned up. Did he got the Doom bringer, right? So then, yeah, there's no more drops there. So Vortex is in pretty good control this game. Meanwhile, we have a pretty tiny push coming up here, honestly.
Yeah, that doesn't seem so big. Well,
yeah.
He does go ahead and infest that area, sends forward his Magmadon. I tell you, those Magmadons stomping next to Gaunts is so strong. That one will get stuck, and Parting going to end up losing one of those important units and will have to pull back. And suddenly, I feel like this went from a game where I felt like Parting was winning for most of it to Vortex picking up a few Magmadon kills and maybe having an advantage now.
Yeah, that just didn't make a whole lot of sense coming from Parting. I think especially when the drop got cornered, you know that you're going to be in bad shape. I think had that drop gotten inside like the third or the main, that would be much better. And then you could maybe push up like that. But I think that push from that point on was kind of an afterthought. So Vortex looking pretty healthy. And again, this is a really important game here. He needs to try to catch up and get his second win. Otherwise, Parting's going to be ahead 4-1, which is a crazy distance here in this best of 9.
Well, Vortex clearing out this vision camp right now. Continue to do a good job of roaming the map about a little bit. It looks like we do have a Doombringer going towards that third base of Vortex right now. So maybe a little bit of more harassment will end up going down. But yeah, maybe does not quite see that yet. There you go. We do have the Magmadons, and doesn't look like he'll get too much damage there.
Okay. Are we going to have this just get driven into the corner? I guess he doesn't see any opportunities to where he can actually use that to drop. More creeping on the map. We are getting up to 4 bases on both sides. I don't know what would prompt one player to attack the other at this point in time. And he is going to get that Magmadon out, but then decides to go ahead and pick up again. He's gonna destroy this conclave here. Oh, okay. I thought maybe I was like, why? Like,
So it
I was
doesn't
like, does
turn
he really
into
want
a
to get his
fiend.
Magmadons back to the very end of his base more quickly? Why would he do that?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's just I guess a misclick. Anyways, Vortex, I think should be slightly ahead. I mean, they're fairly even on bases, but we've seen Vortex win a couple of fights.
Well, I think a lot of it can come down to how these Magmadons end up getting microed against each other, right? Like, if you get those stuns off, it's huge. Dude, there's such a bigger army here for Vortex, though. Parting definitely in some trouble. Some great stomps going down on both sides. Almost looking a little bit silly there. Everyone's stunning each other. Bit of a stun party, but Parting is doing a little bit of drop harassment during this as well, and sending in his own Fiends, but it doesn't look like the Fiends will get too much done.
Yeah, there's enough defense over there that the Fiends just can't get in. Parting calls down a super tower down here and is going to try to defend this position as best he can. Vortex is going to continue to advance up in here. He has quite a bit.
Yeah, looks like, you know, the super tower is helping out so much that Shroud Stone Summon is very important for the defense, but with nothing else there, it will get picked off. Vortex continuing to push forward. Oh man, we even have Gaunts over on this side, killing off all the imps that were on Therium there for Parting. And Vortex, I think, is very close to winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a crazy game. I'm so glad that we're going to be going into the next game with probably a Vortex win here. I mean, the reality is this base is going to fall. The Magmadons are doing too much damage. We already saw all the imps killed that were mining the ore down there at the natural expansion here for Parting. I mean, I think Parting's position is just going to continue to collapse. There it is, GG.
Yeah. All right. So really, I love that. That was an excellent game. It felt like Parting had a bit of an advantage, and Vortex just kind of fought back. Something about that weird Magmadon drop and then the attack into the natural expansion by Parting. Neither of those really ended up working out. It looked kind of fancy. It looked kind of cool. But at the end of the day, it felt like that kind of gave Vortex the chance he needed, and man, did he take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess questionable moves there in the mid game there from Parting. Parting, I think, is probably playing the best early game we've ever seen. Yeah, Artosis. I don't know. It's been a crazy series so far.
It has indeed. Let's see what Killer Pigeon thinks about that. You've been watching that game, right?
Dude, I've been watching all of them. They've been absolutely incredible so far. What an interesting switcheroo, right? We've seen different people taking the lead, looking for that all-in offensive timing and getting a mixture of results. But one thing I gotta say, actually, Artosis, from the games we've seen so far, although this is looking closer and Vortex is starting to pull it back a bit, I've still got to give brownie points to Parting for these, well, let's just call them what they are, full baited builds, right? We saw it in Jagged Maw, and we saw it again in the Secluded Grove with the baited chop through. I mean, it's interesting to think how much of an advantage those type of cheeky, baity plays can get you in a series that is so long.
Yeah, it really is huge. Just the fact that he's forcing Vortex to think that there is like an attack coming, or think that there's a lot of units out, and he's doing completely the opposite. It's giving him a huge advantage. But as we saw that game, right? If it's a little bit more even, right? If he hasn't mind gamed in some way that's giving him a huge advantage, Vortex has what it takes to fight back.
Yeah, it's just a case of whether he gets a bit too wrapped up into the Yu-Gi-Oh! You activated my trap card meta, right? And, you know, I think that's where Vortex look best, when he just has his clear idea in mind and he's able to execute it fully. I think one thing that was quite interesting to see, Tasteless, from game 3 to game 5, Broken Crown on both, we saw a very big difference here, right? Game 1, Vortex tried to set the tempo. He tried to get in early for the dive with the Fiends. Cost him dearly as the game went on. And now, in kind of a mirror, it's Parting that made that first move to be on the offensive, yet we see Vortex with this all-in punch timing breaking through.
It's really interesting. Like Vortex, I think he's very, very dangerous if the game can kind of carry on and he's able to get to the late game. Even though I think a lot of us were defining him as like a very aggro player, and he is aggro. He is strong in the early game, but Parting is doing a lot of really advanced stuff. I just didn't think we were going to be talking about this, right? Like mining out the tree and then fast expanding, or kind of playing into getting the catapult quickly, but not opening up the center of the map on Jagged Maw. just so that you can get a second base up, right? I mean, these are like very different approaches. But so far, look, it's been a very exciting and thankfully very close series.
Most definitely. I think one interesting thing to think about is, although we've seen Parting come out the door with some creative strategies, got to give a lot of credit across to Vortex for his pivot. Because one interesting point, I think, was back in game 3, Artosis, it was the cancellation on the shrines. It looked like Vortex actually didn't cancel in time. So that one base all-inner was literally him in the moment going, okay, I have to win this right now or it's over. That type of split-second decision-making is what makes champions.
Oh, absolutely. Like, being decisive is one of the most important things, especially when you're an aggressive player like these two are, right? If you're playing a big, long macro game, one little wrong decision may not end up ending the game for you, right? You have a lot of ways to kind of grind out advantages. But if you are in a position where you're attacking or you're behind a little bit, there may only be one window where you have a possible victory. So to see Vortex pick up on those and be able to pick up those victories definitely gives me hope that we can make it to the full 9 games.
Hey, fingers crossed, man. We get to listen to more you. We get to see some more amazing Stormgate. And you know what? It's the moment to see if Vortex is able to quickly pivot, quickly alter plans, because we just got confirmation in. Next up, we're heading back to Jagged Maw.
Okay. Let's go on at Jagged Maw then, man. Again, we've talked about in a critical way, really, that this map does seem to lend to some one-dimensional plays because the catapults are too good. It would only make sense to try to get the catapults right away, but then the game we casted on this map, Parting kind of acted like he played into it and then got a second base up and won from there. So let's go.
Yeah, not sure exactly what we're going to end up seeing here. I don't think you can do the same thing twice here as Parting. So I think we're going to see a completely different game here once again.
I think so. This does statistically have the shortest games. Like the map we just casted on, a lot of great late games. I've even seen games where like the whole map is mined out. Jagged Maw, it seems like at high level play, it's a very explosive map that usually allows one player to get enough of an upper hand that they can crush their opponent.
All right, we'll see if that's how it goes down.
Sorry, Artosis. We're in. All right. Anyway, sorry, I'm running over you, Artosis. Parting in the top right, Vortex in the bottom right. You go.
All right. This is the part where we're just kind of waiting to see, okay, is it going to be a crazy rush towards the speed camp? Is it going to be something a little bit more laid back? And the first thing we can notice, right, is that Parting made both buildings in his main base, whereas we're having one forward building, one building in the main base here for Vortex, which is a bit more common.
Yeah. Can we have a macro game possibly on this map, by the way? I mean, there's a lot of interesting concepts as far as like the role that drops would play if the game goes on long enough, or the fact that I don't know if I guess there truly is a shared base location in the center right. If we did have a late game, so fingers crossed, maybe we get surprised in a second time. We have initially pigeonholed as having only one way to approach it.
So right now, Parting immediately throws down his Shroud Stone, right, to help him with this. This is what he did in the previous game where he was really just focusing immediately. Look at this, the very first Gaunt coming out, putting the damage down. But immediately also we see from the other side here, Vortex is cutting through the center and also going for the speed camp.
Yeah, we've got the imp over here to spot. We don't normally ever see a worker out here that's not being used to make a building right away. So this is another intriguing moment here, this time from Vortex to kind of check on that. And that's going to be keeping Parting pretty honest. Meanwhile, at the center left, we've got more creeping coming down here. A lot of games on this map come down to that camp that we just saw Vortex take. But again, Parting seems to always have a kind of counterintuitive approach to how to creep on any map.
Well, this has to be played very differently. Look at this. Vortex is coming up to challenge a little bit. Now, he has Brutes. It's just Concaves on the other side for Parting. So he's going to be able to make a bunch of Fiends and just overwhelm. Really well done by Vortex. I love this. He clears the speed camp, gets those extra Fiends, splits a Brute, and here he is. He's going to be able to take the siege camp down now.
This is wild. Already, this game is completely out of control here. Now, Parting is expanding. Vortex is not. But the catapult is now in the hands here of Vortex. I feel like this can't be winnable.
No.
I mean,
no, you can't. There's no way.
Here, right?
Parting
He can
cannot win this game. Really, if he wins, it's like, how would you possibly do that?
Yeah,
I think he's dead, man.
Imagine it.
Yeah.
He's basically going to let the Shrine making tank some damage just to buy some time in his main. Now, gaunts are like made out of paper mache when it comes to these catapult hits. You cannot let the cat. Yeah, if you have a direct hit on those gaunts, they just die.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful about that. Look at that. He's trying to make Shroud Stones. Those are going to be picked off. Look at this. His Fell Hog's turning on him, and every Fiend coming up to surround his gaunts. This is looking like it's game over. GG is called, and we got a 3-3 tied up match now.
Yep. 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Make a wish, chat. This is what I like about RTS, is that it's not a fixed time for a game. You can have a game that's an hour. You can have a game that's, a couple minutes. And that's what we got in that game.
Yeah, definitely. I like that as well, right? Like, it gives you a lot of variety. We don't have to play for an hour after you get that complete one-sided stomp there. And the fact that now it's tied up 3-3, like, it really felt at the beginning of this series that Parting was just outdoing Vortex in a lot of different ways, a lot of mind games and stuff. And now we see Vortex. He's like, okay, I have an idea of what you're going to do here. Here's how I'm going to counter it. His play is a little bit more standard, but he's tinkering with it just enough to beat Parting's play, which seems to be not quite standard, but made to beat normal standard play, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I'm glad you phrased it like that. I mean, this is wild. The odds of us getting like maximum number of games in a long series, like I said, best of 7, you almost never get a game 7, right? That should statistically be even more difficult than a best of 9, but it looks like we're on the track to do that, Artosis. We are already back into our next game. What is this? Game 7 now? And immediately, guys, Vortex here in the top right, Parting in the bottom left. Oh,
dude, this is, yeah.
Ari? Artosis.
Yes.
This is the build I do when I am streaming. This means he took it from me. Okay, pro gamer. Monkeys do monkey do. No, this is
he's cheesing tasteless. Yeah, how am I not surprised? This is what you do on the ladder.
So this, I can explain this one. This is let's see if he makes a second conclave or not. Yeah, he does. This is a double conclave. What do you call it? A vault push, and you basically just push into their speed camp. You can bring your own imp if you want to try to open up the trees and hit from behind, but in this case, Vortex is opening up the back door unknowingly for him.
Well, I mean, he's going to have more units. There's no question that Parting is going to be ahead in that regard. He should be able to win that speed camp over because of that. And I mean, what do you do as Vortex at that point if your opponent just has a bit more? This isn't the point in game where you're used to seeing like a Shroud Stone up or something, right? So I feel like Parting has looked at this, said Vortex is opening the same way every time. I'm going to punish it, and punish it he will.
So this is going to be decided really quickly. If you can snipe the Gaunt. Okay, now, is he going to peek? He's going to use the high ground. He should have to confirm. Wait, does he split the Brute? Yes, he does. So he gets the first. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh man. Already a lot of damage there. Both sides losing their gaunts, splitting their brutes, and he sees how close it is, right? So this is an important moment for Vortex. He realizes, okay, this is pretty cheesy. You're pretty far forward. Now, does he fall back into a more defensive stance, or does he battle for the speed camp?
Oh my god, he's going to come in here and intercept the Gaunt. This is hard for you to tell who's winning. I mean, the Fiends seem to be even in number. I feel like Parting can't advance down the hill. I think he has to stay here, and he needs to get a Brute.
This, honestly, I feel like Vortex is outplaying Parting right now. Like, he's gotten a few more Gaunt kills. Obviously, we have the additional production facility, so Parting's still okay here. And you see he's gotten that speed camp. He has those additional Fiends. How do you stay alive here? Ooh, he actually aggroes that camp, but that wasn't the move. He gets up, takes out this Gaunt, gonna be able to fight these Fiends as well, and in fact has a couple of his own left over. So Parting definitely with a little advantage.
Can we briefly check how many workers are in the main for each player from our observer? Because I want to see how few or how many imps that Parting has. So he has 10 on Luminite, 2 on Ore, and then 10-4. So Vortex is ahead, and he's getting a second base up. So this means Parting has to like accelerate this attack and come in here for the kill. Now he's got enough creeps. He should be able to come take out a lot of these units over here. Yeah. This push is still very viable right now for Parting. Oh,
yeah. In fact, we do see that Gaunt split right there. Unfortunately, he loses another unit there as well. There's just not enough. He's going to have to cancel out his Shrine, I think. And in fact, there's so little here for Vortex. I just don't think he holds on at all.
I think he's in a lot of trouble here. And keep in mind, the Iron Vault, the only thing that can really help you right now is Brutes, because the Gaunts just die immediately. GG, the Iron Vault, yeah, any Brute that comes out is gonna be surrounded and killed. What a game, Artosis. Ooh. This is going really fast. That was a 4-minute game. Okay, so Parting is now up 4-3.
And that makes
and
it
you need
match
5 wins
point.
to take it.
Yeah, match point here for Parting. Definitely, he countered pretty hard what we've seen Vortex doing on Broken Crown, right? So that has been a big part of Parting's wins so far, is him kind of knowing how Vortex plays and countering it quite strongly. The thing is, I felt like Vortex was taking some good engagements there, but maybe did he not realize that there were 3 production structures? Because he kept coming out on the map while expanding, and it's like, well, if you're doing that, you're simply not going to have enough units, and that's totally what happened there.
Yeah, it seems like I do that all in a bunch, but I don't feel like I fully understand it in and out. But yeah, it seems like you cannot continue to advance on that, right? Because the Gaunt travel distance, once it's out in that part of the speed camp, it takes forever to get back into the main. The Gaunt is just very slow. So the Fiends can just run in there, and then it just starts to snowball. So, yeah. Display for sure there by Vortex.
You get that many Fiends out, man. It's so funny how quickly Gaunts end up dying. It's like the units that are free absolutely destroy the units that you're buying. And Parting shows us that very quickly.
Yeah. So we're back on Jagged Maw. All right, let's go, guys. This is hopefully not the final game. Hopefully the second to last, if we can get that lucky. Vortex in the top right and Parting in the bottom right. Infernal versus Infernal. Kiwian was unable to make this a Vanguard versus Infernal finals, but I'll tell you what, the matchup has turned out to be really interesting. We've had a lot of very different games. We've had some great macro games, some crazy cheese games. And I don't know, let's see what hand we get dealt with these two players as we go into Jagged Maw again.
Yeah. Hoping that we do see a longer one here. Of course, this has been a very, very, very fast map. We have, over on Parting's side, it looks like he's going for the same build. And then Vortex is like, he has his Iron Vault. Is he just going to break through once again in the middle? Like, is this the counter strat? Is you just go in and you jack them while they're trying to get the catapult?
I guess so. In case you guys are wondering, by the way, because I know there's a lot of new people here, these rocks that the Imp's tearing down, it's just like the trees. Those are the trees for this map. Yeah, Parting, is Parting gonna check?
Okay.
Again,
he sees the Imp, so it gives him time to react, right? Like, what can he change to make this work? Oh, that's what he can change. He cancels his plan.
Yeah, this is sick. Okay, so he's gonna go back. Does he expand, or does he just kind of turtle it out? He's giving up on creeps, so Vortex is gonna have an edge in that regard. It's gonna be tower on low ground.
Well, dude, this is a big advantage to Vortex, isn't it? He's the one getting all the camps. We've had a canceled building, basically no creeping here at all from Parting. And I mean, he's just making shroud stones, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching a little kid play, you know? He's like, well, now I need my towers up so I can't be attacked. Unfortunately for him, the catapult outranges that. So I'm feeling really
that's
good
what's
for
so funny
Vortex
about
here.
it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I better make buildings that the catapult will absolutely kill. Well, maybe he can tack into tier 2 here and then try to get a Weaver and harpoon the catapult.
Oh man, on one base, that would be pretty wild.
Can you get a yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just wondering if there's a possibility Vortex tries for both catapults here.
I
Right?
think he
Like
probably
he runs ahead.
He probably could have, but he's well, actually, you can kill the creep camp quick enough. These almost come at the same time, right?
I think if
Oh,
you
he
turn
just
around
wants to end this
immediately and
right
go
now.
for it, maybe. But yeah, it looks like
Wait a minute.
he's going to skip that for now.
So this is high ground to low ground. Will this tower hit the catapult, or do you need to have vision of the high ground? Is that how this works?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's going to need to get vision. So I think that might be part of the plan here for parting. He's saying, okay, well, if you want your catapult to attack, you got to come up here to get vision. So he's really abusing the mechanics of high ground versus low ground here. And in fact, his mascot's doing a great job. And suddenly the catapult is in range of this Shroud Stone.
You're gonna kill it. Oh, catapult gets the kill on that, but the catapult is now taken out, so you don't have a weapon that can push this position anymore. Let's check where the oh, that's it. GG. Okay, so Vortex just taps out. Oh, that's it. Oh, we did it. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay, GG. Yeah.
So
sorry, I was
kind
about
of
to say let's check the progress on the shrines, but that's it. Partying gets his second base up earlier, and so Vortex just taps out.
Yeah, that is going to be that. It looks like we have our victor of the tournament, Parting, taking down Vortex. And that's going to be a 5-3 victory. Very well played from both sides. Really great understanding of the mechanics of the game, especially by Parting here, of the mind games, of the meta game. I feel like he really does deserve to be champion.
I think the position of that first Shroud Stone, the turret, is really deliberate. I think he has it set up in a way where it's possible for the catapult to be in range of it because of the vision disparity from the whatever ground that was to one level lower. Look, Parting has played a really impressive series. A lot of nuance, by the way, on Jagged Maw there. Kind of letting his opponent play into parts, like the objectives, I guess, for lack of better words, of the creeps on that map, but then exploiting it. Parting was not really winning with catapult pushes on that map, like we saw everybody else who won on that map in this tournament, right? So that's fascinating. And again, a whole bunch of very different games there. We had some long dramatic ones. We had some back and forth ones, some super quick ones, so even 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But what a treat and what a big moment in history, Artosis. Parting defeats Vortex 5-3.
Yeah. It's kind of been known and spoken about that Parting has been the strongest Stormgate player so far, and he really goes ahead and proves it. Basically, all the world's top Stormgate players so far in this beta phase have participated in this Stormgate Open, by EGCTV, and Parting ends up being the champion. He only dropped a few maps throughout as well, right? Like what he lose to Kiwian? He lost like 2 maps and then 3 to Vortex. Not bad. Dropping very few maps to become the champion.
Yeah, and honestly, these players, we had so many interesting games. If you're just now tuning in, you're not familiar with this game. It's still in beta, made by the OGs at Blizzard that took care of StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3. And, there's going to be a lot more to come here with this. So this is a really exciting time to see that we had a finals that was this good, a tournament that was this exciting. We had a lot of great moments here, and it's only going to go up from here.
Well, let's bring Killer Pigeon in, see what he's thinking about that wonderful finals there between Parting and Vortex.
I feel like I'm still dissecting what he done back in game 3 at this point. I mean, Parting, what a phenomenal performance. Everyone's got their own way of playing Infernals, but I think it's fair to say, lads, no one quite plays it like Parting right now. Looking back at the series, though, what a crazy one, right? I think even though it was Infernal vs. Infernal, we didn't get exactly what we wanted there, right? We want the Vanguard Infernal perfection to see the clashes. I think it's fair to say that we learned a lot about the way that these civs interact, Artosis. I think one of the biggest takeaways is it seems like the opening plays are dictating a lot of the outcome, especially between these two players.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It really feels like the early game is setting up everything else in Infernal versus Infernal. But I mean, that's oftentimes the way things are in RTS games, right? You get your opening, you figure out, okay, who's ahead, who's behind, who's the defender, who's the attacker, who has map control, who has a better economy. And I mean, those things, when you get players of this level, like real champions from multiple games, you're going to see how they can abuse those little edges that they gain in that early game.
Right, going on from the openers, that I think it'd be fair to say Vortex seemed to have a very good idea of how you wanted to establish the beginning of these games. I think one of the biggest highlights for me, Tasteless, was the adaptation by parting. Right, obviously, we got to highlight the creative bait builds. We saw a few of those, but I think the other thing you could see slotted between that was a clear alteration of how he wanted to approach Vortex as an opponent.
Yeah, well, he was able to cycle through different openings and approaches, and it shows you just how much labbing Harding has done, to where he has all these different techniques he's employing and creeping patterns he's moving through. And even in some of these really short games, like the Jagged Maw ones, he was really quickly able to think on his feet. Like we saw him in that last game get scouted by the worker. Vortex is looking for it. He abandons the tower push on the creeps and heads back. I just didn't expect there to be so much nuance in these games with these two players, just because of how new it is, right? Normally, it's time that'll age an RTS game like wine, right? But we're seeing that these guys are coming in here with so much knowledge from previous RTS games and putting that in to the games they're playing right now, that we're getting some really interesting matches.
Do you think part of that is also the pacing Artosis, right? Like we were talking before we got on for the grand finals, the beautiful thing about Stormgate, it feels like you hear some StarCraft people feel it's a little bit too slow. Age of Empires people think it's a bit too fast. Well, hold on, it's hitting this nice mid ground, it feels like, between a lot of them. But the impressive part is, even with that mid ground, maybe a slower pacing than some RTSs, just how quickly people have figured out all the small nuances.
Well, if you look at like the history of RTS, right, it feels like the more Western scene has been getting so much better at RTS games for the past 15 years or so, right, since StarCraft 2 came out, and we've got like really big scenes, Age 2, Age 4, Star 1, Star 2, some of these other Warcraft 3 and things like that. And yeah, like these players that have been really good at multiple games for multiple years are able to very quickly kind of dissect, okay, what are my tools here? What are my options? Like, what do I want to accomplish, and how do I end up doing that in the most optimal fashion? And when you get a tournament like this, where you have a bunch of the best RTS minds going at it, it feels like the evolution of that is quicker than we've ever seen.
Especially when you combine the different backgrounds, right, Tasteless? Because it's almost like you get these people who have been around since Warcraft, in some examples, people who just stuck with Age of Empires on their own coming through, sprinkle your other RTSs in. It's almost like that feeling where if everyone just came from one game, there might be a slower, I want to say, development of that meta, as you have to figure out fresh things that you wouldn't have seen before. But when you've got all these people now flooding in, it's almost like you have to adjust much quicker because of all those backgrounds.
Absolutely. And I think it's like, what's so cool about an online game like this is that it's like all these brilliant people coming together and trying to figure out how to do it best. And you're right, there's all these skill sets that are unique to each of the RTS games, like obviously Warcraft 3. That was the one with the creeps, right? Age of Empires has a different pacing and a different tempo to it than like a StarCraft 1 or a StarCraft 2. But then even StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 are so different. So when you get something this eclectic and you pull all these players together, and get to test stuff out, it's really interesting. And so I think you're right. If it was just like, let's say, only StarCraft 1 players had switched over, or StarCraft 2 players switched over, I don't think we'd have as good games. But now with all these different RTS players coming together, yeah, it's a recipe for some really, really exciting strategies and games.
Now, speaking of recipes, actually, I'm going to hone in on a specific game, because I noticed you nerded out about it straight away, Tasteless. It was the Game 7, the proxy-based double Iron Vault 1 Conclave. Seems like you might be the master of this build. I don't know if you want to try to say Parton copied you, but what would have been the solution in that particular game? What could Vortex have done there to get out of that sticky jam?
I think you have to disengage, but I don't know. I mean, they both committed to fighting there. most of the games that I play, I just win outright if I run into their base and do that. But um, yeah, I mean, so much of it I think comes down to the Gaunt Fiend interaction and who can actually take it. It's a very tactical moment. You have to take, I think, win with the Gaunt, killing their Gaunt, and not just killing it, but also forcing the Fiend out, and then try to snowball it and push it from there. But that's tough, especially when there's creeps like those goats, the speed camp. It makes for a pretty explosive situation for sure. But I think probably go back and maybe just try to throw down defense.
Okay. And Artosis, I mean, you saw some more maps of it. You had a hot feeling, or should I say feeling, a burning rage inside actually about how you feel about Jagged Maw. After a few more games, I guess one way of kind of developing that conversation more, you guys hit on it in the cast. Can you actually play this game, this map as a late game? Can you play it as a macro game, or is it just a doomed map in your eyes?
Oh, I think this particular map is doomed 100%. Like, obviously this is a mirror matchup, so there's like a certain amount of evenness there. And I really appreciated how Parting played it, where it was like he was almost tricking his opponent into thinking the camps were important, and he and then he just counters that in some way. But yeah, I think overall a map of that type of design, it just goes against so many fundamentals that we need to balance a game. So I think that in the next beta or whatever, we won't see Jagged Maw anymore. It's silly.
Yeah, take it out back, shoot it, move on. I think one interesting thing as well with all those beta type players, Tasteless, is some people might look at this and go, "Oh, you just didn't want to show respect to Vortex. Oh, it wasn't good enough to read through it." I think it's the opposite, right? Like the fact that Parting believed that each game Vortex would do the right thing, the meta thing, just shows you how highly he rated Vortex as an opponent.
Yeah, my favorite Jagged Maw game was probably the one that, if we go back and look at the cast again, Artosis and I were the most confused at for a little bit, which is where he didn't open up the middle, but still got the catapult, and then he created the illusion of a committed push while he expanded. And the moment that Vortex was ready to intercept the attack, or at least try to brace for impact, the Doombringer comes and scoops the Gaunts out and goes right back home. And it was like, he completely threw him off. So that stuck with me a lot too. I had some fun on that map. I do agree with Artosis. I think there's some problems, but at the same time, I don't know. It's been fun seeing these two guys go at it.
Well, you know what? We can dive deeper into the mind of Parting. A very smart man, one that left us puzzled even when we had the full picture. We have the privilege of interviewing Parting, the winner of the EGC Stormgate Open. Okay, looks like we've got Parting on the line. Parting, are you there? Can you hear us? We'll give him a moment. He's been for a best of 9. He deserves a second. Okay, I think we have some small technical hiccup. We're going to try and sort that so we can hear from Parting himself. So I think like we're already imagining a few obvious questions here, right? Like we want to get his take in comparison to Artosis's on Jagged Maw. I definitely want to ask him what he thinks of the overall balance of the game, the direction. But I guess actually while we wait for that, I want to quickly ask Tasteless and Artosis. We'll go to Artosis first. New faction still to be shown. Have you already locked in who you want to play, or are you very interested in anime catgirl waifus?
I was gonna say, yeah, it sounds like a great faction. Honestly, I started and I've played more games as Infernal, but when I went over and started playing some Vanguard, it gave me that Terran feel. And I mean, I've been a Terran player for 25 years, so I've been enjoying Vanguard more, to be honest. And so that's what I'm liking so far, but I'm withholding judgment, and I'll definitely try whatever catgirl faction is coming out next.
All right, what about you, Tasteless? Where you going on that one?
I mean, I have not committed to one side yet. I started out like everybody else playing Vanguard because that's all there was. But I was, for the last maybe 2 weeks, I've just been doing Infernal. I'm gonna try to have a buddy of mine come over and teach me Vanguard. But yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I'm looking forward to the next faction, what's gonna come out. So yeah, I mean that's where I'm at.
All right, I think we figured out what the problem was. We can now head across to parting, and I think, fingers crossed, we should have the magical man himself to talk to. Okay, let's see if this works time. Parting, can you hear us?
Hello, Sugar Bears.
Hey, congratulations, buddy! Incredible performance. First of all, let me just quickly dive into that grand finals. How did you feel going into that one? What was your read on Vortex? Were you confident that this was going to be an easy win, should we say, or did you feel like this was always going to be a very close one?
통역해주시면 될 것 같은데. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Translator?
Sorry, say again. Oh, translator's not speaking. Translator, can you hear us?
어, 아,
Okay, let's try this on simple questions.
I can
Hello,
answer
hello.
about. Okay, he back.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad. I'll translate. 먼저 원차 선수 경기 굉장히 우승 그냥 축하드리고요. 이 경기가 이렇게 어려울지 이렇게 그냥 어려운 경기가 됐을 거라고 예상하셨는지 어떻게 생각하셨는지.
일단은 결승에서 그 볼틱스 선수가 생각보다 좀 까다롭더라고요. 그래서 좀 어려운 승부가 될 것 같았고, 일단 그리고 멘탈적으로 좀 계속 제 자신한테 좀 좋은 생각을 했어요. 이길 수 있으니까 좀 더 침착하게 하고 긴장하지 말고 여태까지 연습 열심히 했으니까 한번 내 자신 믿고 자신감 가지고 한번 해보자라는 생각으로 해서 이겼던 것 같아요.
So Parting said, on the final, Vortex was actually a bit more annoying and more technical, complicated to play against. So he thought it was going to be a difficult battle, difficult final. So he kept on telling himself, positive, good thoughts, good kind of giving him good mental. So he was like, all right, let's just kind of keep calm. Let's not get nervous. I've been practicing this a lot, so let's just play with high confidence, and let's get good result. And turns out he did get a good result.
And some of those games we saw what we were referring to as like bait plays. Was that always the plan because of how tough Vortex was? Did you feel like you had to do something very different, very surprising to throw him off?
그래서 게임 도중에 보틱스랑 경기 도중에 이제
네.
미끼를 던지면서 좀 낚는 게임을 이제 낚는 그런 플레이를 몇 번 하셨는데
네네.
그게 원래 계획된 건지 아니면 보틱스 선수를 인지하고서 좀 더 바로바로 살짝 직관적으로 바로 하신 건지 물어보네요.
일단은 제가 이 게임을 거의 600시간에서 700시간 한 것 같아요. 그래서 하면서 많은 상황을 제가 좀 알고 있어서 상대에 맞춰서 제가 준비를 바로바로 바꿔서 했고, 네, 그 상대에 맞춰서 그냥 즉각적으로 바로바로 한 것 같아요. 맞춰서.
So Parting practices game, played it for about 600 to 700 hours now. So he's familiar with a lot of situations. He has a good feel of the game. So he was actually able to adjust and react to a lot of situation on the spot, without any too much of a preparation or too much of a plan ahead of time.
Okay. And, I guess I want to get his wider feelings on the game. Like, we've just had a tournament on it, very early days. How does he feel about the direction of Stormgate, how it's being balanced, and what the future holds?
스톤게이트가 아직 굉장히 오픈 베타고 초창기인데 스톤게이트의 그런 개발 방향이나 이런 밸런스를 잡아가는 과정이나 이런 좀 초반 개발 상황을 보시면서 스톤게이트의 미래에 대한 어떤 생각, 이런 의견이 있으신지.
일단은 이제 많은 사람들이 이제 프로스트 자이언트 스톤게이트에 대해서 좀 좋게 생각하시는 분도 계시고 좀 안 좋게 생각하시는 분들이 계신 걸 알고 있는데, 근데 이 게임이 이제 나온 지 얼마 되지도 않았고 같이 이제 계속 피드백을 받아가면서 개발 중이기도 하고, 근데 제 게임 안에서 해보면은 그 방향성이 느껴지긴 해요. 아, 이 개발자분들이 어떤 걸 하고 싶구나, 어떤 RTS를 만들고 싶구나, 그런 게 좀 느껴져서 진짜 재밌게 하고 있고, 그리고 미래가 더 저는 기대가 돼요. 많은 분들이 지금 실망하시는 분도 굉장히 많지만, 저는 프로스트 자이언트가 지금 굉장히 일을 잘하고 있다고 생각합니다.
So a lot of people have good and bad opinions about Frost Giant, but this game is still early days. It just came out very recently. It's still going through a lot of development from feedback from the players. And Parting himself thinks you know, he can really kind of get a feel of what the developers are trying to do with this game. He can really tell what kind of RTS they're trying to make, and he's really enjoying the game so far. So Parting is very excited about the future of this game. He's aware that a lot of people are disappointed about the game, but he has faith in Frost Giant, and he really thinks this game is going to be a good game in the future.
That's refreshing to hear. Tasteless, Artosis, have you got anything you want to ask Parting while we've got him here?
Sure. Actually, I wanted to check because Parting is obviously still a super high level StarCraft 2 player. He's playing a lot of Stormgate and has been pretty dominant in that. And obviously is a very popular streamer. So what is the future here for you, Parting? Are you planning on just continuing kind of streaming and playing on the side? Are you going to rededicate yourself to StarCraft 2? Are you kind of waiting for Stormgate to come out and maybe become the world champion in that game as well? What is the future for Parting?
아토시스가 일단 원 선수가 굉장히 아직도 스타크래프트 2에서 굉장히 굉장히 수준이 높은 플레이어고, 그리고 스톤게이트도 지금 굉장히 열심히 하면서 지금 방금 대회도 우승하셨고 방송도 많이 하고 있는데, 이 미래를 어떻게 이원희 선수는 지금 이제 이 상황에서 어떻게 미래에 하실 건지, 이제 방송을 조금 뒷전으로 두고 게임에 집중을 하시는 건가, 아니면 방송은 병행하시는지, 뭐 스톤게이트 월드 챔피언을 목표로 하시는지, 일단 원희 선수의 그런 방향이 어떻게 되는지 궁금하답니다.
Okay, first, I never ever betrayer to my fans, Sugar Bears. And mean is I will keep doing streaming, and of course, I want to be a world champion of Stormgate. And I finding my glory, and then I will share my feeling with my fans. That's my purpose and my goal, life goal. Yeah.
Fantastic. Tasteless, anything you want to ask?
I guess just I'm curious to hear his thoughts on Jagged Maw and what he thinks of the map.
제기드 모라는 맵에 대한 의견을 물어보네요. 지금 아까 방송 중에서 밸런스 얘기를 많이 나왔었고.
많은 분들이 이제 저 맵을 싫어한다고 생각하는데, 근데 저 맵은 좀 똑똑한 사람이 잘하는 맵 같아요. 그러니까 좀 머리 쓰는, 제가 왜 스톰게이트를 좋아하냐면, 이게 다른 이제 기존 RTS와 또 다른 RTS도 머리를 당연히 써야 되지만, 저 캠프, 이제 크립 캠프 때문에 약간 플레이들이 빌드 오더라든가 그런 게 많이 바뀌어요. 그래서 제 생각에는 좀 머리를 써야지 저 맵을 좋아하지 않을까, 똑똑한 사람이 저 맵 좋아하지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
So Parting is aware that a lot of people do not like that map, but he thinks the map it plays strongly to smarter players. The RTS in general obviously requires thinking, a lot of brain power, but he likes Parting likes Stormgate a lot because the creeps really affect the build order and change how you need to play, and he thinks Jagged Maw it really brings out that aspect of the game. So he actually likes that map a lot.
Wow. Okay. There we go. We have our answer from the champ. I think we've kept Parting long enough. Just an opportunity for him to say anything he wants to the fans, to everyone watching. Speak.
마지막으로 팬들이나 이제 시청자들한테 하실 말씀 있으신지.
First of all, I'd like to thank to Frost Giant and EGC for giving me great opportunity, chance to win this tournament. And grateful to my fans, Sugar Bears. I always want to repay to my fans. They always trust me, believe me, cheer me. They gave me big power and motivation. And also, thank to my team, new team, Aftermath. They trust me, and they have a good practice. My partner, his name is Diri and Albino. They helped me a lot. They didn't sleep and didn't eat like 24 hours. Practice me for me. So very thank you to them. And I love you guys. And I love Frost Giant. I love Tasteless, Atosis, and Killer Vision. And I love you all. Peace.
Thank you, Barting. Much love to you as well. Congratulations, buddy. You go get some rest, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Adios.
Wonderful to hear from the champ himself. I like how he basically walks in, indirectly calls Artosa stupid, and then adios is out.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that too. Thanks for pointing that out, Killer Pigeon, for anyone who may have missed that.
I mean, it's classic champ, isn't it? Right? You bring up maybe a balance issue, just says get better. Just get better.
Says the infernal player. It's wonderful. I love it. This is just the story of my life for 25 years and hopefully another 25 as well.
Man. Hopefully Stormgate's going to have a big part in it. I mean, it's time for the rounding thoughts on the tournament as a whole. I mean, we talked a little bit about how we feel at the start of the day. Now that we've seen enough games of Jagged Maw to remove all the hair from your head, Artosis, how are we feeling about the future of Stormgate as a competitive environment?
Yeah, I mean, it's super fun. And the more that you play, the more you find that you're able to do in the game, right? I think that is a very important thing. Like the multitasking stuff is starting to build up a little bit. You're seeing a lot more like drops and micro in different areas, different strategies coming out. And the thing is, it's so early that, you know, to start seeing that this early is very, very nice. And as more things get added in, I think we'll have more tools. I'm personally very excited about the future of Stormgate. I've been enjoying playing it a lot. I've been playing it a ton, watching so many games, casting games, and I think it's great so far. I'm looking forward to the future and seeing where they go next with it.
I love someone that's kind of highlighted there is the idea that it's very intuitive, right? Tasteless. I think that the cool thing that I always look for a game that I think can be incredibly successful is simple to pick up, but hard to master. And although it's still an RTS, although you're still in 1v1 and maybe you accidentally queue into parting on the ladder, the reality is, I think for a lot of people, what Frost Giant have done in the way they design this game and the nuances, the way that they design the UI as well, and the UX, they seem to want anyone to be able to pick up and play.
Yeah, I agree. I think you said it very well. I mean, it's easy to pick up, but almost impossible to master. And I've been having a lot of fun playing Stormgate. In fact, I know I'm hooked on a game where when I'm sleeping, I dream that I'm playing the game. Like that's how much it's inside my mind. But yeah, I look, I mean, we don't even have tier 3 units yet. We don't have the third faction out. You know, we've had a couple maps that have been thrown together, but there's still so much more that's going to be unlocked here. So I don't know. Feels good, man.
It feels amazing, my friend. It's been an amazing experience having you both here, but I think you've earned a rest. I'm excited to see more of you in the future. I'm excited to see more from EGC and more from Frost Giant. But thank you, Tasteless and Artosis. I think it's time for me to do my ramble and close the show, but I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of you on the mic.
Thank you much, man. It's been great.
Thank you for having us. Cheers.
Absolutely wonderful to have the two lads in. Incredible grand finals. If you just tuned in and you missed it, that's right. Parting took the dub. Absolute mad lad. Unstoppable in the end. Able to close it out in the 8th game with a 5-3 storyline. And well, if you missed the interview, go back. I think there was some interesting insights there. The man loves Jagged Maw a little bit too much, maybe for my liking as someone who's taking to the Vanguards. But I think what we're seeing is an esport in its early days, one that's got so much still to offer, and I'm excited to be along for the ride. And I think I want to thank everyone that's made it possible. You know, EGC putting this $10,000 tournament together, which came out of their very own pocket, by the way. And of course, couldn't have been done without the assistance of Frost Giant to make sure that we had at least what we needed as a bare minimum to get a spectating tool go early on. And, you know, I know there's been a lot of talk about balance and getting things right and getting things perfect, but, you know, that's not where the beauty of an esports scene is, if I'm being totally real with you. If you think of all the great experiences you've had along the way, the memorable moments in so many grand games, it's the hardships, the way it builds itself up, even with the flaws existing, that makes a true champion in the esports world. And that's why I'm excited to see what Stormgate has in the future. I mean, this was just with 2 factions and 3 maps on rotation. Imagine where we're at when we've got 8, 9 maps, when we've got anime cat girls flying around our bases and lasering down everything with angelic wings. I'm giving away too much information about what's coming up for the game. But what I can tell you is I'm almost certain that EGC will be back. I will definitely aim to be back. I'm sure many of us will. Big shout out to all the casters as well. It was amazing to see us bring together faces from Warcraft, StarCraft, Age of Empires, and I'm sure there's a few places there I'm forgetting along the way. Same with the players as well. I think the beautiful thing we've got here is, you know, a game that, as I said there, is maybe intuitive, easy for people to pick up. And I always like to compare it to something like a Valorant situation, right? All the people, I'm sure there's plenty in the chat that have looked at games like Counter-Strike and they've sat and gone, you know, I'd love to play this, but I don't like the idea of just getting stomped on for 50 hours to figure out the basics. New game comes in, sets you up for a nice little reset, lets you get going again. And I think that's maybe what Stormgate's going to be for a lot of us. I think it's actually wonderful that they're focusing on the 1v1 as well as the co-op, the team game experience being different, even the single player. So if you guys haven't already, I do recommend following their page across on Steam, making sure that you are hearing all the deets they come out. And be sure to check out their Kickstarter. It's going to open up again on the 23rd of February, I believe the goal is going to be when we last got the update. So if you want to pledge there, get access to the beta, that's one way to do it. But I think it's time we bring it to a close, folks. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Parting will be our first major Stormgate champion. The mad lad from Korea. He looked unstoppable from the get-go. And although some people were able to crack a few games away from him, dropping 5 overall, in the end, there was no denying the beast from the East. It's time to come to a close. You've all been absolutely phenomenal. Hopefully, we'll see more EGC. Hopefully, we'll see more of you soon. For now, farewell.